Welcome back to the Games Done Quick channel. My name is Jiggy, and today we will be continuing our journey through the Tomb Raider franchise. Welcome to Oops All Tomb Raider Day 2. Welcome on in. We have some incredible speedruns coming at you today, and I hope that you are all excited for it. We're starting off with Shadows of the Tomb Raider, going into Tomb Raider Underworld, Tomb Raider Legend, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Chronicles, and then we're wrapping up with Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness. I hope that you all will stick around all day as we journey through the wonders of the Tomb Raider franchise. All right, without further ado, we are going to jump in to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Satori Earth, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, if you were here yesterday, this might seem a little familiar. Just same voices, different face on the screen. But welcome on in. This is Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I've got Mr. Blood Thunder on comms with me.
Hello. Happy to be here.
All right. We're going to just jump straight into it. We've got a long game, and unfortunately, this has a bunch of unskippable cutscenes. So get yourself cozy. If you need additional breaks in addition on top of the one we take, you know, you got some cutscenes. You might miss some commentary, but we got a few cutscenes. So let's get going, and we can talk over the opening one here. So time will start when I select difficulty here in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, so this is the no major glitches category for Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It kind of serves as a middle ground between your standard glitchless and your standard any percent glitched runs. In this category, we won't use any of the what are considered the major glitches. So if you've ever saw BT's run, for example, yesterday, there's sort of some sliding skywalk type stuff that can be done. There's full out airwalks that can be done in this game with the grapple, as well as, you know, the traditional forcibly clipping through collision. That's done in a couple spots for this run in the glitch category. That needs to be done on a lower patch of the older patch of the game. They had patched out, I believe, the airwalks at least. I'm not too sure about the clips, but I know the airwalking got patched out. This category, however, can be run on current patch. So what sets this category apart from glitchless is we are allowed to go out of bounds. The way we achieve all the out of bounds in this category is purely through the game's quote-unquote intended mechanics, just using them in unattended ways. So just jumping off of things, couple wall scrambles, stuff like that. We got some crafty ways to get out of bounds and skip some large chunks.
Yeah, and on top of that, it is no major glitches, not no major skips. There will be some pretty big time saves, especially one later on that is used in glitched runs, and it is the bane of my existence in this run.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it will be for Satori as well, but
yeah, no.
Yeah, there's still going to be some crazy stuff to see in this run.
Yeah, I don't know a single runner that has run either this category or glitched runs for Shadow that have even the slightest good thing to say about the skip BT is referring to, other than the fact that, you know, it skips a sizable portion of the game.
Oh yeah, it's a big skip, but it is one of the two worst skips in the entire reboot trilogy. Yeah, with intro skip and 2013 being the other.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we have a little bit of a flashback. Double flashback, actually, to start the game. We started a little bit of what we're going to see in about 20 minutes, and then we flash back 2 days before that yet to this little bit of an intro. So it gives you just a little bit of the exposition behind the game. It does serve as a mild climbing tutorial. Oop, I overspammed on that cutscene. A little bit of a mild climbing tutorial. The overhang that it introduces you to here, I really wouldn't call a proper tutorial, because unlike overhangs throughout the rest of the game, once you're on it, you're locked on it. Like overhangs throughout the rest of the game, you can jump off of them. You can just drop off of them if you wanted to. This one removes all inputs. So, as you may have seen a little bit in BT's 2013 run yesterday, Lara's regular climbing animation is slow, so whenever possible, we are going to just do quick little spams up walls with jumps, which is significantly faster than her standard climbing speed.
It also has a high probability of her just not doing what you want her to do, and she'll just go flying off, and it's like, oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, one of my personal channel emotes, one of the follower emotes I have, like the only one of Lara I have is a derp emote, purely for all the times she just kills time or completely kills a run from, that's not where you were supposed to jump there, lady.
Sorry I didn't wait. Be careful.
But yeah, now we're back.
Are we in a tomb? Is this happening? Is our first tomb of the day?
We are kind of in a tomb, yeah.
What, she found the tomb before she fell down? That's crazy.
Yeah, before any falls. Don't worry,
It's
we
true.
will have some falls.
We've so far only gone up in this title. We haven't fallen yet.
Yet. Though granted, I don't think we have as many falls as 2013 does for this one. She's a little bit more stable. This is a few
I
entries.
like to force her through small holes in this game rather than make her fall down.
Yeah. She's a little bit more adept as an adventurer. She's a few adventures in at this point. Got to remember, 2013 was her first one. So.
There's Jonah looking a little different, but somewhat the same.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more in line with his 2013 look. Just kind of, he leaned out a bit to be running around following Lara everywhere.
This inscription is some sort of riddle.
A little bit older. He got some more work done. His tattoo's not just up at his shoulder. It's a full sleeve now. So yeah, we get a little bit of a teaser on some puzzle that is later in the game, but we're not going to see that puzzle in this category. As well as a little bit of lore behind some of the events in the game. There was an explorer, I don't know, like 200 years ago that had gone through much of the path that we're going to be going through and relocated some of the relics that we would need to find throughout this. So again, this is purely just cinematic.
She's sort of a fall, you know.
Sort of a fall.
Half of a fall, yeah.
I'd still be in there taking pictures.
We'd still be in there.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rise in this marathon, so this kind of like sort of continues the events. You meet Trinity more in Rise.
Yeah.
And Trinity becomes a major antagonist for Laura throughout the events of Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, Trinity's,
Pinkfish.
you get a decent amount of Trinity in Rise. They are mentioned briefly in 2013, but they're not.
Kind of like a little teaser.
Yeah, they're not really relevant to the plot of 2013. So yeah, we got some clues from that area we just were. Something about pink fish and a silver-crowned mountain. Silver crowns, of course, being some clouds that are steadily around the mountain. And pink fish, if you are familiar, the Amazon actually has dolphins in it, and they have kind of a translucent skin, so all their blood vessels give their skin a very pinkish hue. So we get a little bit of just place setting. It's actually a really well fleshed out little village here. You just get to slow walk through. We're not gonna interact with anything, but there's some NPCs you can talk with. You can explore, look around at everything.
He's at the gate.
It's actually a nice little town in Mexico. And we got bird RNG. If you heard the bird squawk there. That bird, I'd say 1 in every 20, maybe even 50 runs will make some sound. There's a gentleman with a parrot in the area there.
For those who are obviously following for the plot, 2013 was yesterday. There's a game in between that one, and then there's this one. This one's Shadow. So you have to go watch a whole other game if you want to understand the story.
Yeah, and for the game, that's...
For the most part, they are pretty separate. There's just kind of the overarching stuff with Trinity, which even between the games is pretty separate.
Yeah,
the lesson here is more people should speedrun Rise of the Tomb Raider. Thanks.
Jonah, I'm in.
Yes, it is a pretty difficult one, but you should run it anyways.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The glitched runners love Rise, so if you're looking to, well, a lot of them do. Okay, some of them do. Yeah, if you're looking to do glitches, Rise is a decent choice. I don't think I know anyone that runs glitchless that actually likes running Rise glitchless. It's more one of those ones where we run it because we run the other stuff in the series. So, well, you got to do the entire trilogy if you're gonna,
Jonah.
if you're gonna do 2013 in Shadow, you got to do Rise. I can't just run
Do
two
have a
out of
reward
three.
for trilogy runs if anyone wants to pick up all 3. It's a fun little time.
Yeah, I heard you.
Can we get the Sparkler Kid to break? No. That Sparkler Kid, I'm well over 1,000 hours in this game. I've had him 4 times. He just breaks and stops in his tracks. So I always look for it in hopes that I get that rare time his pathing breaks, because it's just amusing. You can walk right past him. And then he just kind of bumps into Lara and then despawns behind her. Because right when he makes it around the corner, a little bit before where she stopped there, he just despawns.
Jonah, they might have noticed me. I'll try the back alley.
And the real nice thing about just walking through here is later on when we go through villages, we just completely destroy them. So
Yeah.
kind of leaving this one intact is kind of nice.
I mean, intact for now.
Yeah. Usually when she goes through a tomb, it'll get destroyed. She goes through cities and they just crumble.
Yeah.
Things really escalate in Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, this is Commander Rourke. Dominguez wants confirmation.
So we get a little peek of the main antagonist, which is kind of my favorite type of antagonist in any type of media. He's not just outright evil. He has some good intent to his actions, but obviously not entirely good and very misguided. And then his military leader, who, well, he's pretty much purely evil. He's a military guy. He's there to shoot things.
And there's a guard at the gate. I'll find another way in.
I found a good spot. I'll watch the perimeter.
So we are technically allowed to skip the intro. I'm one of those, purists where if I'm running a full game category, I run a full game. But right after we came through there and started getting full movement, you are actually allowed to start time from there. So here we got a little bit of a tutorial on stealth, which this game actually does stealth mechanics pretty well. Though we will not really interact with those during a speedrun. We get to see Trinity trying to cover their tracks,
Jonah,
remove anyone who's seen what they're up to. So they were about to execute an archaeologist there.
I have to find what they're looking for.
This is
The first half an hour or so is going to be pretty much the exact same as glitchless, but that doesn't mean we don't get any skips, because there are some small platforming skips. So Rise, you get the grapple about half of the way into the game, maybe even a little past the halfway point.
It's like 2/3 or so.
Yeah, Shadow gives it to you right away, so we can do things like that. You're actually supposed to jump to another handhold, there, but we're able to just, drop off and throw the grapple at the wall. So we'll have a number of spots where we can do some crafty skips, jumping to an area that we're not supposed to technically be going to immediately, like right there.
I better hurry.
But if the grapple's going to allow us to attach to the wall ahead of the intended path, well, why wouldn't we do that? As that one doesn't work.
Yeah, you have to hit them just right, otherwise it's like, oh, it's not going to connect, and you just happen to fall down and die.
Yeah, this one's a little on the trickier side, because the game does want you to go for the intended path. So you have to, one, jump a little early. Let me get through it.
I've got this.
Yeah, one, you have to jump a little early, otherwise she gets locked into the pathing she's supposed to go to. But if you jump too early, she's not going to have any distance. And you also have to be pulling on your camera prior to the jump. Because if you jump before trying to move the camera to where you're looking to attach the grapple there, it gets locked into what the intended pathing is, and you can't move it at all.
This cave looks like it's usually underwater.
So, well, you abuse a few checkpoints throughout the run due to skip some conversations. That one right there skips the animation of the wall that she tore. They're breaking open, as well as just teleports her forward a bit.
What is this place?
Just kind of a swim segment here.
Yeah, and as well, that's one thing I appreciate with this game is, swimming sections in games are very hit and miss, as I'm sure we all know from the variety of games we've all played. The swimming mechanic in this is pretty solid. Some of the best swimming I've ever dealt with in a game.
There's also some really beautifully aesthetic swim sections, especially later on in the game.
Yes.
But even though it's slow to go through, it just looks really nice every single time.
Yeah.
But are there lines?
More?
There are jaguars.
Okay. It's an official Tomb Raider game. There's lines.
Yeah. We do have a large cat. Well, two of them actually. We're supposed to fight.
I got reminded because of the the eel.
Yeah. No. Well, there's multiple ones throughout the game if you go exploring, but through the main campaign, there are two that you are supposed to have an encounter with, almost back to back. However, in this category, we're only going to see the one. Because we got a nice little skip that's going to take us past the second fight and an entire chapter of the game that normally would occur after that.
I have to find the temple.
That's okay. As long as there's one large cat, it's a Tomb Raider game,
There is.
So 2013 doesn't count as a Tomb Raider?
There's no large cat.
Okay, I was trying to set up for a skip here. It skips this camera pan here. It's just, you can jump off to the side to get up here. It skips the camera pan and, gives us full movement speed right away. It's about a 5 to 10 second time save. But she magnetized up into the animation on me.
It's causing tremors. There's a pyramid. I'm gonna get to
Yeah,
the
when you
top.
don't want her to grab something, she will, and when you want her to grab something, she won't. It's this classic.
100%.
All right, so we've got a big puzzle here to get up through this cave.
So we jump up to the side so I can catch this as it's coming up and avoid a mantle animation. And Lara will say her catchphrase, the more expletive version of Nathan Drake's.
I was gonna say, I feel like her catchphrase should be like, "Here I go, Raiden again," something like that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I killed everyone again.
Oh no.
Oh no. So you'll notice there's several ropes
Raiden
on the ground like that. Those are traps, but they're easy enough to just jump over and avoid them. But yeah, if you didn't know, it's kind of obvious, but the Uncharted games were very much inspired by the original Tomb Raider games. And then, of course, Tomb Raider coming back starting at 2013 took their inspiration for how they were building those games from what Uncharted did with the formula.
They really did just say, Uncharted has no walls of flesh, so therefore we can't either.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that section looks cool in the reimagining that's coming out later this year. Here's another little skip where we skip a long side handhold section where there's a scripted event with some bats. We can just jump straight to that overhang and drop into the cutscene.
That's what I want. I want the next Uncharted game to have just some wild, zany, like, I don't know, a giant man chicken. That I want them to go full circle.
Honestly, though, that was one thing that I was missing with the fourth game, is they dropped any supernatural element. Like, at least the first three had, you know, a little bit of something. Wasn't much, but, you know, there's something there.
I don't know what do you mean there wasn't much? We saw dragons. We saw giant spiders.
For the Uncharted games, sorry.
Uncharted. Yes.
Yeah, the Uncharted games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they just completely dropped that in the fourth.
That was a game about brothers and pirates.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we're just doing some nice, just roundabout routing here to get past these enemies without actually having to take them out.
Yeah.
Stealth is pretty slow.
Yeah. Although we do because that guy was not alert. Oh, you guys both moved? Oh, that's like absolute abysmal RNG. I might actually die here.
Shit, there's more.
We're good. We're good.
More coming.
Can you not be in the way? Is that guy still alive? Yeah, he is.
I hope that's all of them.
Unfortunate. Those the two heavily armored military guys are actually supposed to both die to the explosive barrels that I shot there, but they both pathed off to the side on me. That's extremely rare, but of course, for GDQ they have to show off.
Oh yeah, now this entire village is getting destroyed, by the way.
Yeah. And done. Lara always destroying things. So yeah, what was it? The last run yesterday? They were talking about Lara, a lot of the events of the game, just Lara trying to stop the apocalypse she unintentionally unleashed. Well, about that. She grabbed a knife and kind of set these events in motion. So, as well, we are going to be trying to fix the mistakes there.
First of a couple little big sequences where we just have to go through a giant apocalyptic doomsday for a city. Another underwater swimming section too, where you can get your air back by reloading a checkpoint instead of having to actually go up for air.
Yeah. So as soon as there's an air pocket right above her there, but as soon as we open this door, we get a checkpoint which is going to give her full breath, as well as teleport her slightly forward. That puts us into a nice straight line for our way out of the swim here. Well, the underwater portion of the swim, at least. Sorry. Yeah, if I didn't mention it, but yeah, I'm starting to fight a little bit of a head cold. So if you notice me stopping for a bit and just kind of like, you know, grimacing, I'm just trying to clear my throat out a little bit. Don't mind me. But yeah, last little section here. We got a little bit of a FPS meme that can happen on console here, so let's hope Lara cooperates and we don't get it. Okay, we're good. So for whatever reason, that jump to that rooftop she just did there, when you're on console at 60 frames, so you know, playing on like a PS4 Pro or PS5 as this, for whatever reason she makes that jump real short. On 30 FPS for console and on PC, she lands on that roof about like an extra 2 feet further out, and there's no concern whatsoever. But for whatever reason, she makes that jump extremely short, and there's always a chance she'll just kind of like do a slipping animation right on the edge of it and then fall to her death instead of, you know, sliding down as intended. All right. So that was our prologue area. Served as a little bit of tutorial for stealth, a little bit of climbing, some mild puzzles, swimming, a little bit of combat. And now we've caught up to the very opening cinematic. So the very opening cinematic was what is the end of this one. Unfortunately, yet again, another unskippable one. But you get Lara kind of trying to ignore everything she just did, put it behind her, trying to stay focused on the task at hand and the puzzles, whereas Jonah's just, yeah, he can't shake. Like, they just destroyed an entire village, many people dead, many livelihoods just completely made a mess. And Lara's just
also to know what's to come, because they saw like murals depicting all of these things. So there's like a tsunami and an earthquake and a volcanic eruption. So it's like,
yeah,
we just lost all those lives, and potentially we'll lose so many more. And it's
yeah,
taking the mental toll.
Yeah, the section where she rappelled down there, that was a little bit of a puzzle. That's where the knife, the dagger that she took that set everything in motion was. But there's a giant mural. It showed a tsunami, it showed an earthquake, it showed a volcano and all that. And she was looking at it, and then she heard an explosion and impulsively went, okay, well, Trinity's getting close. So she just grabbed the dagger and booked it out of there, which taking the dagger sets the events in motion.
What I felt when I took the dagger.
You mean the tremors of the tsunami?
More than that. It felt like I woke something up. I know that it's not practical. I know that it's hard to believe. But you need to trust me.
Every once in a while, you just have to hang out and chill and watch a cutscene, and that's how speedrunning is.
Yeah. The PC runs that now have a cutscene skipping tool for this game, though. Never used to be the case. They used to have to sit through all this as well, but it can be skipped on PC now.
Yeah, there's a couple cutscenes that can't, but for the most part,
yeah. Which
we have like the save past the intro, and then a bunch of cutscene skips, which really help cut down the real time of the run.
Yeah, which hopefully I'll be able to do some PC runs coming up in the future here. Looks like I'm in a position where I can pick up another monitor, because I don't want to do PC runs off of just the one monitor.
For those that are just joining us here,
monitor, you're like, I don't want to go back,
Oh yeah, well
but I have to.
I'm kind of a 2-monitor setup right now. Just this one's for the console itself. So, but yeah, here we go.
I'm a three monitor guy myself.
I'm up to 4. Yeah.
I
need more.
you could argue 4 because one of mine is a teleprompter, but that's different, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Fair. So yeah, we got to see the little bit of the cutscene that the game opened up on there, and now we are in Peru.
How many crashes has Lara been in? She's I think has the most unlucky air travel.
Yeah, don't get into a vehicle with Lara. Like boats, cars, planes, helicopters, anything she gets in is almost guaranteed to end up crashing.
You can go for a walk with her, but anything with wheels or that moves with an engine, don't bother.
Yeah.
So here's a question for you: if the helicopter crashes, is that her falling? Does that count?
Yeah. Do we count that as a fall? She did kind of fall out of the sky.
I'll leave it to chat to argue if that's a fall or not.
Okay. Well,
I have to find them.
depending on what you guys choose, is it also going to be 1 or 2 falls? Because when the plane crashes, she gets stuck in a tree. So we skipped the cinematic there, but she undoes her seatbelt and then falls out of the tree to the ground. So that is a fall.
Ray counts it, therefore it's a fall. Noted.
So now we're into the more Peruvian section of the game. We kind of get access to a whole bunch more mechanics. There's stuff that you can pick up along the way for crafting. We're going to access the campfires here in just a moment and skills. And the game really opens up from here.
Yeah,
we're kind of past the introduction.
Yeah, this is where the game full out opens up. It's one of those semi-open world games. There's a lot of crossing through maps, multiple points, a lot of backtracking that can be done.
Part of the plane landed here. My gear was in that car.
First thing we need to do is all of our gear was on the plane and not on our person. So we need to go and try to get all our gear. So it's stuck in a tree right now. There's 2 ropes kind of suspending it. So we need a knife. So we're going to rip off a piece of the plane's propeller here to do that. And it just so happens to rip off in a perfect knife shape.
Of all the things in this game, this might be the most unbelievable thing that happened.
Look at that. Look at that perfectly knife-shaped chunk of propeller.
Perfectly sharp. It'll work for the rest of the game. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we do need to sharpen it better to cut the rope. It was enough to stab the eel, but... Yeah, so... We need to collect some salvage like we did for the axe in 2013. We need to do that to sharpen the knife. To be able to actually sharpen the knife, though, we also need her to realize she needs to sharpen it. So we'll try to cut a rope right there just to progress the objective. This is our last thing of salvage. And we'll head to our campfire. Sharpen up that knife. That's that, and we'll buy our first 3 skills of the run. So here we're going to buy Raposa's Drop, Cayman's Speed, and Owl's Meal. We're going to put it to the spot we're going to buy some more skills at the end of the run. Oh, this is too early. Yeah, the knife floats there for a moment after you skip the cutscene. So now it's sharp enough, we can cut down our gear. So the skills I bought, Raposa's Drop, as you can see now, she's able to roll out of her jumps, which is going to be significantly faster than... This game does have an actual sprint mechanic, but it's going to be faster than her sprint mechanic for most general traversal. The other one we got was Cayman Speed, which just allows her to swim faster, so any of the swim sections that come up will just, go a little bit quicker. And then we grabbed Owl's Meal, and it's for a strat at the very final fight. We only get it for the very final fight, but it allows us to collect certain insects and whatnot for crafting supplies. So
I know this is a video game, but sometimes when you unlock different like perks and things like that, it's just like my headcanon is Lara's just like, what if I like jumped out of my role? And she's just never thought about this ever before. That's the
I mean, it's a good headcanon.
It's like, what if I don't fall down this time?
All right, so here we've got our kitties. So our pilots.
There's a lot of slow walking as well. It's kind of makes you pay attention to them. Like, oh, there's a looming threat. Watch out.
Thank goodness that the large cats are here. The real Tomb Raider checkmark is checked off.
So this fight has 4 phases. I'm trying to remember the count off the top of my head. So each phase to progress here, you need the cat to take a swipe at you, and then you need to do just a bit of damage on it, which is generally going to be 2 or 3 shots. As well, it runs out of the arena and comes back for each phase. I'm going to collect a few crafting ingredients here. One just for some more arrows. And the other one is there's a forced heal tutorial as well. So I'm grabbing the supplies to heal as soon as this is over as well.
He's also making sure to do these quick shoots where you like on aims and then re-aims, so you can just like spam the arrows a little bit faster.
Yeah, it allows us to rapid fire. Lara has, after the first shot she fires, she'll have a long animation of pulling out another arrow to knock it onto her bow. And you can completely bypass that by just stopping aiming and re-aiming again, because every time she freshly aims her bow, she already has an arrow knocked on it. So
that's part of the record.
we can just avoid that animation altogether by popping in and out of aiming. Which also, once you know that, makes 2 of the skills in the game completely redundant, because there are 2 skills where she'll grab like extra arrows and is able to knock faster because she has arrows in her hand as well. But we don't need that skill. we can fire just as fast without it.
Give me a hand. I think we can see the village.
All right.
So we did just meet up with Jonah, who also crashed in the plane there. We gotta wait for him to open this for us, because there's no way we can just crawl near there by ourselves.
It's too heavy and fall down and close the gap again. So I promised you guys some out of bounds, didn't I?
I'm glad you stayed at the crash site.
And BT, you played this game casually. You've done glitched runs, and you've done a pseudo
singular glitchless run.
A singular pseudo glitchless run without necessarily knowing the full routing for it. But you've never seen this category.
No, I haven't. I know one of the skips because we've talked about it. It's very infamous, but a lot of these smaller skips that aren't just giant airwalks through the map, I've not actually seen before now.
All right.
You're right.
So we just gotta scoot around this corner here. A little bit of a dialogue throwback to Rise, with the
You're right.
I'm okay.
going off the edge of a cliff like that with Jonah and going, "Oh, we're almost there." So Jonah makes the joke of heard that before, because that happens right at the beginning of Rise. But yeah, so we're supposed to do a water puzzle here to raise a bridge to get across. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
I hope that the bridge is down. Maybe we could lift it with those counterweights.
Maybe.
Try to position her. She gets stuck on the wall a little.
But this water is pretty.
You want to try it?
I think I'll stick to the bottles you found in the cargo from the plane.
I swear.
Well, I've never seen this skip before. I can't immediately tell how this collision is working. A lot of the stuff you're not supposed to jump on, like, kind of pushes you off. So landing on these particular spots, it might look like there's a big area on top of those like cement rock blocks, but
the actual
you can tell just from watching this, it's a lot more precise than it looks.
Yeah, it's probably about 4 inches smaller on either side. as to the area. Oh my god, come on. This
Tori
one
just
also
making it look
is
easy.
Yeah, this one also is a little tricky because you have to jump forward to get around the first little bit of rocks here, and then you need to immediately go full to the right with your input. If there's even the slightest bit of forward input still, she's not gonna make it around the corner. Oh,
Me too.
so we are officially out of bounds. Are you kidding? Come on, Lara. I don't know how she didn't hit the branch above that. She just kind of passed through it. If she hits the branch above it, we're good. But she kind of passed through it.
Hope that this structure is here because we're on our way to that village.
Me.
The bridge is
I just want everyone in chat to also recognize that he's doing this on controller, which is significantly harder to do like these air strafes on than like a mouse and key where you have a little bit more control over like immediately going right
Yeah.
and not having to move the whole joystick
There.
over.
So we're going to drop down here.
Ooh, under the map. Okay, this is new.
So we're kind of up above us to our right is where the puzzle was and Jonah is kind of like underneath him right now. You can he'll still have conversation with you while you're doing this.
Are we swimming into the sun? Holy.
Yeah, the lighting gets a little weird there, and I'm glad it didn't happen. When you come out of the swim there's a chance that the camera will pass through, I guess, a trigger for the lighting, and this entire climb will stay like extremely bright, and you can barely see what you're doing. You kind of just have to have a natural feel for the route, because you can just make out the slight edges of some of the rocks to know where you're going. Take this a little safe, just because I don't want to make the edge there. There's a spot I can completely just fall to her death. Or more so an infinite fall.
If you're safe now, you get to be risky later.
Exactly. All right, so here we're getting us a little bit of height. I'm being a little careful because she can get clipped into some of the rocks to her left here and end up back in bounds, which means we would have to redo the entire skip. And then we're doing a scramble jump here. So, there we go. To get a little bit of extra distance off that jump to get up here.
And you can also like throw your grapple or use the hooks themselves to get a little bit more distance.
Yeah.
On those kind of jumps.
It kind of,
Just like a brief frame of it pop out.
yeah, it kind of raises her feet up a little bit too, so she won't clip the edge as she gets to a surface stand. So here's another one of those spots, even more finicky than the other, where I'm trying to stand on the edge of the rock that's half loaded in there. It's a very small hitbox that she can stand on. So she sometimes does not want to necessarily behave with it to get up here. But here we are now in an arena that we would have been fighting the second of the Jaguars in. And we're going to have Invisible Jonah help us lift this log to just leave the section. So normally after you fight the second Jaguar in this arena, it starts a cutscene and goes to an entire flashback chapter where you play as a, I don't know, 9 or 12-year-old Lara, somewhere around there. Somewhere around that age range. Where she does a whole puzzle and has some flashbacks about her parents and whatnot. But we're just gonna leave. Here, there's supposed to be some enemies for some more stealth tutorial here. Fun fact, there's a big truck here. You can see her not moving forward there. Its collision is still loaded, but you can't see it.
Yeah, it's a big stealth section to get past a lot of the Trinity guards. You have to like hide under the truck and wait as it moves. It's really slow.
Yeah. And if you watch on the right as I come out of the cave here, Jonah's just gonna pop in. Hi, Jonah.
I see people down there.
So now we're in one of the first major hubs of the game. This game kind of has 3 hubs. There's a moderate-sized one, a large one, and then a small one toward the end of the game. So we got a little village here in Peru of Coacacu. This is where the pilot was trying to get us near before we crashed. So normally we're supposed to go straight up into a temple here. We're not going to do that. Which again would take us through some more combat sections of the game. But yeah, we're gonna just run off to the side. We're gonna...
So there's a lot of like villagers you can talk to, a lot of areas in this jungle you can go and explore for little secrets or XP, collectibles.
Yeah, there's a merchant, which we actually do visit in Glitchless for the suppressor for the pistol. It just helps with a few strats. So yeah, and now we're gonna jump off of this tree and get ourselves out of bounds again.
I love it when speedrunners take games that are clearly not meant to be open world and make them open world. This is like something you would see in like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, where it's just like, yeah, the most direct path is if you climb over this giant mountain and then you jump through woods.
So yeah, they're not big chapters, but we just essentially got to the end point of a second chapter that we just skipped. That was a bad jump.
Yeah, you're supposed to go do a bunch of stuff and then make your way back to the village, and you just like cut to the end of the chapter and you just are returning now.
Yeah, so the glitched run has a similar skip to skip all this stuff. Just they use I can't remember. Do you guys clip to get out up here, or?
Yeah, you get over the rock instead of going like around it and dropping in. It's very, very similar.
Different method, same idea for the skip though. You just get to the end of this area. We're back to the village. And now we're going to go to the temple because we are supposed to come back here now that Jonah and Abby are here and this wall's been opened up, and we're going to go into the trials to get to a hidden city.
And we get another great underwater claustrophobic swimming section. This game really loves putting lore in a tight hole.
Definitely. It's the #1 hidden loading screen that this game uses is these squeeze through tight spaces, whether it be a crack in a wall or a swimming section having a tight passage. There are a couple that use mud. We just kind of jumped over one of them. So here we go. It's gonna put Lara through this passage to load in the trials while getting rid of the previous zone. And she'll get some little panicky, my breath's running out warnings here, but again, we will not use any of the intended breathing holes. Gonna do a reload checkpoint as soon as we get out. Gives her back full breath, and this one in addition there's 2 eels in this room. And after you reload checkpoint, they're in the exact same spots every time, so it makes it extremely simple to just swim right past both of them without being forced into an encounter with them. Because if they see you, they're grabbing you. And then you gotta stab, go through a full QTE to stab them and get them off of her, etc.
And once again, no oxygen tank. You can just, a mermaid.
Yeah, insane breath capacity. Like, yeah, you got some forced breathing sections, but like even the amount she can pass between breaths there is wild.
This is a pretty simple little skip that you gotta do. Just run back, grapple hook up there, connects, and you just gotta climb right to the end.
Yeah, and there's a whole passage behind her that we were supposed to go around, throw the grapple to an overhang. But, yeah, we can just do that instead. Saves about 25 seconds.
I'm at the next trial. The Eagle.
So now we're at the Eagle trial,
I'm still tracking west.
which is one of my favorite parts of the run because, my DNA is all over it as a runner. As well as...
I was gonna say, I've not seen this, but I've heard so much about the Trial of the Eagle from you. I think when I was doing my glitchless attempt through, you're like, oh yeah, let's see if he can figure it out. And
Yeah.
I didn't.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes to get to the top. So yeah, there is actually another out of bounds that would be valid for no major glitches that we can do here, but it's not easy to pull off. And with the skips we have found in here, it actually only saves about 30 seconds to a minute, and that's only if you get that out of bounds on the first try. So, yeah. Myself and a fellow runner pretty much found all of the skips that are used through this trial. And these strats are valid for glitchless because they all are within the playable area of the map. Just throwing the grapple. So I've already skipped like 3 different sections that you're intended to go to. A little bit of auto scroll on this. Position Lara for this jump. As soon as that beam passes, we're good to go.
Got it.
And this is probably the biggest skip coming up for this area. Skips pretty much the entire top third of this climb. So we're supposed to go across and do a bunch more climbing, a bit more puzzle work. But that's kind of our end point up there. Just gonna wait for that beam to pass. Throw the grapple. As soon as we hit this checkpoint, we're going to reload, and it's going to teleport us up onto that wall.
That's a wild grapple.
And it also not only teleports us onto the wall, it also ensures that this ladder is going to be on perfect rotation to jump to immediately now.
And in classic Tomb Raider fashion, as soon as you solve a puzzle, you break it for anybody else.
Yeah.
Jonah,
So there you go. Yeah, casually,
I must be closing in
that section I've seen take people like almost an entire hour to clear. Most people,
I wasn't that long.
most people probably around 10 to 20 minutes. And even if you know the path through there, most people are still going to be like 10-ish minutes. You can just fly through it in 2.5, under 2.5.
Well, I know it's become like a more controversial thing in recent years of yellow paint everywhere. This game does use kind of like a white paint for stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes that just blends in like extremely well, and it's hard to actually see what you're supposed to interact with.
One thing this game does well, especially for the 2018 release, so a little bit ahead of the more custom difficulty sliders that games are starting to implement, this game does let you set puzzles,
He must be near.
combat, and I can't remember what the third thing is, but a few of the difficulty sliders independent of each other. So you actually can adjust how much of the white paint shows up.
That's real
which is
interesting
really nice.
because when you think about difficulty sliders in general, you think about like how much health an enemy has, or how many bullets do you get from a pickup, or how much damage you do. It's interesting when you add the difficulty. When you add difficulty for a puzzle specifically, because then it's like that means that they came up with multiple versions of that puzzle in that, in the sense, and it's like, at what point do they just make you not do the puzzle? That's my question,
Well, for this one, the puzzles themselves remain the same no matter how you adjust that slider. Just the amount of white paint to mark your path changes, and also the amount where there's a mechanic that, it is in 2013 as well. We never really interact with it much in any of the runs, but there is what's called Lara's survival instincts that you can hit, and it'll kind of give you waypoint markers, etc. The amount she talks to the player, or technically herself, I guess, through that changes. So this is a skip right there that is kind of exclusive to consoles / I guess marathon runs where you're RTA dependent. It's about, I think, like 20 seconds slower for loadless runs for PC, but it's like a 4-minute RTA time save. Because normally you're supposed to go up the stairs there. There is that kid, his name's Etzley, kind of stuck in a trap there. You're supposed to go up to the stairs, beat him. There's a little cutscene to start with there, which you can eventually skip after about 30 seconds. And then there's about another 3.5-minute unskippable scene where you get introduced to one of the main allies for this area. And get a whole bunch more exposition.
He's the leader of the cult of Kukulkan. That's what Unuratu's rebels are fighting.
So here's our first checkpoint reload to skip a radio conversation. As soon as we get up the stairs there, we get a checkpoint, and we're able to just end that conversation and get back our full movement speed. So yeah, now we meet back up with Etzley, who we totally met and didn't just run past. Although my personal version is like the canon for the console run makes a lot more sense, because if you looked at the trap that he was stuck in, it was literally just a rope around his ankle. The kid has a knife, and instead of cutting the rope, he's just like yanking his ankle away from the rope. It's like, just like untie it or cut it. Like, why are you trying to pull your ankle? The rest of him's free. So yeah, in this version, we just run past him and he frees himself. He's a lot more adept in the runs than, the actual casual experience. All right, I have showcased this game a few times in the past, like a year or two years ago, and that. If any of you have been around for those runs, you'll know that I'm extremely nervous right now, and I will explain more in a bit. So this is a skip right here. We're supposed to do a little bit more climbing. The skip itself isn't too hard, but it's got some side effects. So let's just traverse through this area and hope all goes well.
Okay, take it slow.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm not personally familiar with, so I'm nervous for you and excited to see what happens.
I'm sending the energy, and I think all of chat is also sending the energy. Post your most energized emojis in the chat right now.
Yeah, do it.
Rituals.
So this is a giant pit where they just throw bodies that they've done ritual sacrifices to. Okay, clean on that skip.
Oh, great.
So one of the reasons I'm nervous is I absolutely cannot die during this section.
Another fun little squeeze through a tight space, you know, as you do.
Of course. We've got a single enemy here, which you can technically fire a distraction shot and just run past them, but it's only like 2 seconds slower to actually just take him out. And again, because I absolutely cannot die during this section,
I'm on track.
a lot safer, because if he doesn't get fully distracted or turns around after getting distracted while you're opening the wall here, yeah, you could run into some troubles.
I found another serpent with a silver eye. I must be getting close. You?
Talking tattoos with Uchu.
Tattoos?
Yeah.
Using a little bit of an audio cue there as when to drop.
That might have something to do with the silver box.
I don't think so. Is this some kind of bloodletting chamber?
Now we get a little bit of a puzzle here involving some channels for some oil. Thankfully, this puzzle's always in the same starting position, so it's actually pretty simple. You just turn that counterclockwise once, attach these two together, and then we turn it 2 positions in either direction, because it's got 4 positions, so 2 in either direction is going to get us into the spot we need. Go and hopefully see the checkpoint marker come up. That means I should be okay. And oil's filling the basin. Okay, we're good. So, the reasons I was nervous is that skip we did at the beginning skipped a loading trigger for this area. So there was one other puzzle we're supposed to burn like this on our way that just wasn't loaded in. So we were able to just walk right past it. As well as, like I said, if we die, it's an issue because none of the checkpoints for that entire area work from doing that skip. So any deaths would have put us back right at the very first tunnel we squeezed through at the start of the section. And then the last reason...
Little chase segment here.
The last reason I was nervous was the puzzle at the end there can soft lock just randomly. So the oil that filled up to burn there just won't fill. No oil will come out. And you're not able to burn it, and you have to reset the entire area. All right, so we were looking to take a break. I have to pause to do a reload checkpoint right here, so as soon as I skip this cutscene, this is probably a good spot for our break.
Fantastic. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to jump right back into the Shadow of the Tomb Raider run. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Tomb Raider weekend. Let's get right back into the Shadow of the Tomb Raider run. Satori, are you ready to rock and roll?
Let's go. All right. So,
all right.
Starting back up in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're just going to reload the checkpoint there, as I had said prior to the break. That's going to skip another radio conversation where we would be stuck into a slow walk animation as soon as we came out of the opening there. We normally would radio Jonah there.
For those who have not joined, that missed the beginning, what are we doing right now, Satori?
Right now we are running through Paititi. So Lara's set an apocalypse in motion, and she's chasing down clues about this dagger and silver box and that. She's encountered She thought she was coming into ruins, but she's encountered a lively village that's just been kind of isolated from the rest of the world. Just, peacefully living their lives for the most part. With the exception of one of the members of this town, who's our main antagonist, actually had left and been partially raised by Trinity, which is kind of a ancient sect cult that's been around chasing objects of power and stuff like that for centuries. Which you get a lot of that backstory about Trinity in Rise, which unfortunately we didn't have in this marathon. But so he's come back to the town and he's kind of trying to chase the same artifacts to reshape the world in his own vision. And we're trying to, one, stop the apocalypse we set in motion, and two, get to it before him, because his idea of how the world should work is not necessarily the best.
Yeah, there's also just like a big power struggle within the Paititi village itself, and you're helping out like the true queen.
Yeah, the true queen was married to the brother of our antagonist. Who unfortunately has passed away.
There's a gate I need to open.
So another big stealth section coming up that we're just going to try to get through as quickly as possible by just kind of going right to the big door, trying not.
Yeah, she landed on the ground there, which alerts that guy slightly. But we should be good now.
Not even like taking out the guards, just distracting them long enough to be able to just climb over the gate.
Yeah. There's a lot of areas in all of the games where you can leave the area so long as the enemies are not aware of your presence.
Unaratu was captured.
They can be slightly aware, like they can be like, oh, something's going on. But if they actually know where you are and that you are currently in the area, then when I tried to climb there, Lara would just auto let go of the ledge. So another small little platforming skip here. We're supposed to rappel down this wall, but we're just gonna jump and throw the grapple right to this wall. There's an overhang that the game kind of teases you with, that you should rappel down to the water to be safe, but if there's water below her, she can just jump in it. So everything we've done since we got to the town of Paititi has been all to get to this area. So the final, if you compare against a glitched run of this game, the final arena is on a very elevated platform, and the way they get to it in the glitched runs is with an airwalk. And of course, in this category, we can't do that. And no one has been able to find a way up to that arena using just jumps and that. So we need to come all through this middle section of the game just to get the overhang climbing gear, which we had at the beginning of the game, but we don't have it anymore. So in this next little map, there's a fallen climber that has the gear we need. And so we come through this entire middle area just to do that. Normally, when you first enter Paititi, like the glitched run does, you can go straight into the temple to do a skip to leave the area and progress the story from there. Which we would also be able to do in this category if it wasn't for the need to successfully do an overhang climb to get to the final boss. So another long swimming section. This one, she's just able to do in an insane one breath. We don't even have to do a reload checkpoint to get any breath back. Like, you just can make that swim somehow. All right, again, we've got some small little platforming skips here. We can just jump straight to this wall instead of climbing off to the right there and doing a jump to it. There is a skip I did find that would actually skip needing to squeeze through this wall here, but it is insanely hard to pull off, and it only saves 15 seconds. So yeah, you kind of need to get it in one try for it to even be worth it. But we've got another one here, and this one saves about 30 seconds of wall behind us because there's a whole like slow shimmy on a narrow ledge and few grapples, rappel down, a wall run, and we're able to just jump straight to this wall. And now we get another piece of gear, not the climbing gear just yet, but we get a shotgun and get introduced to shotgun barriers.
Laura just has the habit of stumbling right into the things that she needs most.
Yeah.
Excellent climbing gear that'll hold her weight for the entirety of the game. Shotguns, poison arrows, just, everything.
Mm-hmm. Just conveniently, right before she first needs it. So casually, I love this area of the game. The atmosphere is really well done, especially there is an optional tomb off to the side of the area we just passed. If you don't go there and just progress the story and just immerse yourself into this setup for this, I just really enjoy it. It's really well done. The music kind of cuts out there and just gives you ambient sound. And so we get a nice little arena fight here. One of my favorite fights. It's just got nice flow to it. Gonna wait for a second guy to spawn, shoot that barrel. Hit this guy on the way down. Got a slight little pause here. Grab some ammo.
They keep coming.
Whoop. What's that shot? Oh, you got past me.
Yeah, when doing combat like this, you really want to kill them as they spawn, because once they get into the arena, they can kind of just do whatever they want, run around.
Yeah, exactly.
Hide. So the sooner you can take them out, the better. Just keeps it consistent.
Yeah, and like I said, it's got really nice flow. So once you do know the spawn points in the order, like they're consistent every run. So as long as you're on top of your movement and looking where you need to, it's got a nice rhythm to that fight. So another small little puzzle here. We got to clear some debris so that this giant wheel can turn. Which is going to open up a passage for us. We don't really need to turn it all the way. We just need to get it right about there. And as long as our movement's clean, we'll always catch that other wheel that is turning on the other side on perfect rotation to just go straight through. This enemy we can just ignore. He might throw something at me here, but it'll only do a small amount of damage on her. We'll jump around collision to avoid that. And I've got a nice little skip here. Just takes a moment to make sure the setup is okay. No! Oh, she hit the checkpoint, didn't she? She hit the checkpoint, didn't she? Yeah, she did. All right, that would have saved about 20 seconds. It saves having to do this entire swim around and also avoids 3 enemy spawns. Mm-hmm.
It's a bummer, but you know what? Now we get to see these 3 enemies.
And apparently I missed that. Yeah, the checkpoint, it happens pretty much right when she hits the water there. I did not ask you to do that. You were just doing a reload. Also, I'm jumping ahead of myself. I'm so not used to having to go around like that. I've done that a couple times on ones that I've missed the skip on, where I just get ahead of myself. Gotta go up here first. All right.
Yeah, none of these kind of puzzles you have to do have like too many things to interact with, but if you interact with them out of order, then it kind of just takes a good chunk of time to get it back to where you need it to be. So
Yeah.
doing it all in the right order is really nice when you're just trying to run through it as fast as possible.
Yeah. Which is...
Well, we have like enemies on screen, and we just went through that fight. It's we mentioned it a little bit in Tomb Raider 2013, like the difficulty. Whereas those games we have to play on normal for reasons we talked about there. Shadow, you actually just can choose any difficulty you want.
Which I still go with normal because of the whole thing I had mentioned yesterday about I didn't make rotation. The forced lock-on aiming for easy difficulty. So
if you're playing on PC, you can choose easy, but we're on console here. Gonna rock the normal. It's a little bit more dangerous, but not too bad overall. Still takes quite a bit to kill her.
So this side is a bit more imperative that we interact with things in a certain order, in rhythm, because what I need to do is set this puzzle up so that I can turn the crank immediately after killing a couple enemies coming out of the water before the next wave of enemies spawns and reaches Lara. So I've already got the rope attached to the last piece I need to turn. And I'll only need to clear 3 enemies here instead of the half a dozen or so more that can spawn here. I'll just go straight to the crank and get that in position before they reach her. Which brings us to, like, my favorite cutscene of the game. Mostly because I just love this character model. So yeah, this is another one of her unskippable scenes. We get a bit better look at the enemies that we've been dealing with. But they don't actually come in after Lara here. This is kind of a sacred ground to them. And Lara's gonna give us some exposition, read the murals on this wall here. And it talks more about the relics she's been looking for. So the dagger that we got at the beginning of the game is supposed to go into a silver box, which will stop the apocalypse from happening and give rebirth to the sun at the eclipse to reshape the world.
Goddesses of protection.
And she learns that these enemies she's been fighting are the Yashil, and they're meant to protect all of this stuff.
Was forged in paradise and brought to earth.
It's kind of a common trend in these like adventure games. Like Indiana Jones has this too. It's like you're going after an artifact, and then a lot of the people you face end up being like the protectors of the things, and it's like, okay, they're pretty justified.
Yeah.
But we're just gonna kill them anyways. Feel bad about it sometime later.
Viciously. Here they keep the box until the sun's renewal.
So yeah, the box is supposed to be here, but as I had mentioned at the beginning of the game, we kind of saw an indication that someone else has already been on this path. And it wasn't Trinity. Like, it looked like it was a long time ago. So there was an explorer that had been through here already and already removed the box and taken it to a new location. So the box is supposed to be here. Once Lara clears this, it senses finally that the box is missing. I guess somehow he got it out of here without making this happen, but everything collapses, and they're not too happy with Lara about it.
Probably a sandbag, you know? That's usually the route, sandbag.
Isn't she a cool character model?
She does look like a character out of Mortal Kombat.
So yeah, now everything's crumbling, and they're just going to chase Lara down. So we need to get out of here.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun chase sequence.
There's
one of the more memorable ones in the trilogy.
One of my Angie emotes. Yeah, that's how much I love that character model. I had her made into an emote. So this section's pretty straightforward. There are a few that spawn off to the side. I don't want to get too close to any of them. One, they can attack you, but two, there's a weird little buggy thing that can happen with the end here if you happen to have got too close to one of the enemies during the run. So as soon as you make this jump, you'll look like you're clear, but then it'll take you into a death scene. I don't know exactly why it ends up happening, but I have put together, like, if you get too close to one of the enemies during the run, it does occur. So it still makes zero sense that it does happen, but the checkpoint's not too bad for it, though. You just have to do the final run up to that last ramp and do the jump again. But of course, it is like 15, 20-ish seconds between the death animation and the reload of that checkpoint.
Finally, I made it.
All right. So we came all through this middle section of the game to get to this spot. So as you can see there, to the right here, there is an overhang above Lara, and if I tried to climb it right now, she just wouldn't be able to climb it. So we're going to squeeze through here, and here's our fallen climber with the gear that we need. So Lara just loots the gear off of his corpse, and I have no idea why that grapple let go. There we go. You're supposed to go onto the wall again, but we can just throw the grapple straight onto the overhang and avoid some of her slow climbing animation, because overhangs in particular, there's no way to traverse these any faster. You have to do the climbing animation, so the less we have to climb on overhangs, the better. Which is going to be the case on this area as well. There's 3 sections of overhang that you're normally supposed to climb on, jump from section to section, but instead we're just going to attach the rope, do a couple swings, and just get across like this instead. Again, there's a whole climbing section right above Lara here, but we can do another unintended throw of the grapple here. And just skip 40 seconds worth of climbing to get to the end spot.
It's pretty incredible how much the grapple can just break all of these climbing sections. Intended mechanic, just used very unintended.
Yeah. Gonna grab another one of our beetles there. So here's another swimming area that has some enemies. There's a school of piranha in this room, but they're always in the same starting position, so they will kind of see Lara, but we're just going to swim past them and not be much of a worry for us. And another one of those sections where she can just magically do this in a single breath. All right, so now we're actually going to see one of the forced outfit changes. When we're in Paititi, we're normally supposed to be wearing this outfit, but because of the skip I did to avoid the cutscene when we first get to the town, I was still in her default starting outfit instead, because the cutscene was normally would force her into this. But whenever you re-enter the town, there's a little loading cinematic where she puts away her weapons other than the bow and changes outfit if you're not in the correct outfit. So normally we're supposed to go to a cave and talk with one of Unuratu's men. Oh, jumped a little too far there. Talk with one of Unuratu's men and Jonah. He gives us a disguise to get into the temple here. Unuratu's been taken prisoner from freeing Etzli. So normally we have to be in a green priest attire to get into the temple. Okay, come on. Get a footing. But yeah, we're able to get into the temple just by jumping off of some rocks on the side of it. Right. Oh. And at the
We kind of alluded to glitched runs getting over here super early just because of the skywalk or the airwalk. So like that's the spot you would get to when you first get to Paititi. But yeah, we had to go do that entire middle section of the game to get the overhang so we can get up to it in that way and get into the village where we have the most infamous skip in this game. And the fact you do it in this run on controller is wild to me. We're going to see how it goes.
yeah.
Sacrifice skip.
So yeah, this is a skip that anyone who runs either the no major glitches or glitch category, even if you're on PC, you dread doing this. It's a cool skip. It skips a pretty large chunk of the game, but yeah, it's got several difficult parts to it, as well as multiple points that it can outright fail on.
Yeah, past the first couple obstacles, but every part of this is tricky. Whoa, okay. Getting this first try?
Again, who needs walkways?
Getting this first try would be remarkable. And if it happens, I want everyone in Twitch chat to subscribe, both to the GDQ channel and Satori.
I'm gonna play this.
This is a trick that when you're learning it can take several hours.
Yeah.
And even in runs, it's like the biggest reset point.
Please face the correct direction. Thank you.
One thing that makes this extremely difficult is the fact that you cannot use your weapons to aim down sight here because of being in the city. But as long as we get to this checkpoint, it is hard to see here. Good to pop up, reload checkpoint, first try.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
I can't describe how difficult of a trick that is, and I run like 80 plus games. That is one of the hardest out there.
Get some hype for the chat.
First try.
Wow.
Yeah, the first part getting on the roof there in particular is insanely difficult. You need a number of things to happen just perfect just perfect for her to make it up onto that roof. But as you saw, there was a few other tricky jumps there. So after I got on the roof, there was the jump to a beam that I did. The red tarp there has no collision. So like I was jumping from one spot onto like a tiny little beam. And when I land on that beam, I need to turn her body 90 degrees and get another jump input off of it immediately before she slips off of it to get onto the second roof. And then there's that large gap over an abyss there right near the end that you need a scramble jump and a grapple throw for her to actually be able to clear that jump. If you just went for a standard jump, she would not make it.
Yeah, that was insane.
She was.
If this wasn't on the GQ channel, I would definitely throw some other words out there, but that was insane.
The eclipse draws near. If we cannot restore the sun,
I'll find the box. I won't let the cult of Cuckoo Khan get to it first.
So yeah, we get another unskippable scene here. So the section that we walked into, kind of the white there to hit a checkpoint there, is actually the area we're supposed to be coming out of casually. Unfortunately, we get ambushed by Trinity in there grabbing another clue, and Unuratu unfortunately gets shot and passes away. So now we're talking to Etzli, informing him that his mother has passed and he's now the leader, the true leader of Paititi. As we had mentioned, there's kind of two factions at battle for control of the town.
Head back to Kwakyaku, regroup and take it from there.
So they're going to stay in town, get ready for what's to come, whereas we're going to leave and continue to try to track down the silver box for the ritual and to put a stop to the apocalypse. And this is where Lara starts to have the gravity of everything that she's done over the last 3 games, and in particular this game, start to actually like weigh down on her mentally and emotionally. You can see she's
not physically.
Yeah.
That part she's fine with, but
yeah. Can she see she's kind of struggling with like just how difficult all this is, how much all the pain and suffering that has occurred through all of these adventures has caused others. But we get ambushed by Trinity. Again, don't get into a vehicle of any sort with Lara.
No. This is I've learned this. We don't go for drives or rides with Laura.
And seeing a helicopter come to attack you just gives PTSD to the end of Ride.
Yeah.
the boss fight.
Yeah, one of the reasons why a lot of people don't necessarily like to run Rise is right at the very end of the game, you can lose multiple minutes because that boss fight's not the best designed.
Another big stealth section where we just completely go on the left here to make sure these guys don't see us as we climb up. Yeah, so this area is definitely an example of forced stealth done really well in a game. It's actually incredibly fun and like a great player empowerment section to pass through casually. But of course, this is a speedrun and we can just, run past everyone. Yeah, there's actually a lot of mechanics to the stealth at this point in the game. Like you can cover yourself in mud. You can like
craft smoke bombs.
Yeah, there's so much you can do, but obviously we're just not going to see or do any of those. We're just going to use this grapple to skip more climbing.
All right.
What's going on, Commander? We got hit by a force shock. Captain, all clear, sir.
Sorry, I need to focus for a second there. So that just seemed like a regular climb there for the most part. That was actually some insanely precise movement and inputs to get up onto the overhang before that one guy on the radio said, "All clear, sir." Because by doing that, there's normally a slow walk radio conversation right now. And it just doesn't occur if we get up onto the overhang fast enough. So this guy's facing the exit, so we do need to take him out, but then we just leave. Any Looney Tunes fans? Remember the sheepdog, Ralph and Sam, that are always clocking into work and fighting each other all day? Well, two enemies there have similar dialogue as a little bit of an Easter egg. Evening Ralph, evening Sam.
Yeah, you can see how many enemies he's running past. He's doing this, and any one of them catching you just sets all of them off.
But none of them see. None of them.
Yeah, and that explosion right at the end there counts as stealth.
Are you okay? Was that the earthquake?
Well, there's just stealth explosions all over the place, you know? In Laura's world, anything's...
Good roll, Laura. Alright, so here we got a new mechanic of fear arrows, but we never actually interact with them in this category.
Tau team, Croft is on a vector toward your position. I say again, Croft is coming to you.
So again, we're out of bounds. That's probably the most ridiculously easy one in the entire run. You just kind of scramble at the wall and jump, and you can get straight out of bounds. Oh, where am I?
Yeah, this part's incredibly
jumped
hard
in
to
bounds.
see. Like you have to rely on just... there's a couple different ways to actually get through this, but if you go too far left, you fall off the map, and if you go too far right, you just clip back in, so...
Yeah.
Croft is coming to you.
Yeah, you've got a narrow path you can actually get through here, and this particular spot of it is, yeah, you pretty much nothing but vegetation in your face, so you're kind of just doing this off of experience and feel more than anything.
Yeah, you gotta jump over some rocks, but of course all the rocks look exactly the same, so you just gotta...
Every now and then, you know, I might need to look around. I keep getting off of my normal path lately, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just kind of the safer of the two ways out of bounds. The other one relies on doing this like blind jump
Yeah.
with like scramble, grapple hook across.
And when he's...
Now we're just completely out of bounds here.
Yeah, when he's...
Might not look it, but...
When he says blind jump, like, it's quite literally Lara completely de-renders.
Yeah, it's... You can't see your player model, and you just have to assume
Where she
you're
is.
in the right spot when you do it.
Yeah, it doesn't really get more blind than that. That's pretty
Yeah,
blind.
you have to assume where she is, and you have to jump over a large abyss where you need to do a scramble jump as well, because it's another one of those jumps where it's a little too far for her standard jump to actually make it. So you need to do a scramble jump at a very precise spot when you can't see the character model. Okay, so we're going to just jump up onto this rock here. There's 3 sets of barrels that you normally have to shoot to knock down a helicopter in this fight. But we're going to shoot 2 of the 3 preemptively and then hit the trigger to actually start the fight. And now we're just going to miss my shots. We're just going to kill enough guys to trigger the helicopter. So our final barrel is right behind a little bit of wall there. That's going to break away shortly. And as soon as I shoot that, it's going to register as the helicopter being hit 3 times. And watch the middle. Hi, Jonah. Jonah just kind of, I don't know why they... He walks into this cutscene, as you'll see, because this is another one of our unskippable ones. He walks into this cutscene from just outside the arena, but for whatever reason, the devs chose to load him in for this cutscene in the dead center of the arena. Like, that happens without fail. That's not a result of the speedrun or anything like that. Casual players, of course, are focused on the fight, so they're probably not going to notice that since it only happens for a couple frames right before it transitions to the cutscene. But Yeah, Jonah just kind of loads in right at the end of the fight there briefly. But yeah, he walks in from outside. I don't know why they didn't load him in over there, but... So yeah, here, as I was mentioning at the start of this area, the gravity of everything that's happened is really starting to set in on her. She gets through this area. We kind of skip through the conversations, but Rourke, the military leader for Dominguez, tries to mess with Lara's mind and tell her that he's killed Jonah. Like really mess with her mind and emotions there. So she's going through this section already a little distraught, thinking that she just lost her best friend.
Where to next?
There's a really badass scene that is in this area there. You may have seen a gif of it, of her coming out of water that's on fire and everything. She goes on a rampage because, again, she thinks Jonah's dead and she's got enemies in front of her, so she just goes at it hard, but when she gets to the end of this fight, there's no more threat in front of her, so when she's left to her own thoughts, she just kind of breaks down. But then Jonah comes in and kind of is that good friend for her and just kind of like brings her back, gets her grounded again.
17th century missionary Andrea Lopez, a Jesuit. The serpent in the chalice is a symbol.
And I see in chat a question about patch. This category is done on current patch.
Like a Church of San Juan? That's a pretty common name. Could be dozens.
Yeah, the only reason you down patch is for the full glitched category.
Yeah, the full glitch category requires it for the airwalks and possibly the wall clips. I can't recall if those...
I believe it's just the airwalks.
Yeah, I can't recall if those are still achievable on current. But yeah, the airwalks definitely got patched out.
What would I do without?
Yeah, those are the biggest parts of the category, so...
Yeah. All right, so we put together the last little bit of Lopez, the explorer from like 200 years, whatever it was ago, where he may have taken the box. Jonah kind of helps Lara recollect herself, and she kind of figures out like where he might have taken the box. So now we're going to our third hub area of San Juan. So normally we get here and we go into a library and church and have a whole puzzle, some underwater stuff. We find the box. There's this whole crypt that you normally have to go through. But again, this is no major glitches and we're allowed to go out of bounds. So we're not going to do any of that. This is our last of the major out-of-bounds steps. So
yeah, after this, we kind of leave the hub stuff behind and go into a more linear style. So it's just like deal with some enemies, some chase sequences, and then the final stretch of the game.
So we get ourselves out of bounds and kind of have to double back above where we just were to get towards the fields that normally have a bunch of combat and whatnot. After we clear the church and the puzzles there. Scoot Lara close to the edge here and angle the camera so this loads in faster, because there is no collision until it actually is visually loaded in. Gonna risk this jump too early. I've never jumped through that before it loads or anything, but I'm not about to risk that on a marathon. Okay, need to be a little careful here because she can fall on that drop if we don't roll out of the drop. But yeah, the area we just went through normally has a bunch of enemies, but they don't load in. Here they do though. So we got a small little fight here. The lighting is a little bit bugged because of the skip. So you'll notice it looks a little kind of washed out right now, and it's about to get a lot worse at the end of this. They didn't even try to jump down.
So we never really touched on the crafting at all, but you can make explosives that you can throw like that. And
no, that wasn't the last guy.
Kills all of them. Yeah, there's one guy that loves to just hide out here. Typically, he'll eventually try to jump down, but if you roll underneath him, he just kind of hides.
No, that last guy spawns in late. Just sometimes it's hard to tell because one of the guys from the first wave can be in the exact same spot he spawns. So it can be a little misleading whether it was actually the last guy or not.
If we go back to the beginning of the game where we talked about cataclysmic events and the apocalypse approaching, this is another swift reminder that things are still not going well for anyone around Lara Croft.
But it's okay. She'll figure it out. That's how games work.
Yeah, she'll save the world and then not come back to help out.
What the hell were you thinking?
And now we have to wait until 2027 for the next part. Assuming they continue this story.
I mean, it's supposed to be a unified timeline now. The Netflix series kind of does some work to unify the timelines of these games with the older titles. And the trailer that we got for Catalyst mentions both Atlantis and the Dragon's Triangle, which is where she goes in the 2013 game. So it definitely confirms the unified timeline intent.
We have love and chat for the pan moment.
Pan.
Great thing.
So we didn't get it there. There was a white car that actually has like really weird physics and can, instead of falling into the pit, launch straight in the air and knock Lara off the rope. So fortunately that did not happen. There is a way to potentially save it if it does happen, but you know, you'd rather not have to. So I'll do a couple jumps here just to get her down these slopes a little faster than her sliding animation.
And well, it's not like a terribly difficult section, just like one little misplaced jump can send you flying into your death.
Yeah, and the checkpoints...
Really careful.
And the checkpoints in this section are not very good. So if you die, you tend to have to redo. I think it's only 2 checkpoints for the entire thing. There's a checkpoint at the start and a checkpoint in the middle, and that's it.
Yep. Like right after the light where you jump off.
Yeah. So one of the things I do with grapple throws I never really did touch on, but you can't really tell there because the camera's kind of locked. You can't move the camera around too much. But anytime I throw a grapple, I force the camera in the direction of where I want the grapple to attach. So any of those throws on the swings that I did in that section, I'm actually pushing up on the camera just to ensure that those grapple throws are going to connect with their intended target. And here's probably the most frustrating bit of the unskippable cutscenes, because we're almost at the final ascent, the final gauntlets for the game.
I'm sorry I lost the box.
Right near the end. We've almost got through the entire run, but then we've got a 2-minute cutscene with jumping to the side and talking to an NPC
Trinity.
for 2 seconds
All the way back as
to
far
trigger
as I can
another
remember, it's
2-minute
been
cutscene. So it's almost 4 minutes. Just unskippable. We just get to do a brief little bit of inputs in the middle of it.
We will get the box.
We do get rewarded by sitting through all this with the best underwater section of the game. Just I love the way the next underwater part looks.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So one of the cataclysmic events that was alluded to on the mural near the start there was a volcano and that. So we're going through an underwater section that has open faults and that, and you got lava pouring out into the sides of the water. So you got this nice juxtaposition of like the deep blue hues from the water and then this bright reds and oranges from all the lava.
We'll get it back before he completes the ritual.
You know, kind of like my camera setup.
A little bit, yeah. They put you underwater, see if you can hold your breath.
Oh, I definitely. I'm not there. I'm a sprinter. My lung capacity is not the greatest. I can't do anything long cardiovascular like that. So yeah, we jump to the side, talk to Edsley, and another cutscene.
We have options. Buchu?
That's basically just to confirm, like, this is the point of no return. Like, if you want to do anything in this last hub section, go do it now.
Yeah, we're in.
Otherwise, you're locked into the final segment of the game.
Before we went into the temple, I mentioned a cave we were supposed to go into to talk to them. That is this cave. So we're actually right in Paititi right now. So the game gives you that point of no return notice and gives you the option to go exploring again since you are in the biggest hub of the game currently.
The other way and act as a sniper.
Yeah, and this game does optional tombs really well. Like, all of the DLC tombs it does are just incredible. Like, just playing through those on their own is a worthwhile time.
Yeah, and if anyone was looking to run this and, you know, you're looking at it and you're like, well, glitchless is a little long for me. No major glitches might be a little long for me. Glitched might be a little long for you, / you don't necessarily want to learn all of the tech that's required to execute it. The tombs each have their own individual leaderboards on the on speedrun.com. So, you know, each of the tomb runs are like 3 minutes, 5 minutes long. Nice little short little runs. Some of them have some fun skips in them. Some of them are a little bit more straightforward to learn. But there's 16, I think it's 16 tombs total.
That's quite a few.
In the game. It's a few base game ones and then a handful of DLC ones that they added. There is no category for it, but RTA, it takes about an hour and a half to do all of the tombs in one sitting. So even that's not too bad. And that's actually with old strats. I haven't learned some of the new strats that a couple of the other runners have found for some of the tombs. But yeah, here's our nice little swim section here. So this one's going to be another one of those ones where it's a really long swim. You're normally supposed to use some breath holes to get oxygen back. The first one you can just entirely skip. And on this one, the checkpoint's actually a little bit before we reach it. So we'll reload checkpoint, it'll give us full breath, and it'll also teleport us a little bit forward. Oop, that was a little high there. And now we come out into the final area. So, as all three of this trilogy ends with. We've got a big gauntlet and an epic climb to get up to the final arena.
Yeah, so Dominguez basically has, the dagger in the box, and he's right on the cusp of shaping the world in the way that he so chooses, which, as we've discussed, is not a great one. And we need to get up there before the eclipse can set in, and that all happens.
Yep. So we've got a little bit of a climb here where we run into our awesome shack shell, or the Crimson Fire. Okay.
Just a little bit of Lara Croft in the Temple of Doom.
A little bit. With more helicopters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's more helicopters in this one. And I don't think anybody has ripped a heart out of someone yet.
Yeah, no. Not yet. Okay, doesn't happen. Spoilers.
There's a very interesting thing, fun fact about that specific movie that I bet a lot of people know, but some people might not know. But that is the Temple of Doom is a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark. I don't know if you two knew that.
I honestly have not seen any of them, so I did not.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a fact I actually knew, because I run Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and I did a little research before showing it off at GDQ. So.
Yeah, that game takes place.
I stumbled across
after Raiders, but before Last Crusade, right?
Yeah, just in the middle of the series.
I had a great time with that game, and then I got to Egypt, and my computer could no longer run it.
So here you can see the Yashil are no longer attacking us. We ran into their leader, and even without being able to speak properly to each other, was able to indicate to her that, we're doing the right thing, we're on the same side. So now they're fighting on the same side as us against Dominguez and Trinity. And I love that. That plays there every time.
It's a good sub alert if anybody wants to use it.
If only all my stuff wasn't Borderlands themed. Okay, another little fun, harmless way we break the game here. If we hold forward, skipping this cutscene coming up here, Shackshell, Crimson Fire, the big red lady, is supposed to run off to the side to get to a new spot, but it's going to kind of break her, so she's just going to stand still and then on the left just pop and teleport forward.
Jonah, we did it. We've cleared the way to the temple.
Maybe there's two of them.
Could be. Could be.
Inside the temple. We're so close. So we got a small little combat section here. First little bit we can skip. Here is forced, so we're gonna take out a couple enemies. We only need to clear a certain amount to trigger the end scene, though, so as long as the guy dropped in there and died. Oh, he might have dropped in late. I might need to kill an extra. Also, where are you going, sir? Yeah, it's not triggering. Oh, no, it is. Okay. All right. So we get to the top here. I'm going to jump weirdly to the side. That's going to skip the trigger for another radio conversation, so I can interact with this fire immediately instead of waiting for the conversation to end. We're going to buy my last two skills. One is only to get to the last skill I bought there.
because some skills are locked behind others. So I wanted Viper's Lure here. I'm going to craft 2 of those. That's what I was collecting all the beetles throughout the run for, was to craft that particular type of arrow. And it's going to do 2 things for me. The first enemy, when we get up top, I'm going to be able to one-shot with one of those arrows. Whereas if I tried to shoot them normally, it would take potentially a few shots. Plus, if I used one of the guns, it would alert all the enemies to my exact location. And then to trigger the actual boss fight itself, there are 3 pillars we need to break in the arena up ahead. And all 3 of them are a single checkpoint, so there's always a chance of getting spammed to death by all of the enemies in the arena while trying to break those. The 3rd one being the most risky of them, so I used one of those arrows. If you don't shoot an enemy directly with it, they kind of work as a proximity mine gas trap, so I'll shoot one into the ground right before I get to the final pillar where she's most likely to get flanked from, just as a little bit of safety insurance that if someone does try to flank her, they're going to die to that gas rather than stagger her off the pillar or potentially shoot her down. And Lara loves to not cooperate on this overhang. You'll see she's trying to go into a jump animation even though there's nowhere forward to jump to there. Alright, and we are in the final arena.
And luckily, as far as boss fights go, this is not one of the hardest to have at the end of a run. You're not terribly sweating it as long as you get into it and get the initial checkpoints.
Yeah. The biggest concern are there are a lot of ads in the fight, which I will do some specific pathing to try and crowd control them so that they're not spamming her. This guy sometimes doesn't walk forward, so we'll just need to get rid of him for safety.
Gosh, we really hate ads. I mean, I think the best way to go about them is to actually, consider subscribing to the GDQ channel. It's really the best way that you can support us, and you can go ad-free viewing whenever you want. If you have Amazon Prime, you actually get a free subscription that you can use right now. Thank you for the segue.
I do what I can. So yeah, the final fight against Dominguez here is 2 checkpoints. So we need to stab him a total of 5 times. 5. The first 3 are all on a single checkpoint. So he does a melee attack here that has a wicked amount of range. It spreads fire all over the ground and that. Massive AoE. It staggers and damages Lara. Also, he ended up not exactly where I wanted him at for the stab, but that's okay. I'm still going to go to my regular pathing.
Yeah, essentially you just need to shoot him enough to where he goes into that bubble phase and then you can stab him.
Yes.
But if he gets in close range, you just melee him to kind of stagger him backwards, and then you can shoot him from there.
Yeah.
You got to look out for the additional enemies that are shooting you because they can kill you if they're not being stormtroopers, which happens quite often. So one more stab.
Yeah, one more stab will give him the first checkpoint. Nicely went past that barrel for me, which means I can get him fast on this phase. And again, for a little bit of safety crowd control, after this, like I said, there is a checkpoint. So as soon as I see my autosave pop, there it is. Oop, not enter photo mode. We'll reload the checkpoint, and that's going to nicely place him in an exact position. Unfortunately, I don't have any barrels. There's sometimes a barrel right beside him.
Stab number 4, and now we just need one more, and that will be time.
So I'm gonna back off again because you can see there's 2 guys right behind him. So I'm gonna try to draw him up away from them a little bit, but he's not gonna follow me, unfortunately. But it does allow me to spam him from away without having to worry about his melee attack for a bit. And apparently my shotgun's not reloaded. There we go. And time.
GG! Absolutely incredible. Satori, thank you so much for showcasing this run. It was fantastic to have both the first and the third of the reboot trilogy showcased in this run. So I really appreciate you being a part of this and showcasing it.
Thanks for having me.
Satori, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you, what you're doing on your channel, and where they can find you?
For sure. You can find me anywhere as Satori Earth. I stream on Twitch, of course. I run this entire trilogy, mainly Shadow and 2013. Lately, I have been working on improving my PB for this category. And we're also knocking off a couple of the smaller and indie titles off of my backlog on the side of that as well. Coming April, we'll be doing a little bit of a marathon on one of the days and looking forward to some of the releases that I'm excited about later this year, such as Legacy of Atlantis for this series and Control Resonant. But yeah, I speedrun a whole variety of things if you're really curious. Of course, check out my Twitch, check out my speedrun.com profile. It's a little bit getting to nowhere near to the degree of Blood Thunder, but getting to a sizable enough list that I can't really list everything that I run that efficiently. So yeah,
I've never pulled off sacrifice skip first try, so you've got that over me.
I'd say that's probably about only the third time that I've got it purely first try.
Folks, please go give Satori a follow. You can hover over the title of the stream and give him a follow. Definitely go check out his Twitch channel. Blood Thunder, thanks so much for doing commentary. You did fantastic. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give out?
Thank you. Go follow Satori. He's an amazing runner. Like I said, pulled off sacrifice skip first try, which is still mind blowing to me watching that. Great runner. Does Stray from time to time as well. Another fun, comfy game.
Goodbye,
a little bit more relaxed. Shout outs to Lara Croft and Tomb Raider for having great runs. Maybe when all the other games come out, we can do this again with Rise. Are you on the schedule?
I would love Rise. Yeah, that'd be great. Seriously, both, thank you for being here and doing this. This was incredible. Folks, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, we're jumping into the re-anniversary trilogy, the middle categories. I don't know where you want to call them. The time between original and the time between the remakes. We're jumping into Tomb Raider Underworld when we return. Don't go anywhere. Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops All Tomb Raider. Before we jump into the Lao trilogy, I just want to let you all know that GDQ will be returning to PAX East March 26th through the 29th. And if you want to showcase your speedrun on the main stage, you can visit gdq.gg/submit by February 19th. That's where you can submit your runs. Selected runs will, of course, be added into the schedule at PAX East, and you will receive a badge to come to the event itself. A badge to come to the event itself. Sorry about that, everyone. I apologize. It seems like my internet just got the case of a sniffles for a second. Without further ado, we're gonna jump into Tomb Raider Underworld with Lil Didi. Lil Didi, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit about this run and what we're about to see here?
Well, you're about to see 50% of the game because we're going to be skipping the entirety of the first half of the game. And the rest of the levels, well, we're not going to engage with the gameplay at all. We're just going to be sprinting through everything pretty much.
Incredible. All right. And who do we have here on commentary?
Well, we have Bob and Chloe. Could you guys introduce yourselves?
Hey, I'm Bob. I run the Lao series as well as 2013 and a few other games.
Hi, I'm Clove. I run the whole Lao trilogy as well as 2013 and Rise. Happy to be here.
All right, whenever you're ready, let's get into it.
All right, so the timer will start as I gain control of Lara, so don't worry about starting it now. I will count down when that's going to happen. Okay, so right now we're going to be inside Lara's home. It's not going to be in the most ideal situation, as you can see, because it's exploding. Okay, so the timer should start in 3, 2, 1 now. And that is the beginning of the run. In this game, we're going to be sprinting and swan diving a lot. Swan dives are extremely broken, as you will see in a second. They can completely change the distance and the height of Lara's jumps. So for instance, here I will be able to jump over this fire pit or this like rumble of fire as well as this hole. And we're not even like a minute in the run, but I'm gonna use the swan dive and skip like 50% of the game. Just like that. And yeah, we are now like completely avoiding the trigger for the next level, and we're gonna go straight up to the 4th level. And if someone can explain how and why this happens.
Yeah, so that level, Lara's Manor, is loaded twice there at the beginning, and then, so there's 6 major levels, and it's also loaded at the end of the 3rd level. And for some reason, that very first instance has both possible exits. The first exit should take you to a flashback for the first 3, and then the second exit takes you here to Mexico. And they both exist at the beginning. So with that swan dive around the fireplace, that's half of the game completely gone. For perspective, any percent world records about 18 minutes. No prologue skip world records 34 minutes. So that's just half gone. Pretty short run.
Yeah, and currently we're just going to be using our bike to get to a part of the level that we can actually go out of bounds. And if you can guess what maneuver we're going to be using to get out of bounds, and if that guess is a swan dive, then you will be 100% correct. Because after every single swan dive, Lara will do a roll. And during that roll, the animation is so broken that the collision for the roll stays even after the animation for a little bit, and if she is not on the floor, like if she doesn't have any collision under her actually. So we're going to be using that to kind of give ourselves the biggest distance for those Jagger hits that we're going to be jumping across right now. And I'm not really the best driver at the moment.
There was a cat. It's an official Tomb Raider game. I just saw it.
Yep.
Big cat.
Yeah, it's
official.
We call her Jessica, and this whoa.
And here you'll see the first example of Lara's sticky grenades. If you look straight down and throw it, it kind of hits the back of her head and just floats there. So if you are able to jump over it, it'll boost you if you get hit by it.
Tomb Raider's got bomb jumps. This is a great franchise. Great franchise.
Yep, and now we're gonna go out of bounds, and I'm gonna throw this grenade right there on the lineup and jump into the abyss, and hopefully I will land on the grenade, and that will negate my fall damage because the explosion will actually reset my altitude for the jump, and now I can reach this temple.
And how much time does that skip compared to, say, glitches? It's quite a few minutes because you just skip the entire puzzle by going down there.
Yeah, that's a good 10+ minute puzzle because it's long, like wet roads of finding different temples and finding the pieces. Yeah, so that's a huge puzzle to skip, and that's pretty complicated.
This is like the rarest thing ever, but it happens. The game sometimes decides to crash there.
My game crashed earlier too. Very rare, but it does happen.
Yeah, and it only happens on that that specific thing. When you get off the bike before something loads, I'm not even sure
that
what
was.
happens. But yeah.
You can also crash if you go out of bounds and just don't load anything. If you fall into the void, the game will crash.
Yeah, but it's fine. We're back on track. right where we were. I was actually thinking about grabbing the med, but since we reloaded our checkpoint, I don't even have to because my health is now full. Currently, like, we're gonna be entering the one of the 2 puzzles that we actually have to complete for this game. This one, everyone in the community is super sad that you cannot skip because it actually takes like 6 minutes to finish. We have not been able to find a way to skip this puzzle, and even when we were like close to finding a skip, we always met like an obstacle that completely like forbade us from skipping this. So I guess this is like one of the mandatory puzzles. This is
my favorite new strat.
The dumbest strat ever, but it works and it's faster. We use the bike to rotate these statues, otherwise... Oh, I didn't rotate this one properly. No, please, okay. Yeah, but we're not still done with like the bike physics. We're gonna be pushing them again. If someone can explain like the point of this puzzle, I guess.
So this whole trial rooms is what it's called. We are trying to collect 4 tablets from each of these rooms. So spinning a statues opens the doors to access the trial rooms, and with some platforming we go into each one, get the tablet from. So there's a few small tricks in each of these rooms. And when you put the tablets in the center of the room at the end, you can spin, or not spin, sorry, but you can move the statues inwards, and it opens like an underground area, which you can get a Jaguar head, which you need to finish the level.
So after this entire puzzle, there will be another like level under it, but since we actually need only the Jaguar head that Bob just mentioned, we can completely skip the part down there, and we're gonna show you later how. But yeah, just if you wanted to see like that level, I guess you are not in luck. But I guess if you wanted to see like all the other levels in this speedrun, you're not in luck because this is the only one that you're actually gonna be seeing. There is a skip here, but I never actually learned how to do it. Something about...
Does it even save time? Because it's cycle-based now. Oh, I suppose it's near the end.
Well, I guess it would.
Every one of these rooms sort of... the walls are closed at specific intervals, so if you don't finish the other 3 rooms quick enough, or sorry, the other 2 rooms quick enough, and the fire here actually, then you'll miss a cycle and you'll lose a certain amount of time each time. And towards the end of the game, there'll also be another platforming section, which is...
Yeah, what Bob means is you can see that the fire is like stopped so that I can jump through them right when I came. That's because everything is super time-based. If we make a single mistake, we're gonna lose the fire, and that will lose you like 5 seconds. And that is not the most ideal thing when you're like going for PBs or world records even. Okay, so now I'm putting the tablets in, and there's more shenanigans with the physics of the bike. This is even dumber because you just need to touch them so barely, and then they get in all the way. But yeah, this puzzle is done, and that's the only tomb raiding job that we're gonna be doing in this run, pretty much. So I'm gonna leave the bike on this checkpoint. The way that the checkpoints work in this game is they remember Lara's position, only where the checkpoints actually are, but the bike will... the bike is like saved on every part of the map, I guess. So if we put the bike there and reload the checkpoint after we get this secret, and not the secret, the Jaguar head, it will actually like teleport us back to the bike, and we can just completely skip the level that I mentioned earlier and finish with Mexico.
Yeah, what is interesting about this game, especially like the end of this tunnel, there is a whole other room. Dee Dee had mentioned a whole other puzzle to do, another artifact to get, but we're skipping all of that. This game, for all it has going on with it, is gracious with its fail-safes. So at the start of every level, if you were supposed to get an artifact in the previous level, but say you skipped it, it'll still give it to you at the start. That's why there's some cutscenes that'll give you the bike, it'll bring it to you. It's just things that are nice and consistent. But we skipped getting Thor's belt, and we will have it at the start of the next level, so all we needed was the key to leave, and now we're on our way out. Flying spider? Flying spider!
Yes! That is like the good luck charm.
That's pretty rare. It's always good to see.
Whoa, what?
Oh no! Good luck charm.
Well, I guess it wasn't. It was different now. Oh, I have to push.
I think this is the longest that I've ever seen Lara on a vehicle without it exploding.
Oh yeah, this week. What is going on? This vehicle will not explode.
Wow, we found one, folks. She finally found a vehicle that does not explode. In the last game, we saw a kayak explode. So I thought everything was possible.
How does that happen in Tomb Raider 3? What? But I still wouldn't trust Lara with vehicles. Like, she's like
I don't know if she's redeemed herself.
No, I mean, the whole driving badly part is on my end, obviously, but I still wouldn't trust her.
I also like that this game, they just decided, hey, yes, we want you to traverse the tomb, but we're giving you a bicycle. You know, you get a bicycle.
I mean, that's cool, honestly. Like, who wouldn't want to traverse through a temple with a bicycle?
I do appreciate they made it useful, like you need it for pressure plates, etc. Like,
yeah, that's cool.
Like it.
And now that we talked about the bicycle, we're actually going to be leaving it forever. But after this 20-second drive. So this level is one of the most annoying ones in Glitchless because there's a lot of platforming happening around, so that's bye-bye bike. It didn't explode this second. And you have to use the bike and traverse like through these rings all the way down, but we have a little bit better way to get down here with fall damage
just
cancel.
jump. You know, no fall damage, just jump. She's like a cat.
Nah, fall damage doesn't exist when you crouch, obviously. And we're gonna use this secret right now so that the animation of picking it up pushes us out of bounds. And I'm just gonna lock in real quick, and I'll explain what's going on later. Okay, that was kind of close. So this is, in my opinion, like the most difficult trick in the game. And I'm actually super happy that I got it first try because I forgot to... Okay, thank you. I guess I will be stuck there. I forgot to make a safety save and I kind of started panicking. What happens at that skip is I used the grenade to push me back in bounds because the invisible collision that I was standing on only stops like 1 centimeter away from where I stood. And the swan dives there were just for extra distance, and the grenades explode on a certain time interval, and I had to cut. Oh yeah, that guy loves doing that sometimes. And this guy quest me like a happy time in the PB, so these zombies are like either goofy or annoying. But yeah, the grenades explode after a certain interval. Bye-bye, dude. And I have to time time them like correctly so that I know when they'll explode. I don't know if I butchered that explanation.
I think it's also important to mention you just skip the whole hammer room by just jump mid-air. You skip the whole trigger to make the room activate and all the hammers hit the platforms and everything.
And there's this big platforming section. Yeah.
If you just jump behind the trigger, you can just go to the end.
I like you said, we're not gonna be doing any tomb raiding. We're just gonna sprint through the level. So now we have Thor's hammer, everyone. That's information you'll have to get used to, I guess. And this level is one of those, you have a big power, you're gonna use it to kill everyone, but we're just gonna sprint again. We don't care about the enemies. And we are entering the last level of the game. This feels super quick, actually. And this last level is underwater level, so what you're going to be seeing is mostly just swimming, because, again, we're not going to do any puzzle. We can just skip them by going out of bounds.
A really simple trick we haven't really mentioned is just whenever there are some cutscenes like that, you can just press escape twice to pause and unpause, and then it allows you to skip the cutscene several seconds sooner than you normally would. It's pretty interesting, pretty weird, but yeah, we've been doing that the whole run.
And if somebody wants to play this game, the thing you should note is that you should definitely play with VSync on or locked frame rate. Because the physics of this game can get like extremely cooked.
Right, I think you can like throw a box and it'll just zip across the room to and fro.
And lots of other things as well.
What's interesting also is when you start swimming, the camera will always try to tilt upwards, and I don't know why that happens. But
very annoying.
Yeah.
It's just
if you notice like that the camera is shaking a bit when I'm swimming, it's because I'm trying to control the recoil of the camera, I guess. Okay, so that is beam zip, I guess. You use the broken animations of spamming grab and let go to push Lara through the wall, and that actually can work on every beam that has the same animations, and there's a lot of places in the entire game that you can actually do that, but none of them are useful for this category. Right now we're in a maze, but the whole complex part of the mazes kind of lose their spark after you go through them a million times, so we're good. I know my route. And yeah, this is the maze part over.
I forgot you could do that.
So there's a puzzle here, but it's kind of optional. But what that puzzle like actually achieves is you getting the relic. That is one of the secrets of this game, but we actually don't care for it, so we're just gonna completely avoid the part and go through Yggdrasil. Now this level is
another hallway.
This level is made so that you can like feel the power of the Thor's hammer on the Vikings, but we don't care. We're just gonna run through them. And this is like the only RNG part of the run, because sometimes they can butcher your health, and if you were unlucky like me in some other runs, not this one though, the sharks in the sea part, like at the beginning of the level, can also hit you, and these big yetis can kill you, and that's like 20-second time loss. But yeah, we got the good RNG now, which is super cool. And this is like the last segment of the game. If you guys can explain the cycles and what's going on here.
Okay, so basically, apart from the full damage cancel to get down here, there's lots of platforms that DD is moving. So he's pushing in, I don't know what you call these blocks, which allows for DD to smash like a button, I guess, which allows more platforms to come out. So he needs all these platforms to jump onto them and to get to the, well, normally you'd get to the middle of the tower to destroy the whole sort of puzzle and then finish the game. But because all these, you see the platforms in the middle are all moving around periodically, there's certain times that you can jump to these, and that's what makes it cycle-based. So if you miss a certain thing, you will just lose time, and it's, I don't know how many seconds, but maybe like 7 or something.
16.
So doesn't 16? Ooh,
yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so this is one of them. And I got it. These are super difficult because you have to time your inputs just right. And not only that you have to time your inputs, you also have to pray that RNG gods are on your side and that you don't make any mistakes, that you make them on time.
Pray that the camera is controllable, which you might not have gotten this impression. The camera in this game is awful. DD is just very good at controlling it, but if you walk to a wall, if you bump a wall, the camera will spin around twice. It's atrocious, and you will know exactly what we're saying if you ever play this game.
Yeah, we kind of forgot to mention that part. Like, this game is not the most optimized game on the planet. Okay, that is the last second thing. This skip is also one of those cycle-based things, and this is what I mean by not letting push you and the RNG can be bad. That was super close. I kind of got super nervous because of that. Okay, camera, thank you. Okay, this is the last jump. And there we go. That's time. The game is over.
GG.
GG. Thank you for the GGs.
What a fantastic quick little run. That was fantastic.
He said a little. Actually, this game is super difficult, I'm gonna be honest. There's not a lot of people running it. The pretty much the entire community of this game is in this voice chat.
Well, DD, thank you so much for showcasing this. This was incredible. We really appreciate you you coming in here and representing Underworld for the for Oops All Tomb Raider. Even if you weren't feeling the best today, so you absolutely killed it. So thank you for that. Why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you, where they can find you, what you do on your show, and what you got coming up.
Yeah, well, I am currently the world record holder for this category. You can find me on, I guess, Tomb Raider Discord mostly, because I'm not really that active on Twitch at the moment. I'm active only when I'm speedrunning something. And I guess the things that I have planned in future and speedrunning wise is either Subnautica any % or pushing other Tomb Raider games a little bit further.
The good news is we saved the world.
But yeah,
fantastic.
If someone is interested, perchance there's some low chance out there that someone is in learning this game, you can join Tomb Raider Discord, and we will assist you and help you there if you want.
If you want.
Absolutely. And Clove and Bob, thank you so much for doing some commentary. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
Shout out to Brian.
But yeah, the Tomb Runner Discord server is where you'll find a bunch of us. You can ask for help. That'll be on basically any Tomb Raider speedrun.com page. You can find a link there to join and ask questions.
Yeah, I definitely like joining the Tomb Raider Discord. I definitely plan to like pick up some Tomb Raider speedruns myself soon.
But you can.
So.
Fantastic. Well, folks, seriously, go check out Didi. You can hover over the title of the stream and click on their name and hit the follow button. That would be fantastic. Folks, stick around. When we return, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, we're going to jump into the next Tomb Raider game, Tomb Raider Legend. We'll be right back. Folks, welcome back to Oops All Tomb Raider. How are we doing? I wanted to give a quick little check-in here. Type 1 in the chat if you're having a great day, or as good of a day as I am. I'm spamming 1. I'm going to do it right now. Ready? And 1. I said it. I put it in the chat. I'm going to do it before all of you. Folks, we're jumping into the next run of our Tomb Raider Lao trilogy, Tomb Raider Legend. I hope that you're all excited for that. But I did want to let you know that GDQ, we do all kinds of stuff here on the channel. We do all kinds of stuff. We have all kinds of different shows throughout the entire week, and we want you to showcase your speedruns here on the channel. We want you to go and submit your speedruns. It could be any game that you want. Head on over to gdq.gg/hotfix. That's where you can check out the schedule of what we got coming up in the weekend, or you can submit games that you are passionate about. We have all kinds of different shows that we do here on the channel, and there are all kinds of different ways for you to get involved with GDQ. So definitely go over there. I want to see your game submissions, and hopefully we see you here on the channel, just like all of the runners that we've had during Oops. All right, without further ado, let's jump into it. It's Tomb Raider Legend with Brynu. Brynu, how are you?
Hello, JJ. Hello, everyone. My name is Brynu. I'm a runner for Tomb Raider Legend Anniversary and Underworld, so specifically this trilogy. You guys saw Underworld right before. Now we're jumping back 2 games before that. That is the first game of the series. And I have JD with me. Hello, JD.
Hello, thank you, Brynu. My name is JD, and I'm also running Tomb Raider Legend and also other games like Tomb Raider 5, Tomb Raider 4, and this kind of stuff. And I will try to help Brynu with commentating today.
Yes, so Underworld was pretty broken. We're going into an even more broken one, to be honest. It's pretty interesting. It will be a whole glitched route. And there's one main glitch that is really, makes the game completely broken and makes it really short. And we're gonna get into that right now. So we're going to start a new game. The timing, when to start, is a little bit strange. So I'll just say when to start the time. We're going to go into this cutscene, and the run is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
So yeah, the run starts with the main glitch of the run, which is called the airwalk. How to perform an airwalk? It's simple. All you have to do is to jump and go on a ledge. Lara will perform an animation, and when you draw gun, the game will lock Lara into a state where she can run into the air. To maintain this glitch, all you have to do is to run and draw gun. Do not pull back on, or do not stop, or else she will fall. We can gain height with geometry of the level.
Nice, we'll get an airwalk here as well. But the idea is that we're going to, because the glitch is so easy, we are going to get this glitch, this airwalk thing, everywhere in the game. As long as you have a ledge and you have weapons, you can get the airwalk state and you can just fly across the map. Now, the thing is, you can't just go to the end of levels. That would be too easy. Fortunately, if you go just to the end of a level, into a straight line, all that happens is that, well, the area will not have collision, and you won't be able to interact with anything. You won't be able to actually finish the level. So what we have to do instead is load each next area and progress by following a specific route, like this, for example. We're going to load this next area. It's going to skip a cutscene. Then we're going to go back out of bounds again. If I can do it properly, there we go. And then here's a little bit of a QT skip, like so, by loading the next area. Yeah, it actually went great. Okay, that's a good Bolivia. We're good to go. And the whole game is going to look like this just because of the airwalk glitch. Basically, every time you can go out of bounds, you're going to go out of bounds. and the goal is to load the next areas and try to go as fast as possible. That's the speedrunning.
Once again, hallways are but a humble suggestion here on GDQ.
Yeah, it's just something with this game. We don't care about the hallways. Let me do this tricky jump like this, skips an animation, and then there's the fight at the end of Bolivia, during which we're going to get an assault rifle, like so, because we're going to need it for the next levels. You can jump to reload instantly, because as soon as your clip is empty, instead of actually reloading, you just jump with your guns out and it reloads instantly. It's a little bit faster. That's Bolivia. We're going into Peru immediately. Peru starts off with a left roll, which we didn't really mention, but basically, if you have like a wall like this, like some of the walls in this game, you can just do a left roll, and what it does is we call it a left roll zip. You get zipped up, and that's gonna let us finish Peru streets pretty fast. I'm going to kill this guy. The goal is to get a grenade, because we're going to use the grenade a little bit later. And now motorbike sections. It's time for the music part.
Yeah, the best music of the game. So yes, bike section are really hard section in the game. Not this one, but the next one we will get on the run is really hard. But simply what Brian you have to do is there will be enemy on this section, and you have to kill them in a certain way that they will spawn the next enemy much closer. The game works with portals, and if you kill a guy with portals, the next wave of enemy will spawn. So what Brian you have to do to kill an enemy really fast is he have to type on his mouse in a rhythm, so the guy can die quickly with a red circle and arrow. You will see.
Yeah, you'll see right there. I'm gonna shoot slightly slower. I'm not going to spam left click like this. If you spam left click, you see the shots go everywhere. So instead, what you do is you just time your shots. Like that is probably, I can't say for sure 100%, but it looks like it's just a mechanic of the game. If you pay attention to the red target when you shoot, the arrows on the outside get towards the middle. Every time it hits the middle is when you should shoot. It's like every time it reaches the middle, it means you're 100% accurate. So that's gonna allow us to kill those enemies pretty fast. And that's how the motorbike sections go, really. You have to go from point A to point B, kill everyone on the way. When everyone is dead, it loads the next area. So the general idea is to kill everyone as fast as possible. Except, not really. That's what we used to think years ago, especially for bike number 2. Sometimes, to put it really simply, it's better to either slow down your bike to kill certain enemies, or sometimes it's even better to wait before killing certain enemies so that the next enemies spawn closer. That's the simplest explanation I can come up with without making it too difficult. There's going to be a barrel in a few seconds, and this barrel is pretty good. This barrel is going to kill 4 enemies. And then there's going to be an example of what I was saying, killing certain enemies a little bit later. So there's 4 enemies right there. Actually 3, that's going to be complicated. I'm going to kill this first enemy a little bit later around this slope. And what it's going to do is spawn the very last enemy a little bit closer. It is this guy right here. I'm going to reload and make sure I kill him in time. There we go. And just because he spawned closer, what it does is you kill him earlier. And because you kill him earlier, you skip a loop. Because usually if you don't kill people quick enough, the area loops. And every time it loops, you lose 6 to 7 seconds. And that's going to be motorbike 1. We're going to go into a flashback section, going back in time. Lara when she was young. She will not have any guns, so it's going to make it difficult for airwalks, technically. Except we have flares during these flashback sections, which is going to allow us to actually get airwalks. They're a little bit different, and JD is going to be able to explain.
Yep, so here we go on the hardest level of the game. I mean, hardest skip ever. So what Brand New does is doing airwalk with flares, as you can see, but he managed to get another flare while rolling, because The specialty of this flare walk is that Lara can throw the flare by herself, making an end to the airwalk. So what Brinu does, he will at a certain time at the end of his last roll, and is able to get another flare to chain flare.
You're not supposed to be able to chain flare airwalks. She chucks it away and then it's supposed to let go of the airwalk. You can with a very precise timing on the roll and on the flare. We're going to do it here as well, if it goes well. This is the hardest trick in the run. You can go directly to the exit of the flashback section, which is to the right, except it's blind because the camera is like fixed.
Other skip of the run.
Wait. Very good. Very
Pretty simple. Nice.
You cannot see anything just because of this camera. I will just jump to make it. There we go. And now we're into Peru part number 2, which is what we like to call it in the speedrun, really. I'm going to left roll zip here to get out of bounds, and you can actually swim out of bounds here. Why we're doing this is because it is a little bit faster than doing it the normal way. There's a huge puzzle room in the water that we'll see a little bit later. Let me make sure I load this area. There we go. We're gonna go down. This huge room, usually you have to pull 4 things. It drains the water out of the room, and then you can progress. What you can do instead is go underneath the room by being out of bounds, like this. And because we're underneath the map, we can now go around the water current that is going through this hole in the wall. And if we go correctly at just the right angle, we should touch this checkpoint right here. And if we quit and resume, we spawn on the other side, just like that. Very good.
You just skip half the tomb.
Yeah. We don't even see tombs in this game.
It's the same story.
That's true.
Going to this next boulder puzzle.
It's supposed to be 1 hour longer. And it's only 9 minutes on the run.
So here it's a little bit specific what we're going to do, but... Oh! Let me grab it. Let me see if I can do it. I'm going to shoot 8 times at this ball specifically. We want to get this left ball on the pressure plate first, though. But we want both boulders to reach their pressure plates together. But the left one first, because it gives us a fake cutscene right here, during which we can throw a grenade. That grenade can make the 3rd boulder come down. There we go. Whew. A little bit close, but it works. Two cutscenes to skip.
Sometimes there is this flyby you cannot skip. You have to wait.
And you wait a little bit, and there we go. And now the way back. We're gonna have to backtrack, and there's gonna be enemies on the way. But you'll see that because of the airwalk, we can just skip most of them. We're not gonna be able to skip the very last ones. There is a fight at the end of Peru. We need to kill those to progress to the next level. But these guys, for example, we can just ignore. They're not in the way. They will actually move out of the way. A little bit of a tricky airwalk here if you do it correctly. Missed it, it's fine. We'll get the backup airwalk right here. As long as you have a ledge and guns, you can get airwalks anywhere. So it's fine. Get rid of the airwalk right there. And then another left roll zip. It's a little bit faster than climbing. And we're about to go into the final fight of this Peru section before jumping into Japan. Now, we are running at quite high FPS. There's not really any rules for like what FPS you should be running at. I'm running at 350 FPS. What it does sometimes is enemies will throw grenades, and because of the high FPS, they will just die on the spot. So if it happens, don't be surprised. There we go. There's one. This one on the ground just died because of his own grenade as well. Oh, there you go. Grapple this guy. Kill this guy, and then the very last enemy, we can left roll up there to kill him a little bit quicker. And you're gonna see we're gonna be just at the right spot to kill this very last guy after this flyby. Right next to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, kick. And that's Peru for you. Let's go into Japan. What happens in Japan, JD?
Yeah, as you can see, Lara is now wearing a dress, so she can't have obvious weapon with her, such as assault rifle or grenade. A gun is underneath her dress, so you only have the gun to the next cutscene.
Yeah, we're gonna have double
we'll
pistols.
Have to get grenades.
Yeah, we're gonna have double pistols in a few seconds because they're hidden underneath the dress. We do skip the lore and the stories. Yeah, trying to explain it as best as I can, I guess. But
this game is hair physics though. Like what?
Yeah, and it gets even worse if you have like even higher FPS. Like, just know you have it easy right now in terms of hair physics. It could be even worse. The ponytail gets really long around 1000 FPS. And some things also change. The more FPS you get, the more damage you take to fire and gas, which is not really good. And also, she acts really weirdly around ledges and interacts very weirdly around like levers and things like that. So instead of going straight to the other roof, what we're going to do is just a little bit of a detour. We're going to go through this building. We have to go that much around because the rest of the building actually has collision. It is a little bit faster to go around like this because usually there's just a little bit of a flyby that plays. It's just a little bit faster by like a second. Now we're going to go into this next room, which is actually one of my favorite sequences if I can actually hit it. So let's see.
You'll see them when I do.
So there's a bunch of enemies in here which we're going to ignore. You can grapple this and then shoot at those rings. The monitor is going to come down and then you can do 2 gun jumps like so, skipping most of the climbing animations. I just did a back handspring through those double doors, by the way. When you do back handspring through doors in this game, and in Anniversary as well, by the way, Lara is kind of going through the doors, and that's why it's triggering the cutscenes. It's a little bit faster than opening the doors, because what happens when you open the doors is you have an animation for it, and you have to wait for the animation to finish. Now this climbing needs to be done kind of glitchless, but with some airwalks in the middle of the climbing, because it's just a very straight wall, this building, so there's no way to gain height with airwalks, so we have to climb up the glitchless way. We'll get an airwalk right here though. Jump to this pole.
I'll try my best to keep my chin up, but
I'm gonna do precise jumping out of these swinging bars to make sure she doesn't do extra swings. Perfect. And there are things you can interact with in this game. This chandelier thingy, whatever you want to call it, is also one. We're making sure we get a bit of ammo, a shotgun, and we also want 4 grenades because we're going to abuse those grenades with the grapple system that this game has to kill the boss that is at the end of Japan. Same thing here. You back handspring through the elevator. She goes through the elevator and triggers the elevator cutscene. What you would normally have to do is kill everyone in the room before you can even press the button for the elevator, so this saves a lot of time.
We've seen Lara do a lot this weekend, but traverse multiple buildings with no shoes on might be the hardest.
Yeah, this one defies all laws of gravity. You can't even talk about laws of gravity anymore. But basically, you spam the grapple, kind of, at a specific timing, and it stuns Takamoto forever. You can chuck grenades in between, and it just kills him really fast. Now we go into Ghana. Ghana is one of the biggest skips, isn't it, JD?
Yeah, the biggest games and I think the longest level on the game, or maybe Kazakhstan is even longer, but yeah, this level is about like 1 hour, 30 minutes because you have so many puzzles in the game, so many cutscenes, so many climbing sections, but Brian New skipped all of it by full damage cancel, which is what he done 10 seconds ago. What you do is when you jump, you switch a weapon and like use grapple, and the game will only register Lara's height when she grapples, so no damage. And with that, he skipped all the level and is already at the end.
Yeah, instead of doing all of Ghana, we just go to the end of it. We had to do what JD called a full damage cancel. Right before hitting the ground, you do switch weapon and then grapple, and it just negates all of your full damage. You don't even lose HP. And we're gonna use that a few times actually. Yeah, it's a jaguar. And we actually use it to gain height, by the way. We use it to gain height, skip a climbing animation, and now comes Rutland. And Rutland is kind of similar to the previous boss, except this time there's not even going to be a grapple. We're just going to chuck grenades, and he's going to die instantly. Oops, let me get an elbow plate here. Why do any of the level when you can just go to the end of it? Now, the end of it is right below us. We cannot go to it immediately. We're supposed to trigger a cutscene where the train leaves, because otherwise the level is impossible to finish. To get the train to leave, we need to spawn some enemies first. And to spawn the enemies, we need to touch this ladder on this tower right here. This is another full damage cancel, by the way. Just before touching the ground, you do switch weapon grapple, and it just completely negates the full damage. And right here, I messed it up, but it's fine.
And you probably just skipped at least 30 minutes of getting through this area, avoiding all kinds of people and doing puzzles and all that, right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, if you want a comparison, the glitchless and the glitched category, the difference is around 20 minutes. You would think it would be bigger, I guess, but it's pretty big already. A 20-minute difference between glitched and glitchless. And now we're going to motorbike number 2, which it's the same idea as motorbike number 1, as we explained. Some enemies will have to slow down or kill later to make sure the next enemies spawn closer. For example, these two, we want to make sure we kill the second one in time, so we're going to slow down just a little bit, and it's going to make the next two spawn closer.
Yeah, pretty tricky level. This is where most of the run in the leaderboards are, like time gap between them. Like you actually lose cycle, and a cycle is around 7 seconds longer, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, it's pretty damn rough if you fail. The average cycle you lost is about 3 or 4 for an average runner, but Brinu always managed to lose 1.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, with this route we're going to lose only 1 cycle in theory, so around 7 to 10 seconds you can expect. But yeah, this motorbike section, when it comes to new runners, that is a bad thing. Like, new runners don't like the motorbike sections because it's a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. You really have to put yourself into it to understand how the enemies work, how they spawn, why they spawn a certain way. It's a lot of work, so it's very discouraging for new runners, which is understandable. But right now we're going to try to showcase it as well as I can. It's going to be a bunch of slowing down, like I said.
You can actually use Indra's hook that is on Speedruns.com.
Yeah, the tool. Yeah.
Category, and you can see portals, and you can learn where to kill enemy, how to kill them.
Yeah, there's portals. There's portals, when you go through them, it spawns enemies. And there's portals that when you go through them, it loads the next areas. It's a little bit complicated. So let's try to focus on these enemies. I'm going to take care of the Jeep first. Yeah, this is also the introduction of Jeeps, in case that wasn't obvious. I'm gonna make sure I don't kill this guy too early. There we go. That's gonna spawn the next 3 closer.
Even with 500 hours I have on this game, I still don't have a good section. So what you see is really, really, really good.
Nice, same thing here. I'm gonna slow down to kill this guy in time. It's looking really good. Actually gonna go to the right immediately, even though I don't need to. This barrel will not be useful. Now we have 1 bike remaining. I'm gonna slow down just a tiny bit to make sure I kill him in time. Oh, barely. There we go. 2 Jeeps. We have 5 Jeeps remaining. So these 2, and then 3 more. I make sure I slow down. There we go. As you can see, those 2 spawn very close because of that. And that's the last 3 of this motorbike section. Let's make sure we slow down enough. And that should be 1 cycle lost. Yes, it is.
Yep,
Very
it is
good.
1 cycle. Nice.
So if you want 0 cycle lost, you're kind of praying for a specific barrel to spawn that would kill 1 enemy in time. It would actually save a cycle. We don't get it in this run, so we go for 1 cycle lost, which is, like I said, around 7 to 10 seconds. So it's gonna be fine. If it was like a wall record attempt or something, this would be really bad. Like, you kind of have to go for 0 cycle nowadays if you want a really good time. But for this event, this will be completely fine.
Yes, and now we are heading to Laboratory, which will be the first time you will see a quick time event.
Yep.
Cannot skip it because it's at the beginning of the level, right after the loading screen. So I think it's the there will be 2 quick time events in the
Yes, there are 2. Like, if you didn't know, this game is full of QTEs. This is the time period. This is like 2006. Games are full of quick time events. I know we didn't really get to see them because we skipped most of them. This is one that we cannot skip because it's right at the end of Motorbike 2. And if we had a way to skip motorbike sections, we would do it already. It would save 8 minutes. Like, that is one of the reasons. That is one of the reasons Legend is the longest one out of the 3 from the trilogy. The motorbike sections. You add them all together, and it's around 8 minutes. So instead of using this path and a rope and some climbing, which is going to go over the train, and we do have to go through the ventilation system. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a way around it, like out of bounds. Also, we did mention like the high FPS. You're gonna see when I swan dive into slopes that this gives you kind of a boost forward, and it works the exact same way as the damage compared to FPS, except here it's just that the more FPS you have, the more downwards you will go on the slope after doing a swan dive into it. So we're capped at 350. We do get a bit of a boost, but it's not drastic.
Yeah, and IFPS doesn't mean like having good thing, some bad thing can happen, like gas and flame on the run. Lara will take so many damage because the damage she took by gas and flame are so fast because of IFPS that it can kill a run if you're on low health.
Yeah, there was another case, by the way, right here of back springing through a door. It just opens it for you. Like, normally you'd have to do just a little bit of a puzzle. You can skip the puzzle. You back spring into the door. It's really easy. And it just opens the door for you.
Yep.
Another airwalk here. Well, you're gonna see a demonstration of high FPS giving you more damage and gas. We're not gonna touch it for long, so it really doesn't matter. But right here, we're going to swan dive over, and you'll see the health in the top left go down really fast. That's because of high FPS. Yeah, like normally you would. It's advised to play this game casually around at around 60 FPS, not more, or 60 to 100. Like, anything after that.
Yeah.
Anything higher than that is going to break the game, as you can see.
Yep. And now we are at the boss section of Kazakhstan, which is done glitchless. Unfortunately, there is no glitch to do in this room because you have to get the small pieces of Excalibur that is on the big machine thing. What Lara have to do is to pull lever, and those big blue coils have to be pushed by the machine in the middle, so it can free the pieces and we can get out of Kazakhstan.
Yep, this is the glitchless way because we have to. I'm gonna get attacked by the monster, which is not nice. Yeah, I couldn't even dodge it. So this is some other RNG part, another RNG thing that can happen, where you have to shoot at those coils, or whatever you want to call them. Gives you access to the piece of Excalibur in the middle. And then we go into England. Another big skip incoming.
Yeah, hardest level of the run, to be honest. Too many skip, one big skip, quick time events, a forklift to drive. Yeah.
There's lots of things in England, huh?
yeah,
we're driving a forklift in the game. Did you know? There's a forklift. They put a forklift in
a lot of gameplay.
Lara is forklift certified. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
But England is the biggest skip.
Vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, England is the biggest skip for a reason. you're supposed to go through all of England, then fight a serpent. There's apparently a serpent in this game. I didn't know that. I only run this category. Instead of going for the serpent, what we're going to do is go... Like, what you're supposed to do is fight the serpent, and then you backtrack, because the end of the level is where you start the level. What we're going to do is go to the backtracking part immediately instead. That's very much left. Okay, it works. A bit of a fall damage cancel on this ledge.
Too much left.
Yeah, but actually it works, we're good. So we're going to go out of bounds, and then right here there's just a little tricky loading of an area to do, which is really close to the spinning traps, as you could see. But we're good. And so this is the slope right here. This is where we should be on our way back. There's a checkpoint right behind this gate, which we can actually touch through the gate. And by quitting and resuming, it puts us behind the gate. It's perfect. We can pull this lever, and then now all we have to do is the way back and nothing else. Make sure I lose height right here. The goal is to be low enough to get out of bounds here. There we go. And then we're gonna load the next area right there. As usual, if you're unsure of what we do usually in this run, and that's also the same thing in Anniversary, if you're unsure of what's happening, usually you go out of bounds, you load the next area, and then you progress. A little bit of a jump. Stun this guy by shooting him. And before we go to Nepal, there's a little bit of another trick that we're going to do. We're going to charge up a grenade around this area. And if we throw it just at the right time, it's going to bounce off the stairs, land in between those two, and kill them in the process.
Brilliant. Yeah, once again a level that is about 1 hour long in 2 minutes. And now we're on Nepal, which is the quickest level of the run in glitchless. And also almost in glitches. You will see a big skip after the plane, which is crazy.
Is it the shortest? Is that real? In glitchless?
Yeah, in glitches, I think, yeah, it's, yeah, I think.
Nah, possibly.
Maybe Ghana is for...
Yeah, Ghana might also be faster.
Ghana might be
just like in glitch, actually. A bunch of climbing that we had to do, except we do the climbing with airwalking. Now, same idea. We can't go to the end immediately, so we're gonna need to drop down about right there. And of course, it's a long fall, so we're going to do a fall damage cancel. There we go.
That's nice.
The reason we fall down there is to load the next area, so that we can then progress. Getting a little bit of height here, then some more height right there.
That's how games were made back in these days, with big section to gain performance. But it helped us breaking the game, so it's cool.
We're gonna stay out of bounds and still load the next area like this by going inside the wall. Now this area doesn't look like it's loaded, but look, boom, it just spawned in, so we're good. And then the monastery section, which is next. It's a little bit weird. We're going to do a very stylish airwalk, first of all. We're going to use the grapple, jump out of it, and get an airwalk out of the jump. Here, this is a jump float. Really strange to explain. It's some kind of weird slope. You just jump into it, and instead of jumping to your death, it just pushes you back up. So it lets us go inside the monastery. And that's going to be Nepal. We didn't even get to say anything that Nepal is going to be done. This is going to be the last level, which is the final fight incoming, which is the most RNG one and, oh god, the most annoying one. This one is a big run killer because it's very much RNG, especially because of phase 2. This is phase 1 right here. You have to kill everyone. We got the Excalibur sword, so we can kill everyone very quickly, as you can see. We're going to try to kill everyone as fast as possible.
Lara's a wizard now.
Yeah. I was going to forget to explain that. Yeah, we have a different weapon right here. I don't know if you realized, but yeah, that's phase 1. Phase 2 is the monster. And the RNG part is him behaving or not, so that you can actually get a first hit on him. After you get a first hit, your goal is to manage to combo him in a row. That's a bad attack.
She's not phased by anything. Giant, scary shadow creature. Nah, no phase. Let's just, use our laser sword.
Nah, she's like that. She's always been like that in all the games, to be honest.
Yep.
But yeah, if you manage to get the first shot, your goal is to time your shots correctly, like this, so that he gets stunned indefinitely.
Nice.
There we go, and we'll do it one more time. Get ready to stop timer. It's gonna be soon. It's gonna go down one more time after. Oh, that's mean. That was a fast attack. Yeah, kind of unavoidable. But that should be 2 more hits. 1 more. There we go. He's gonna go down, and that's going to be time.
GG.
GG.
Tomb Raider Legend. There you go.
Absolutely incredible. Brian, thank you so much for showcasing this. It was incredible to have you go through this run and showcase the second part of the. Actually, wait, is it the first part of the Lao trilogy?
This is the first game of order. Yep. It's the second part technically, chronologically, but it's the first game of the series.
Yes. Well, thank you once again for showcasing this. Brian, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your show, where they can find you, and what's coming up?
Well, you can find me on twitch.tv/Brianu. I do streams sometimes, not really too much these days, to be honest. But if I get motivated again, you could maybe expect me to do Shadow of the Tomb Raider next. I'm mostly an LAU runner, so Legend, Anniversary, Underworld, but I've done 2013 before, and I'm thinking about doing Shadow eventually, so I guess expect that. You can also check my YouTube, youtube.com/Brianu, where I upload runs of ILs, individual levels, and full runs in there, and that's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Well, you did incredible. So again, thank you so much, folks. Please go and follow Brianu. You can hover over the title of the stream. You can see their name and hit that follow button. Jaylee, thank you so much for doing commentary. Where can they find you? Do you have any shout outs?
You can follow me on radjelly.tv, and I try now to get back my world record on 25 glitches remastered. So you will see me try out on stream, and I have shout outs to people that helped me not being stressed tonight, which is Veskilas, Cheddar, Sahon, Timmy Ahmed, Ori, Troll Corset. Thank you all. Thank you, Jiggy. Thank you, Rainer, for inviting me, commentating your run.
No problem.
You did incredible. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, we're jumping into Tomb Raider Anniversary. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Folks, welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Tomb Raider weekend. We're heading into the second half of our day here. We're jumping into Tomb Raider Anniversary. With then, of course, later we're jumping into Tomb Raider Chronicles and, of course, Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness. I hope you're all having a great time. I know I am. It's been fantastic to see so many incredible Tomb Raider speedruns here on the GDQ channel. So once again, I just want to say thank you for hanging out with us and being so incredibly positive and excited about our Tomb Raider showcase here on the GDQ channel. All right, it's time to jump into the final run of the Lao Tomb Raider trilogy, a remake of the original Tomb Raider Anniversary with Bob the 20th. Bob, how are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah. So I suppose I'll start away. So the time will start in 3, 2, 1. So today I'm joined with Brianu, who is just doing Legend. And what's interesting about this game is it came out the year after Tomb Raider Legend, so it runs on the same engine, which is why you'll notice I'm doing the airwalk, which was just shown in Legend. If Brianu, you maybe want to explain what that is. And introduce yourself.
Yeah, that is true. So if you missed Legend previously, I ran it, pretty quickly. Anniversary is ran on the same engine as Bob said. So you're gonna see airwalks. Airwalks, the way they work is if you have a ledge and you have guns, you can jump at a ledge to get a stumble animation. And if you pull out your guns right before getting the stumble animation, this gives you a state of airwalking. And with airwalking, you can walk on thin air. As long as you keep running, you keep your guns out, and you don't like jump or anything, you will keep the airwalk and you'll be able to move around. Now, you cannot gain height from those airwalks, so you need to use the level geometry to gain height, and this is what we will do for most of the run. There's going to be another glitch that will happen in just a few seconds. You'll see right there. This is left roll zipping. We saw it in Legend as well. If you have like some of the walls, you can just do a left roll and it zips you up there. It doesn't work with right rolls. It only works with left rolls, which is why we gave it this name. And also, I guess I'll mention the name of the category. This category is called No Bug Jump. This was also the case for Legend. No Bug Jump means you're allowed to do everything except one glitch, which is very broken, which is called bug jumping. Bug jumping is kind of a stupid name for... it's basically infinite jumping. You do very precise... a very precise rhythm of inputs in a row, and it lets you jump again and again and again. And because it's really difficult to get used to, it's got its own category. A little bit of a mistake from Bob, but it's going to be...
The game had a lag spike, I swear.
Oh, lag spike, I see.
I will mention, so this trick coming up, I mean, obviously it uses the airwalk, because we don't like corridors, so we're just going to clip out of bounds. There's no collision here, so we can just sort of follow the level geometry out. So instead of opening that giant door, we're just going to go around, and if I fall in this certain spot, there's a checkpoint for a slightly later bit of the game. Let's see if I can do it. Is that a bit early?
Very good.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, good. So now if I reload, I will be a bit further ahead, and obviously I will skip that door. And instead of getting a key to open this door, you can just jump over it, which is always nice to be able to do. So satisfying. Again, I suppose to mention about the bug jump just a little bit more. And I guess the reason it's separate is because it's incredibly hard to do. It's also very tiring because you're spamming buttons and keyboard, well, your keyboard and mouse usually. And if you just mess up one little input doing that, you'll fall, which is bad. But it's way more versatile because with bug jumping you can gain height sort of wherever. But with airwalking, obviously you have to use the terrain to gain height.
Yeah, if you want a comparison,
everywhere.
If you want a comparison between with bug jumping and no bug jumping, the difference is, well, I guess it's around a minute of difference. Like bug jumping would make this run 1 minute faster.
But it would hurt. It hurts your hands.
It does. It does.
Also, the way I learned it, because I mean I can do it. It's just I've never done a run of it. Is I've learned it in such a way that it doesn't do anything. I can't gain much height.
Yeah, this is really difficult.
This bit, like TR1, I mean, obviously this is a remake of TR1, I should mention that. Instead of getting cogs and doing a puzzle and having a T-Rex fight.
Yeah, I remember, there's supposed to be a T-Rex, yeah. Yeah, there's no T-Rex in this one.
The next bit I actually find quite difficult, but that's just a me thing. This will also skip this whole room, so great fun. There you go, that should be fine. I'm going to front row under here.
Yeah, basically, there's supposed to be a boulder here if you go through the trigger of it, but instead we're going to jump around the trigger. That way the boulder just never comes down, and we can just progress through this.
Now, would you categorize Anniversary as a remake or a reimagining of TR1?
It's definitely a reimagining, right?
I mean, it's got modern controls, and I think that's definitely quite important. I mean, there is manual grab, but it's not. Is it tank? I don't know the definition.
Yeah, tank
terminology. But yeah, so it's completely different. So it's more modern. Same with Legends, obviously. The manual grab actually saves a bit of time if you have it on, but because I'm not used to it, I will not have it on. but that's only ready for glitch, so it's not ready for any percent.
The manual grab is that thing you have in classics, just in case. It's the thing where you have to hold a certain button to make sure she doesn't let go of ledges. There's also that in this game, and it's a little bit faster with swinging bars. But in this run, this specific run, there's only one swinging bar, so it would save not even a second.
You'll notice there's also more QTEs. Underworld seems to have given them up, but
yeah, there's a difference. Difference with those QTEs and Anniversary is that you cannot spam the QTE inputs. You have to wait for them to be on screen before you press them. In Legend, I did not mention it, but you can just spam them before they even appear on screen. Now we're going to see another big skip, and one of the hardest to learn. Oh, a little bit of a freeze.
Yeah, it was fine when I was testing it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
But yeah, this is another big skip that's incoming. We call it the 40 skip because it skips 40.
I'm not doing this, however. What am I doing?
That's fine. You just go back.
Got to get in. There you go.
You can also look
I remember what I'm doing. Normally, you don't swan dive down here, actually. But if you swan dive on sloped ledges, I mean, this is stairs, but I guess it works. If you have the frames for it, you will have massive boosts. There seems to be a trend with high frame rate ruining physics.
Yep.
For these series of games.
But there's the 40 skip right here. So normally what you would do is get 4 keys and then open the door down there. What you can do is clip out of bounds with a handstand, do a full damage cancel to land on this very tiny platform, and then almost first try. We're gonna do it second time. It's fine. The handstand animation is what gets you out of bounds on this ledge. If you position yourself like as much left as possible and do a handstand, you'll see she clips out of bounds slightly. There we go. And then a gun
also
jump.
mention it's probably one of the hardest tricks in the game. I must say Underworld in comparison is probably harder, but it's all subjective anyway. I mean, I don't know much about Legend anymore, but I'm sure it's got way harder since I last played.
I mean, in terms of difficulty, I've always put Underworld as the hardest, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Yeah. So this, we're just sort of progressing. You saw a little skip there. I just swan dived instead of doing some platforming. Yeah, some swimming, I suppose. So instead of climbing up here, we can just airwalk. I say, in theory, we can just airwalk, and then we can climb up this little box. Not the best movement, but we'll climb up this little box, and then we're out. There is a little skip here, which is hard to get. I didn't get it. You can skip this cutscene by backhand springing at a specific time during an airwalk. Very.
Yeah, the reason it works is a bit of better. The reason it works is because when you're in a state of airwalk and you backing spring into the ground like this, part of Lara's body kind of goes through the ground. So if you time a backing spring just at the perfect timing, she goes underneath the cutscene trigger, and this is where you skip the cutscene. Didn't happen this time, but it's pretty difficult. A full damage cancel.
Yeah, this. You'll notice I'm also picking up ammo. I will need that later for the Centaur's fight. So this is the exact same as Legend, I think. I might be making up. Where if you... How do you do it? If you switch weapons and grapple... it's so hard to explain something when you, like... when you just have the muscle memory for it. Basically, if you press some series of inputs, you can do a full damage cancel. Here we do the DD360.
Like I explained,
that poor gorilla was... The gorilla was just like, I'm gonna get you. Oh, you phased through the wall.
They do not have time for this.
Also, the skips the whole section, in case it wasn't obvious.
Also, it's intense that they added water out of bounds.
Oh dear, what am I doing?
Ooh.
Let's see, I lost the muscle memory. I think it was a bit too high. It's okay.
No,
I think my estimate is...
It's fine.
So we should be fine.
Do the same, but
just do the same thing.
Be a little bit more left.
We get to say hello to our gorilla again.
Yeah, I think I lost sight, so I'm gonna have to redo it. No.
He's trying his best, but unfortunately you're a little bit too high.
Oh, look, we get to do another 360. This is the only reason I'm here, of course.
Very good.
So yeah, just there's 2 triggers you hit, so one here. I mean, in theory, I could just go in bounds, but that's boring.
Oh, a little bit more left for this next one, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
He's gonna go down, and then here there's a precise loading of the art. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
There you go.
If you get it correctly, the music just stops, so it's very easy to tell.
Oh yeah, I never noticed that. We're gonna do a bit more of a complicated airwalk. If you have to hold crouch whilst doing that, otherwise it's sort of RNG whether she'll even get it. That's because her collision hits like the roof of a tunnel or something. So
yeah, that's
very weird. Again, skipping, was it Token? The whole thing just by getting to the end. I mean,
thank
go out of
God.
bounds.
Token in glitchless is very... it's very... I don't want to say boring, that you mean, but it's a lot of going up and down, you know, playing with the water, like filling up the room with water, getting rid of it, then filling it up again. We don't do any of this because we just airwalk out of bounds and get out of there quickly.
So normally we'd open this little door over here by getting a lever, I think, underground.
Yes.
It's been a while since I've been to Concussion.
Yes, you're right.
I hope this works. Yeah. Okay, so we can actually just go behind the door. Oh my goodness. And now we're on to the next QTE. I don't remember what Pierre's role is in this game. No. We have a boss battle, I guess. Boss fight coming up with centaurs. So you know what they are.
Yes,
but they can't get stuck. So.
Oh yes, there's some good RNG right there. One of the centaurs is currently going inside the wall of the temple. It's fine. He's going to focus on the other centaurs. This part is very, very RNG.
No, that
kind of praying for the centaurs to behave. Our goal right here is to get a shield. So the shield is going to come down. And now we need to specifically focus the remaining centaur with, or the centaur with the remaining shield, like so. We're going to get rid of this guy first. Theory fast enough. There we go.
Good.
Now because the last centaur doesn't have a shield, cannot do his like charging attack. He has to, you know, try to petrify us. And because he tries to petrify us, we can freeze him with the shield and get rid of him quicker.
So now we're on to Egypt. I will say, for a brief second, you'll see a level statistics screen. If you press Alt F4 and cancel it, it skips it.
Yeah, it's not even a joke. Every time you reach the end of a level, usually you get a level statistics menu, and then you have to press enter a bunch. If you want to skip a bunch of menu, what you do is you just press Alt F4. It gives you would you like to quit menu? You press no, and it's a little bit faster than going through those menus.
This is Carmoon skip. I mean, again, you'll notice a common theme. We skip a bunch of puzzles just by doing something very simple. So this is I mean, I say it's very simple.
As he misses it.
Large cat spotted. Game achieved. Roll credits.
Game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this trick, I mean, I said it was easy. It's not.
Second try. Second try means it's easy. There we go.
Of course. There you go. So now we just get an airwalk in a weird spot. It's a little difficult, but now we can go behind this door. If we just lose a little bit of height on this pillar, not too much though, otherwise you go back in bounds. And if you roll under this door, it loads the area.
Yeah.
And now we can gain.
We can go to Sanctuary of Skion immediately. I would like to explain that this is the biggest skip when it comes to between glitched and glitchless. Because the way Egypt works is you're supposed to do a bunch of the puzzles in a temple, and then you backtrack to the previous area. What we do is we go to the end immediately. Like the doors are closed, but we can go behind the doors thanks to airwalks, which saves us a lot of time.
There are a few airwalks which sort of have like fake ledges, as in the collision is larger than the texture it appears. So for some of these ledges, you just have to remember intuitively where you got to land. That one's not too bad, but there's a few coming up that are a lot.
Another big skip right there. So the Sphinx, you're supposed to open the door to the Sphinx, but instead you can just go through the top of the door, which doesn't have collisions.
I mentioned the frame rate thing earlier, so if you have high enough frame rate, the higher your frame rate, the more of a boost you get from
really the case right
swan
now,
diving down this. Well, yeah, because I don't have a lot of frames, it's basically just normal. But that's okay. It doesn't really matter. But the game is pay to win officially, so it's a shame. Here, there's a giant puzzle with water, as you can see. But like all the other puzzles, we're just gonna skip it by getting an airwalk. I don't know how long it takes. Maybe 5 minutes? I don't know. I'm just guessing, I think.
Something like that. But like mentioned before, like in the entirety of the game, every time you have the possibility to get an airwalk and just fly across, you're going to do it, because why would you not? Yeah.
Saves so much time. How long's the glitchless run for this then?
The glitchless, okay, so the comparison between glitched and glitchless, the glitched world record is around 20 minutes, and glitchless is 1 hour 30. So we're talking about more than an hour of difference, which is pretty huge when you think about it.
So instead of platforming, I don't know why the game's lagging so much. I'm sure it's just an Egypt thing. Instead of platforming up these individual things, you can just airwalk to them, and now it's not an issue. You can avoid all the enemies, just like all the other games.
Yeah, you'll notice a lot of the explanations are you can just airwalk. That's usually how Legend and Anniversary go. Not the case for Underworld, no more airwalks, but...
Oops, oh god,
oh,
too early.
Oh god.
I hope the game doesn't crash.
No, it's
good. If you die during a QTE, which happens very rarely, the game can crash, and I don't know why. It's like one of the things that you just gotta learn. There's also a few soft logs the game has, but luckily I think we've missed 99% of them. Is there one up coming after this? Or if we already missed it? I think it's Egypt. There's a soft log. Anyway, so now we're going on to the last level of the game, which is Natla's Lost Islands, sorry. Not the split name. So we have no weapons. Oh no. And weapons are famously used for airwalk, because you need to press right click to pull out your guns. So this part of the run will sort of be not glitchless, but I mean, I guess
it is. It is literally going to be glitchless, yeah.
Until we get our guns back, and we'll see when that happens.
Yeah, we're gonna get the guns back really quickly thanks to a glitch, you'll see. But for now, this is going to be glitchless. There's gonna be there's a bit of a skip right here. So instead of jumping to the ledge to the left, we go for the one on the right. Very nice with the fast animation as well. Now the pistols, I'll let you know, the pistols are in a tiny room right there. Bob is going to show it. There's the room. You can see the pistols. They are very close to a wall, and thanks to the grappling hook and a little bit of timing on the inputs, you see the symbol on the bottom right. You can actually grab the pistols through the wall.
There you go.
Like so.
And now we immediately get an airwalk, and we're back to normal.
Yeah, the whole reason we get the pistols is that we can start airwalking again and just leave. So now that we have the pistols, we can start doing that immediately. So we're going to go out of bounds, skip this whole section by going around it. We are going to need to go back inbounds though, because just like we mentioned in Legend, you can't just go to the end. You have to load the next areas, otherwise you can't finish the levels.
And
we're going to drop down. The reason is we want to grab these magnums. And
so
that's a that I've never seen before. That's a funny one. Yeah, there's the magnums again. Yeah, what will work this time. There we go. The reason we pick up the magnums is because we are going to use them for the very final boss of the game, which is Natla.
Yeah. So again, getting airwalks. It's the whole game. Instead of going inside this area with a bit of platforming, this is not the best movement, but let's not worry about that. So yeah, instead of going inside this area, again, we're just gonna go outside of the area, just skip the whole trigger, and just go around. So this lava isn't actually real.
Pressure lava, yep.
So
some lava is real, you'll know, so you have to watch out. But this one isn't real. Full damage cancel. There we go.
It's press space R and Q. That's how you do it. But that's obviously so that's again the full damage cancel. It's a little different, especially compared to Underworld. You're literally just holding crouch. I mean, full. It's good. But Legend has the same mechanic. I think.
Yeah.
It's so incredible how I just can't remember. Yes. So here, this is sort of the turning point of the run. This is a bit that sort of matters the most. So if you make a mistake in the next sort of few checkpoints, you'll see a big room which is vertical, so we call it vertical room. Yeah, great. Yeah. If you make a mistake, so dying, for example, is a mistake, you sort of have to go all the way back and do this, I guess, casually. You have to kill enemies and stuff. But doing it like this...
You'll see as Bob is doing it, there are a bunch of checkpoints that pop up as he's doing the vertical room. Those checkpoints are fake. Those checkpoints are not actually happening. If Bob dies at any point during the ascension of this vertical room, he will respawn all the way down there and have to do the whole vertical room again.
Sorry.
So he has to really make sure he doesn't die.
Okay, there you go. So we shoot these things to, I guess, do stuff. Hello, thank you. We're also climbing up a level geometry as usual. Oh my goodness.
Very nice.
I'm sort of petrified. This one I don't think we shoot, unless it's the next one, but we'll find out.
We don't.
No, there you go. See, I remember this game. So we gain height on a little bit of things. So here's another one. We backhand spring up this. So if we shot the grapple here, this platform would stop us from being able to gain that height, which is a problem. So we're going to do an extra roll for height, and I'm not going to do the thing.
Yeah,
it's really risky.
So yeah, the platform, this platform right here, it is technically possible to jump directly to it. But when you jump out of an airwalk, there are a few frames. You can jump a few frames after letting go of your guns. If you wait too many frames, Lara will start losing height. And if you don't have the proper amount of height, if you're not as high as possible, she will miss the platform, you will die, and you will have to do vertical room again. So it is risky, which is why Bob didn't go for it. Here we're going to see the deload of an area. It's really strange, you'll see. If you back and spring it to this wall, it deloads the area. The reason we do that is because we're going to backtrack now. This room still has collisions. We're going to go through the corridor that we went through a few seconds ago. And then the next area doesn't have collision, so now we can just go out of bounds. The whole reason we do that is so we don't have to pull these two levers to open this door. We can just go around the door instead. And there's the
This is probably the big skip. I mean,
oh yeah,
it's very complicated. So this is aptly named torso skip. So we're gonna deload the area. So you're gonna have to do the whole section of this blind. So we need to lose a specific amount of height on the left. So we roll twice, and that puts us in a good position to be able to hug the platform that was just here. I hope. Yeah.
There it is.
And then when we get to the corner, we roll, and then we spam roll after a little bit. And as you can see, maybe I'm now out of bounds, but properly. So now we can go to the next bit, and torso is not an issue.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but the way you can visualize it is the reason we deloaded the area with torso in it is not because we want to deload this area, it's because we want to make sure the next area is loaded. So after this next area is loaded, we can now just manage to get out of the torso room and then progress, like we did. Yeah, this is good.
As usual with speedruns, the closer you get to the end, come on. The closer you get to the end, usually the more rusty you get, because, well, unless you practice, but...
Bob does not.
The start of the run, I did practice before this, so... This lava here is real, so don't touch it. This is not how you do this, it's incredible. There you go. So that lava is real, so be careful. We're just loading more areas. This...
One more full damage cancel, as you can see.
There you go.
There it is.
Right.
And now what we're going to do is switch to a control scheme called manual. What it does is it puts whatever you're aiming at in the center of the screen. And it also allows you to switch targets much easier. Like even though the menuing is a little bit slow, I'm telling you, it's worth it. Like we're trying to specifically aim at the wings of Natla. So that we can go into phase 2, which is this phase.
Oops. So we're gonna aggro her, roll over her, shoot her. Sorry. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
And then switch to Magnums. I forgot to reload, that's why
I'm gonna aggro her one more time.
And this time, I will spam left click, and she will die this time, hopefully. And to end the run, there's of course, a QTE because tropes. So, but I'll tell you when the run ends. It's not very exciting. You press enter and then it ends.
What have you really accomplished?
But because this is technically input, the run is not over. And it's actually quite stressful because if you mispress an input, you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, you gotta remember, like we said, the Tomb Raider Anniversary QTEs, you actually have to time them. You have to wait for them to be on screen. If you're a little bit too excited and press them too early like so...
Okay, I can explain why I did that.
Sure.
So some of the inputs, you see obviously the inputs appear on screen. You can actually press them before they appear, which is what makes it a lot worse. Because you have to mentally time when you're going to press that input. So that was up. I just pressed it slightly too early. But you can save like a second or two just by pressing it a bit earlier. So. I mean, obviously, I haven't saved much time by doing this.
It is
this time I'm gonna wait just for everything to appear, I think.
It is very specific, but there's that one input right here which you can press before it appears on screen. It's one of the only ones. There's only 2 QT inputs that you can press before they actually appear on screen, and that was
that
one
is
of
the
them.
last input. But this run will end as soon as the level statistics menu appears, so that will be very soon. But I'm a fan of this run. I prefer Anniversary because it's very consistent. But guess Natla, oh no, horrible accident, right. And the time ends now. There you go, 23:10 was the
GG.
Oh my God.
GG, Bob.
GG.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bob, for showcasing Anniversary. That was amazing. We appreciate it very much. Bob, why don't you just tell people a little bit about you, where they can find you, and what you've been up to, and congrats on that 2745.
Oh, right, thank you. That's a bit high enough for me. So yeah, my name is Bob the 20th, Bob, whatever. You can find me on Twitch, on YouTube, or on my website, bobthe20th.com. I do, so yeah, Tomb Raider, so Lao mainly, so Legend, Anniversary, Underworld. I did 2013 recently, and even more recently, I've been doing some of the Raiders exhibition stuff Nate's doing. He'll be doing a run shortly. So that's been very enjoyable. Apart from that, I don't stream too often, but when I do, it will obviously be speedrunning related. Thank you for having me on, and thank you to Bino, obviously.
Fantastic. Brian, do you have any more shout outs that you want to give?
Well, if you're a fan of the LAU trilogy or even 2013, you can follow me at twitch.tv/brandnew. I do streams over there from time to time. But yeah, congrats to Bob on this run. This was beautiful.
Thank you very much.
This was awesome. Thank you again, Bob, for bringing us home with the Lao trilogy. We appreciate you for showcasing these very, very fun little games. They're all blasts. So
very fun.
Seriously, folks, we're gonna take a short break, but I have a quest for you right now. I want you to head on over to the GDQ Discord and post your favorite Tomb Raider game in the chat. If you do, I will give you a golden amulet. That's what I want you to do. I want you to head on over to the GDQ Discord during the break, and I want you to spam your favorite Tomb Raider video game, that's the place, exclamation point Discord in the chat. It's the best place to get involved with our GDQ community. And yeah, I want to see you do it. So go on over there, exclamation point Discord right now. And when we return, we're jumping back to the original franchise with Tomb Raider 5. Stick around. Folks, welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Tomb Raider weekend. We're going back to the beginning. We're jumping into the final 2 games of the original saga. We're jumping into Tomb Raider Chronicles, and then, of course, we're wrapping it up with Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. I just want to say thank you so much for all the people that joined our Discord, as well as the people that hopped in there to chat and to post your favorite Tomb Raider game. Seriously, the GDQ Discord is the best place to get involved with GDQ. You can add the hotfix role. You can follow all of our upcoming events that we do. You can talk with our staff and, of course, just be a part of the conversation. So once again, if you didn't do it, consider joining the GDQ Discord so you can be a part of our wonderful little family. All right, folks, let's get into it. It's time for Tomb Raider Chronicles with Mello. Mello, how are you?
Hello, I am Mello, just like mentioned right now. I'm doing okay-ish. I'm actually still sick, unfortunately, but I will try my best. Otherwise, I'm feeling great. I'm stoked to be here once again with Tomb Raider Chronicles, which is, by the way, just among us, the best Tomb Raider game ever. And because it's the best Tomb Raider game ever, I also have the best commentary here with Red Grid and T-Rex of Terror. You've seen them before, you've heard them before. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, I am T-Rex. I was here yesterday. I did my own run, and now I'm excited to be here back one more time to help commentate.
Hi, I'm Rad. I have a deja vu right now because we were here already yesterday. But of course, today we will watch Mello play the best Tomb Raider game, as he said, and obviously my favorite game of the classic series. Yeah, I'm Rad, here for the community, here for the Tomb Raider runs, and yeah, good luck, Mello.
Thank you, thank you. Just before we start that run, the category is secrets, glitchless, so yeah, you won't see any glitches, hopefully, at least not intentionally, and we will collect all the secrets, which are golden roses or rolden goses. That's a little community joke we have. So yeah, without further ado, I would say we're ready. Everyone else is ready. I'm gonna roughly count down. But yeah, the timer starts as soon as we see Lara in game, basically.
All right, so, whenever you're ready.
We're just gonna go for this. 3, 2, 1, and time starts. I said time again. I already want to be at the end. I'm really sorry. Yeah, that's it, folks. No, we're gonna go for this tutorial area. Basically, it's not really mandatory to go through here, but we have one of the secrets in here, so we actually have to go through that tutorial area and have to listen to Lara explain us how to play the game. It's the 5th installment in the series at this point, and they still expect us to not know how to play this game. But Rad probably has an opinion on not knowing how to play Chronicles. Maybe you want to share that little opinion about this game?
Well, the game it doesn't introduce the rope mechanic, but it, I don't know, makes it a bit different in its experience, that you not just hang on to it but walk over it, and there are several parts in the game where you actually have to walk over the rope, and that is completely RNG when she stumbles on the rope or falls off if you don't press the right buttons at the right time. Yeah, and everyone loves that mechanic, obviously. I think there was recently a skip introduced to skip one of the ropes. Are you going to do that, Mello, today, or are you going to leave that toxic skip out?
It's only 50% toxic. I will probably attempt it a few times. I will actually lose time, probably, compared to just doing the intended route. but maybe I can show it off right now. It's relatively new, and I have never been really good at that skip, if I say so myself.
Trex, do you want to tell us some more about the lore of this game?
Yeah, of course. So some people might remember that at the end of the 4th game, The Last Revelation, Lara's actually presumed dead when the Great Pyramid collapses on top of her when she's trying to leave after entombing Set. And so this game kind of starts out with Lara's funeral. And the main story of this game is actually 4 smaller stories back to back, not one continuous story. And so we're basically playing through one of Lara's adventures that some of her friends throughout the years are discussing after this funeral ceremony.
That is correct. And what we're doing here, we're not going up normally through that ramp because that's going to trigger Larsen. I mean, if you have seen, and probably you have seen, Bexi's run of Tier 1 earlier, not today, yesterday, you might have noticed Larsen and Pierre there, and yeah, that's basically the headcanon is that they are a couple. They are our favorite queer couple, and they are back in this section of the game because it is set in the past. However, it's not really explained why they're here, if this is before Tier 1 or after. I think it's supposed to be before Tier 1.
Yeah, but because they die in Tier 1.
Yeah, it doesn't add up because they actually die, but how can they be here? It doesn't make sense. You'll just ignore it.
I mean, you know, we'll see. Maybe we won't see because you will skip everything, but
yes.
Falling down a very, like, long way down, I don't know if you survive that, really.
Yeah.
For one of the characters. So yeah, we don't know.
Okay, that was super fast. What you're supposed to do here, actually, is you're supposed to combine the laser sight and the revolver and then shoot the lock. But shooting that lock is just tied to the projectile, so you can shoot it as well with your pistols. And basically, as you stop, there's a chance for the projectile to hit the lock, because Lara is like slightly lower with her arms, I believe. Basically, every time she stops moving. A new thing added in this remaster is a cutscene skipper and a flyby skipper, which is really great because otherwise this category would be like more than 2 hours long. So yeah, we save a lot of the Chronicles movie here on the way. So this is where we have to use the revolver. And another mechanic added here in this remaster is actually the true quick save. Kick save, yeah. We're gonna have a kick out of that, but which allows us basically to redo certain parts if we screw them up. So with the modern controls that I'm using right now, which are way faster than tank controls, and also with the quick save option, you really have a run that you can finish quite safely, I would say. It's definitely one where, do you say the skill ceiling is not as high? I always confuse it a bit, but like, let's say it's more forgiving, definitely, compared to the.
I would agree.
Okay. So we want to run past this because if you get hit by that, it can deal quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, for some reason, there seems to be that perpetual motion beam flying back and forth that can easily kill you.
It's just Chronicles things.
Every time you see that little press button to skip in OG, you would have to wait and watch and enjoy and sip your coffee. Yeah, we also have a cutscene skipper for OG and category extensions, but it's not as popular of a category. So in Remastered, we just, get it with release.
Yeah, that is on the category extensions for the reason that it is modded.
Yeah, correct.
Ooh. Okay.
Lovely dog that
Lovely
always
dog.
pushes you when you're in here.
Yeah, little RNG. So usually the RNG in any Tomb Raider game is mostly tied to how the enemies behave. I was not supposed to roll there. And yeah, this dog can annoy you quite a bit, push you to the side. There are actually quite a few enemies in the Tomb Raider series that can push you away from levers. Okay, did not have to take as wide of a turn here, but
Why exactly is she in?
The dog was there.
She is right now.
she's here for the Mercury Stone, I think. I think it's
the Philosopher's Stone?
That's the big thing at the end. But she was here for the Mercury Stone to meet Pierre and Larson to kind of exchange it. Okay, this is the infamous
Dang, the
point.
lore drop.
A lore drop, yes. This is the
Toxic
infamous...
jump incoming.
Yeah. We're gonna...
You want to skip this rope.
Yeah, we're just gonna... Let's see if I can somewhat align myself. Okay, needs to be a bit wider. So you can curve just as much, so you can actually skip that tightrope. But I really don't like this jump, and I haven't practiced this enough to show it properly. But if you grab just at the right time and just at the right angle, you can skip this rope entirely. Which hopefully you'll still get. If not, then I'll just revert to the normal strat.
Lovely ropes.
Yeah. And I think we will do the
How
lovely
many
ropes. Okay.
stumbles did we have last time? 2, 3 at the in the first level?
I didn't count them. Actually, I didn't. But we now have a few here. Yeah. So
it's okay. Now we get to see Lara T-pose. You know, like it's part of it. You know,
it's lovely.
Yeah, these stumbles.
This is RNG.
These stumbles where she stops for a second is RNG and really annoying. And I believe I remember hearing that going through some of these ropes with no stumble at all is possible, just exceedingly rare.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, more often than not, you will get 10,000 stumbles. So yeah, we would have ended up here if I did the skip correctly, but I'm so sorry. I really want to show the cooler stuff off, but unfortunately, the cooler stuff is also the stuff that is a bit harder to do.
Yeah, that's a very difficult jump.
Here, we might be stuck for a little bit. Okay, fine. Doing this the second time is fine. You can hit that little slow part in a way where you can just keep running again. This is one of the cutscenes or flybys we actually cannot skip, as it's important that this cogwheel is actually in that position. I don't know if this would be
I gotta say,
yeah.
Out of the remasters that we got, the paint job, let's call it, was beautifully done for Chronicles. The loading screens and all of the textures that you can see, I think it's one of the best out of all 6 games that were remastered. For me personally, at least.
Yeah, it definitely had a good glow up. I mean, the remaster introduced these new graphics, but also they didn't steal the old graphics from us, so we can actually switch to the old graphics and showcase how it looked before. So yeah, you'll see a big glow up here. Some stuff has been completely remade into 3D assets that were 2D before. And right now, what we want to look out for is that we get specific pickups that we need for some enemies at the end of the section. And also very important, we have to backtrack a bit before we finish the level because we have to get one of the secrets. That's a secret that is easily forgotten because you're already on your way out of the level, pretty much.
Here's one of the weirdest enemies, I'd say, in these classic Tomb Raider games. I still don't quite even know what to call it, but you have to shoot its 2 eyes, and then it just blows up and dies. Otherwise, otherwise it kind of, does it instantly kill you with like some sort of laser blast?
Yeah.
It's very odd.
That mechanical head was so confusing that it confused even me enough threw away my flare. But we can explain the flare jump again in a second. We've already seen it a few times. Not the flare jump, sorry. I think of Chronicles, I think of flare jumps. No, flare jumps are actually a thing that T-Rex would do.
Yeah, this is not a glitch category.
This is not a glitch. I'm so sorry. No, we are actually utilizing flare cancels. We will see them again shortly.
Which is not a glitch.
Which is not a glitch. We're just exchanging one animation for the other, basically, as one animation is faster than the other one. So, have another secret. It's also, to me, Chronicles secrets and Tier 2 secrets for that matter, they are very clear because they have specific pickups for the secrets. So you know exactly when you pick up a secret, as in some other Tomb Raider games. We have to rely on the sound only for some, especially in glitch categories where you have to trigger some secrets with cameras. Again, that would be more the expertise of T-Rex in glitch runs, but yeah, I like this in particular because the golden roses look cool. They're kind of unique, and in Tier 2 it's the same thing with the jade, stone, and gold dragon, I believe. That's the different tiers of secrets.
Yes.
Which also means
I personally prefer them as well, like special items that you can pick up that, you know, if you pick them all up, give you something. I don't think the golden roses do anything, do they? They just show.
I believe in the original release, if you collected all of them, they actually gave you a look at the trailer for AOD.
Oh, right.
Okay.
There were the special features. Yeah.
Ooh, AOD mention.
Oh.
Yeah, and concept art, I believe.
Which, if you stick around, there will be an AOD run after this.
Yes.
So yeah, here we have to fight this giant statue that is alive for whatever reason. Okay. And we kind of want to get a bit closer to it because it unfortunately also has an attack where it shoots you with lasers. I don't know, a very common thing in Tomb Raider, apparently. Stuff shooting you with lasers, so that deals a lot of damage. That's why we go a bit closer to it, and then we go away from it to keep it in that state. You wanted to say something, Red?
I already forgot what I wanted to say.
Sorry.
Well, I wanted to say that I do like the Chronicle keeps, you know, the mythical stuff up. With, you know, it's every little story has specific creatures. I mean, the floating head and the statue are mythical creatures to me, and then there's more coming up. So that's what I like about Chronicles. Just, you know, to point that out.
Okay, we want to be full health for this. Because we kind of want to cheese our way through this boss. And we actually want to desync our pistols because then we have more shots available. Which is
actually a really
significantly faster.
It's a pretty interesting boss
really
fight
good.
because remind me if I'm wrong, in OG you could just go place these key items in here and run out and leave without killing Larson and without killing that boss, but you can't do that here.
Exactly, and this is the big difference here where we unfortunately lose time. Also, fun fact, you can die here on purpose, but just don't press any buttons because otherwise you will get a game over screen. All right. Now we're in the Colosseum, and I think Jiggy, especially you will like that one.
Yeah.
Because it features the most iconic enemy in all of Tomb Raider.
This is I don't like it when you say Jiggy, you will enjoy. What does that mean? That's so scary.
You will know what I mean. No worries, no worries.
Also, these are tombs, so you know.
Yeah.
+1.
Exactly.
+1 to the amount of tombs that we've seen. I won't lie, I've lost track. So it's up to chat to find out how many tombs we have raided this weekend.
Unfortunately, the amount of tombs after tier 1 significantly goes down. Oh, okay. We saw
Glitch.
a glitch.
Rejected.
Okay, but I reloaded. Yeah,
Correct.
we're fine. We're fine. You know, that's unfortunately the category as well. It's very easy to.
Oh, you got
unintentionally glitch.
lions in this game. Oh, they're lions. Oh, thank goodness it's a real Tomb Raider game.
Yes. We don't even.
Does that
have
mean
one
you're
lion, we have
implying that
several.
Tomb Raider 4 isn't a real Tomb Raider game?
Are there no there are no big cats in Tomb Raider 4?
No, just dogs.
Nope, only dogs.
Well, yeah,
I guess it's not.
a real
I
Tomb
guess
Raider
it's
game.
not real. I guess I don't know. I think we've come up with this classification all weekend, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell people. We can't change the rules now.
It's too late.
Well, I'm sorry, T-Rex, but tier 4 is not a real Tomb Raider game. I can,
Also, what were there? Why were there 2 lions down so deep underground?
Don't question it.
Well, there
How
are
did
like
they get
skeletons
down
in there.
here?
It's like a dungeon, I guess.
We're very far underground right now, and there's just 2 lions.
Actually, we're like in the Colosseum, so it's like it doesn't even make sense in general because we're in the Colosseum in Rome, and somehow there are gladiators and lions running around.
You know, the mythical, the mythical aspect that I mentioned, this, leftover lions, leftover gladiators that she has revived because she, I don't know, pulled a lever or something.
So wait, you mentioned this before, that the lore of this game is that and the reason why it's called Chronicles is because these are adventures that Lara did before Tomb Raider 4, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, and anybody in chat that is an avid Tomb Raider plot enjoyer or timeline expert, tell me, were you disappointed when your first time playing Tomb Raider 5, thinking that this entire game was a filler quest?
I will certainly not. I hope chat answers correctly.
Yeah, but what you don't see is in the FMVs, Lara's friends, people that she knew, people that she hung out with, people that she went on adventures with, basically talk about her life and tell each other stories that she, told them or that they experienced with her. So each of the little locations is its own story. And you don't take any items with you from one location to the next one, obviously.
Yeah, it's basically playing 4 games of Tomb Raider.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm seeing people in chat, things that contradict previous games, but these are stories. Somebody could say and then Lara pulled out a lightsaber and started chopping down the lions. It actually makes sense why there are lions if this is a story.
Right, not all the details might be right.
You got it.
I mean, no. This is. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not a tinfoil hat theory. Okay, there are a couple games that do this thing. All right, I'm gonna bring up one of my favorite ever video games. It's called Star Wars: Legacy of the Force, on the Game Boy Advance, and it's a Jedi. It's like all 3 original trilogy movies told from the perspective of Luke Skywalker. But my headcanon is that it's told by Luke Skywalker when he's like really drunk at a cantina. Because like in the first movie, he like in this one level of the game, he runs and he takes out 50 stormtroopers with like just his fists. And I'm like, I don't remember that from Star Wars. But if Luke was telling the story while drunk, yeah, of course he would say he took out 50 stormtroopers with his fists. So I don't know. I'm just saying it
all makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably all boasting about the story they're telling, and they're making it more fantastical than it actually was.
They're not gonna say that she sucked. They're gonna say that she ran around with 2 guns and beat up guys in berets in a room with 50 monitors.
Yeah, it tracks lore. Where are we right now?
Right, yeah, lore.
Where in the timeline are we?
I could not tell you the timeline. I don't know if there's any information about that.
It's based on her braid length. That's what I've deduced from this weekend.
Off the length.
Yeah, Lara's braid gets longer the older she is. This is what I've confirmed.
Okay, so if you're the professional, why are you asking me?
No, I am not the professional. No. I'm the farthest away from professional that in this room in this whole weekend.
Well, so yeah, I don't know if anyone knows the exact pinpoint of when this took place on a timeline, but this is now taking place in Russia. Lara's looking for something, I think it's called the Spear of Destiny, which is apparently lost on the ocean floor for a long time. And so I guess that she decided to head to Russia to figure this out. And she's going to be infiltrating a Russian submarine here after she gets out over to there and jumps onto the sub before it dives under the water.
You are correct.
Thank you.
If I go back to the previous story that has been told in Rome, I really like what you said there, Jiggy, because my headcanon of all the stuff that contradicts itself with Pierre Larsen also being there is actually because that story is being told by Lara's butler, Winston. And he's old. He's very, very, very old. And he might mix up some stuff.
And he wasn't there.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was not even there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
See,
all these stories
sense.
here are explained by people. And, we just have, how's it called? The narrator you cannot trust. I forgot the word.
It's like telephone, you tell me a story,
exactly.
I tell you a story.
Absolutely.
My story might be exaggerated, parts I like better. Then everybody in the chat tells the story because I tell the story. It makes sense.
Yes. I think that makes me like Chronicles more.
Oh.
This theory.
Red's favorite
and
Tomb Raider.
Obviously,
yeah.
And obviously she wasn't collecting
Raider,
golden
right?
roses.
It is the best
totally.
Tomb Raider. I won't accept. According to me, and everyone knows that I am correct in everything I say and do. So clearly.
But yeah, she's collecting basically her own roses for her funeral, which also doesn't make much sense.
It's very poetic and cute in a way.
I do like the secret items. Yeah.
Of course you liked them. You made a whole emote about it. Technically,
Sure did.
Red keeps saying she doesn't like this game. However, most of the emotes she created are based on Chronicles.
This is not untrue. This is the truth.
we have Golden Rose with a people face on it, and the roses from the game. We have Rolden Goals, which we mentioned earlier, which is just an upside down version of Golden Rose. We have caught in Chronicles, where someone plays Chronicles on their screen and then suddenly switches to the Google, to the... That one is the best one, by the way.
Yeah, it really is. Going back Rome, right?
Going back Rome, yeah.
If you have to restart your run, you have to go back to the very first level.
Yeah, that one is also one of my favorites. Fortunately enough, we can quick save like 10,000 times during this run, so we don't ever have to go back to Rome.
Yeah. Almost done.
Almost done.
Another thing that I do like about this game is the sounds and the music. It's just iconic.
It's a lot of tier 4 music as well, I think. Oh. I mean, tier 4 to 6 had a really great soundtrack as well. I think especially, say what you want about AOD. I have an opinion about AOD.
Can we hear that?
It's great. It's a great game. It's
right.
one of the games of all time.
I would say it is one of the Tomb Raider games. Yeah.
It is one of the Tomb Raider games for sure. No, but AOD has a really nice soundtrack.
Underwater time.
Yeah, we're now on the submarine.
And this is... this is where... okay, so there's this thing about Tomb Raider 5 specifically, where it basically doesn't explain anything to you. There are, sections in the other games occasionally where things are not explained to you, but Chronicles definitely takes it to the max. You have to do very specific things, pick up very specific items, and in this ship have very specific movement to trigger something so you can actually continue with the game. We will see that soon, TM.
TM.
There are some of those things like those shelves that you can go up and interact with, and then Lara climbs up and looks through them. I remember not knowing at all that you could even interact with those.
Correct.
I mean, if you have not... Well, actually, even in the tutorial area, I don't think there is a voice line explaining you to check the shelves.
In the tutorial at the very start.
In the tutorial, that is completely not mandatory because you can simply run past it.
Yeah, it's put in an awkward place, to be very honest, because you could just walk past it.
Okay, we didn't glitch here this time.
Nice.
So yeah, that's a glitches maneuver we can use. You've already seen it in the Colosseum earlier, where we can use the monkey roll, as I call it, that was introduced in the remaster, and just roll past that vent area, or the open area in the vent.
What was a nice inclusion in the remasters is that little, action indicator hand icon when you're near something that you can actually interact with, and a little hand appears, and then at places like those shelves and whatnot if you get near them.
Yeah, that definitely helps, especially for Chronicles. And for that matter, also TR4, I would say. I tried to skip the cutscene with action, by the way. Hi, I'm Mello, a professional Tomb Raider runner.
Professional Tomb Raider runner.
And coming up, the best encounter in all of Tomb Raider, the best fight you will ever see. Lara versus random cook that contains the key to her weapons. For whatever reason.
This is what I mean.
Yes.
And we have to pick up the crowbar beforehand. Nothing is explained. You have to be walking, otherwise you will be caught and it's game over for you.
Yeah.
It's like no other form of stealth anywhere else in any of the other games, and then suddenly you're supposed to sneak up on this random cook in the kitchen and knock him out.
With a crowbar.
With a crowbar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you can't leave the first room if you don't pick up the crowbar, so if you get here eventually, you will have it. Unless you somehow bugged out of the room. Which I have yet to see. But you know, marathon runs, they always hold up something special for you, so maybe we will see a first-time thing again here. We've seen some in the earlier runs already. Or at least very low chance things happening in speedruns. So yeah, we have another secret coming up here. I really don't like the secret because this room is already a bit weird because you have two guys in here that shoot you constantly. And this Russia section, with the last section we're gonna visit in New York, are one of the harder ones actually. Because you can run out of meds very quickly, depending on the RNG of the enemies here. Because sometimes these guys don't hit you once in this corridor here or in this hall. Okay.
So the main point of this level...
this will be enough. Yes.
Yeah, the main point of this level is, well, Lara's obviously going through this Russian submarine that she broke into and then was caught, escaped, and is now collecting a few different things to get a underwater diving suit ready. So she's going to go into the diving suit and through to go find that Spear of Destiny artifact that she's looking for down at the ocean floor.
Thank you for the lore drop.
Thank you for the lore drop.
Look, I'm here following it, all right? I'm trying my best. I'm trying to piece all this together.
It's a story mess. Definitely this game. It's like very fast-paced stories. And
especially in speedrunning.
Especially in speedrunning. We're just vibing. Lara does the job. Hopefully I don't have to heal again. We want to be on the right or left side here because she will have that hanging climbing animation, which is faster, I believe, if you have to climb up a maximum of 2 times. Anything further than that, it's faster to climb up normally. Please correct me if that's incorrect, but I think that is correct.
I'm not sure about 2. I know it's definitely faster with 1 climb up.
It's definitely faster with 1 climb up, yeah. That is 100% certain.
Yep.
Okay. Now we want to use that time here to combine 2 of these items together, or rather 4 of these items together to 2 items. And yeah, that's why we went around all the rooms on the submarine. This level can be very confusing if you play it for the first time, if you play it casually, because everything looks the same. And now we're underwater, and we will have 1 secret here. That's also a very unique level, because we're suddenly in that suit, never seen before. And we actually have a mechanic here, like two mechanics here, where we can place decoys. And you've seen it just now with the bar showing up there. That's actually the nervousness bar. No, I'm not making that up. And I have not known about this until this remaster, because this bar never even showed up in OG. But yeah, in OG we did realize that at some point, when you're going back, like you retrieve the Spear of Destiny now in a few seconds, and you're going back from it, and then she will breathe heavily. And we noticed that sometimes she's more calm, she breathes normally, then she breathes more heavily, and then your air bar would deplete a lot quicker. But yeah, at least I didn't really know about that nervousness bar, but it was always there in the back hiding. It was just not visible to our eye with the HUD. And also, I might add, she looks like Buzz Lightyear in that suit. I'm sorry, you will never unsee it again.
Yes, she does. Does this count as a tomb? Because there were just 2 skeletons.
That is a tomb.
There, Okay, it's a tomb.
I mean, isn't it kind of a shipwreck? We didn't count Maria Doria as a tomb.
We
didn't count that as a tomb.
Don't believe so. No.
Maybe we
That's
should.
a tomb to me.
Maybe we should ask chat.
Yeah, I think
Is a
chat
shipwreck a
has to
tomb?
be the chat has to be the judge of this, whether it's a tomb or not.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair. That's valid. Very interesting fact, because we're running out of interesting facts about this game. That flare pack you saw me pick up was not in the original.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and that changes max percent runs because you need to pick this up.
Max percent mentioned. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We got it. Max percent, everybody. Did you ever know about max percent? I heard about this yesterday. This category where you get the percent as high as you can. This is so new to me.
Yeah.
So glad you mentioned it, Mello. Oh, fantastic.
I blame Trex.
This is not my fault. In terms of the level, this is basically the exact same as a couple levels ago, but now the submarine is sinking. Lara took the Spear of Destiny and then brought it back, but then she was kind of caught off guard by some of the Russians who also wanted the Spear of Destiny, but the power of the spear ended up like blowing up and starting to sink the ship and murdered one of the Russians. And so now, as the submarine is filling with water and sinking, Lara needs to try to escape.
That is once again correct. T-Rex being correct several times in a row today.
Is that a surprise? What? I'm confused.
No, it's it's not a surprise, of course. You have earned your golden rolls.
So if I just start,
you can pick it up after this run.
So if I just start lying about the story, are you gonna say that is incorrect? And then
that is incorrect.
Yes. And then your mic shuts off automatically.
Your mic shuts off automatically.
Yep.
Here she talks to the captain, by the way. And, well, they kind of help. Well, she helps him, basically. But she thinks that they're helping each other a tiny bit. But you will see in just a bit that the captain will not leave his ship. Spoilers. And he will, the ship will be his tomb.
Yes.
Oh, do we count this as a tomb?
Is this a tomb now? It does not have, this section does not have lions in it, so...
So it's not a real Tomb Raider game.
It's not a real Tomb Raider game right now.
Mm-hmm. No lions equals no Tomb Raider.
Yes.
Also, by the way, we get electrocuted here, just use a med. No problem.
We get electrocuted here? Are we?
We can get electrocuted here.
Yeah, if we don't turn the electricity off, then yes.
Correct.
Okay. Same thing here, that's why we turn it off, because otherwise, unfortunately, we cannot go through these wires. They're an instant death to you. And we also picked up the Desert Eagle on the way, because, first of all, how can you not pick up the Desert Eagle? Because it's the best weapon in all of Tomb Raider. And
I actually agree.
See? I'm not even lying. And secondly, we use it to get rid of some enemies here. This one contains a key. I'm saying containing as if it's a chest. I'm sorry, that's a human.
I was gonna say.
I'm sorry.
A giant key too, by the way.
A giant key too. Yeah, because otherwise you couldn't see the keys. So before we end the level, that's another secret you can easily forget because you unfortunately have to backtrack here. And that's why we stripped that guy of his key. Don't worry, he's just sleeping. Lara does not kill anyone in these games ever.
She's leaving him in a sinking submarine, though.
Well, they chose to be on that submarine.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Lara Croft apologist right here.
Lara Croft apologist. This game features sinking submarines. Do not enter them. Do not do this at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now we should have all the secrets for this section. Ooh. And if I'm not mistaken, Jiggy, we're gonna have a small break after this section, correct?
Correct. We'll take just a quick break once this level's done.
That is coming up in a bit.
This is the escape pod to get out of the sinking submarine, which the Admiral tells Lara to go and take herself. And so she, I guess, is the sole survivor of this submarine.
As with like many scenarios, actually. She is a survivor after all. And that brings us to the break. I'll pause the game here.
All right. And folks, we're going to take just a short break. And when we return, we'll finish up this Tomb Raider Chronicles adventure. Do me a favor and go on over during the break to youtube.com/gamesdonequick. That's where you can check out all of our stuff that we got going on and consider subscribing or becoming a channel member over there so you don't miss out on anything that we got going on. All right, we'll be right back. Folks, welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. We're going to jump right back into Tomb Raider Chronicles with Mello. Mello, you ready to rock and roll?
Yes, indeed, I am. Welcome back, folks. We are now in Ireland, which is pretty much the halfway point. So that's a good time to have had the break as well. I'm going to count down once again, and then we can continue the timer. So 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. You might notice we are a bit younger now. T-Rex, you want
another lore drop?
Yeah, lore drop, please.
All right. So, like we've said, we're going through a few different stories being told by some of Lara's friends right after her funeral. And one of them is Father Patrick discussing a story where when Lara was much younger, this takes place after Cambodia in Tomb Raider Last Revelation. Father Patrick adventured to this island where the supposed kind of demonic forces were inhabiting the island, and he went to investigate this, and Lara kind of tagged along without him knowing. And so now she's in this very Halloween-like horror kind of section island off of the coast of Ireland, I believe.
A pretty
nice
cool
platforming.
section. Yeah, so what we can explain it a little bit. Normally, you would basically have to come here from another point, which is well at the starting area almost. Oh. But because we're using modern controls, or even with tank controls, I think most of the stuff here should be possible. But it's but it's a bit harder to do with tank controls because you don't have as much freedom curving around stuff. And what we can't forget, obviously, are the golden roses. That's the well, by the way. And we also skipped a little enemy here, just like Red said, or just like T-Rex said, it's a bit of a horror vibe here.
It's also cool to note that
demons. Yes.
Yeah, this area, it's we've seen this before in Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2, in certain sections of a level where Lara loses her weapons and has no way to actually kill things and defend herself. But we never really saw it in the sense of an entire area, multiple levels like we have here. Young Lara doesn't really have any weapons, and it's more just kind of exploration and puzzle solving as opposed to combat.
Imagine having exploration and puzzle solving in your Tomb Raider game.
I just assumed that all Tomb Raider games were just doing airwalks.
True. Okay, so what we have to do here is we basically have to get a heart out of this tree I know, stay with me. For a guy that doesn't have a heart. But he's basically tricking us. I think that's the lore of that. And we're going here first. Normally you can also use the torch here. But we're going here first to get the heart because that's slightly faster if we have to collect the secret on the way. And also, because we're Lara Croft, we can just run through spikes and only get a little bit of damage.
Even as a teenager, she was unstoppable.
Yes. And she never really shied away from an adventure, I suppose. Already at that age.
And we put the heart into this wall. Okay.
Yeah, we put the heart into this wall, which opens this up. Then we get attacked.
Makes sense.
We get attacked by little imps that we're skipping. Little demons. And we have an iron klepper with us. Yes, that's the real name of this.
An iron what?
An iron klepper. I think that's how it's called.
Yeah.
That's the real name. And with that, we're fighting off the imps because they just poof out of existence. All right.
Now we're in a church.
Now we're in a church, for whatever reason. And we have
with giant buttons on the wall.
Yeah, if you have seen the Tier 4 run, you will remember those buttons. They're not the exact same ones. And they're a lot less of a puzzle, but same mechanic, basically. And I think nothing really tells you what order you have to press. At least I have never seen casually the solution to this other than, yeah, just try some stuff out.
And what did you just do? Did you just take a knob of a
yeah, I took a knob out of
mark?
that. I took bone dust out, and that I used to set this thing on fire. It's really, it's. And that
Chronicles, we love you.
It's explaining this game is really hard because what do I know?
It all makes total sense, really.
Yeah.
I've learned so much this entire weekend about all of the connections. I put them all together, you know.
We want to see the results of that, surely.
Exactly.
All right. Gonna drop down here. Then we want to get down here. We do it that way because if we fall into the water, there's actually a cutscene we're activating. You especially don't want to do this. You especially don't want to do this in the OG version of this game. You want to avoid cutscenes at all costs. Is this a tomb? Because there are skeletons. Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend. Also, just to mention, you know, jumping through that texture is not a glitch.
Yeah.
Because there is no actual, well, there is solid ground, but this is completely...
this structure on top is just fake.
Yeah.
Like there's no geometry
you can just
on
walk
it.
through it.
Exactly. And we use this little sequence here, which is one of my favorites. We pick up the book, and also with modern controls, we can simply curve around here, saves a tiny bit of time. I love modern controls. We're on
Mello
the way.
is a modern controls lover.
I was actually, when the first remaster came out in 2024, I'm pretty sure I was one of the first people to run modern controls. I think I saw Tombo running caves with modern controls. And after that, I was like...
But that was a bit later, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a bit later, yeah, because people didn't really pick up on the modern controls. And I, myself...
Yeah,
I said, I tried the modern controls and I was like, nah, no way, I'm using that. This feels wrong. That was me, and now I love modern controls, so...
we gotta mention that modern controls on the very first release patch were awkward to use because the camera just didn't get along with the movement properly. So yeah, that's personally for me that's unusable. And we also have to mention that a lot of tank runners obviously have muscle memory for the tank controls, so it's really not that easy to adapt. And a lot of people that, for example, play with controller have switched to keyboard for modern controls because their muscle memory doesn't really exist there, which I understand. So.
Okay, this is a tunnel jump we just witnessed where you can extend Lara's jumping by a bit. And now we're gonna try to do a little skip here. That's not enough momentum. You can do this in one swing, but I think the momentum of the rope is also pretty much RNG, T-Rex. If you get like a super swing or something, it's very weird.
It at least seems kind of RNG. Sometimes you get a much nicer swing than other times. So quite annoying, those ropes.
So yeah, what we did here is tiny skip. It's not really tiny because it does save a lot of time actually. Because otherwise we would have to go around the whole premise here, do some crouching, and that just takes forever. So yeah, with this simple little setup, we can avoid all of that. And now we don't want to roll down there. This section here has some really obnoxious geometry, which is better in this remaster because they introduced a feature where you can run immediately from a slope or a slide, they call it. Okay.
You also skip most of the rope part here because you're actually supposed to swing the rope like straight forward and then do a little platforming section, and that is also skipped in a run.
Yes. And we got this chalk to draw, I don't know, nonsense that Lara saw in the book and thinks does something to a demon that we see for a tiny little bit here. Again, it's even
on a horse.
On a horse. It's even harder to understand the story of this game because we're skipping literally everything that would explain the story.
Yeah, so
I think I figured it out. Horse demon is evil, and that's bad.
Yeah, just about.
That's essentially it.
Basically, if
I don't know if the horse actually supports the demon, but
okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rope the horse in with the evil. My bad. I apologize. I'll get my apology letter on the GDQ Twitter as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a few cutscenes ago, Lara ran into the Father Patrick that she kind of snuck into the island with. And then in another cutscene, he was taken and kidnapped by the horse. And if you saw very quickly before the last cutscene was skipped, Father Patrick was being held onto by the demon on the obviously nice horse.
And now during that explanation, you have seen we were chased by Ariel, or at least a version of Ariel. Certainly not a friendly version. And we had to steal the coin, the silver coin from her, throw it in a cage, so we can go through here and activate a mechanism.
And then she gets eaten.
And then she gets eaten by the imps. Actually, that is a real part of the story. And also
part of the game, yeah.
You can, you can do this section here a little bit faster. Normally, you would have to get the door up, completely swing over, and then you can go through the door. However, you can activate the mechanism twice, go close to the door, and then just roll at the door, because at this time, Lara will be shorter, I guess. So she fits into the opening as she rolls. And also what differs from the normal any % run, we have to go here to this section for the secret. And by that we also collected all of the free secrets in this level. Which now means we can do... Oh, didn't want to do that. Okay, so that's a new skip. Relatively new skip. Where you can just go up here instead of going up somewhere else. And then you can curve around here. And that way we get to the end area. If she decides to move forward a tiny bit. This is very obnoxious because she doesn't want to move into that little crawl space here. And basically what we're doing right now is we're stopping the water because demons can't pass running water. And maybe T-Rex, you want to explain what's the story behind the end there?
Okay, so at the very end, there was that book that Mello grabbed in the labyrinth, and I guess if you name the demon by his demon name, then you can kind of control the demon. And so the demon was coming at Lara to try to kill her, and it was going to kill Father Patrick. But she had the book and was reading out the names in this fancy demonic book. And then she got the correct name, Verdalet. And then he froze and could not kill them any longer. And they were able to escape the demonic island and survive.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
So where are we now, Trex?
Okay, now Lara is in New York. In fact, we're going to meet up with an old friend from Tomb Raider 4, Werner von Croy. This takes place in between when we first meet Werner in Cambodia, when Lara is young, and then the main story of Cambodia as well. So this is in between those sections of Tomb Raider 4. And there was that artifact called the Iris that we saw in Cambodia. And right now, Werner has the Iris, and Lara wants to get it back. So she's breaking into his industrial skyscraper in New York City at Von Croy Industries. I don't know. It starts to get off the rails, I think, but that is what she's doing.
We're past that point already.
You're right.
So what we want to do here is we want to sprint and already shoot, and then we want to hold jump already, so we end up in this vent area. And if I pull it off correctly here, we can do this in one cycle. However, I bonked already, so I will save. I will get hit here probably. So let's see if we can. Okay, we just got hit for a tiny bit. That's totally fine.
Just a little
scrape. You can do
scrape.
this in one cycle. Just a little scrape. The a bit of her heel went off. That's fine. She doesn't need it.
Because that's definitely how you design security in a skyscraper. In the ladders and the vents,
Absolutely.
you put gigantic lasers that move back and forth slowly. It's very good security.
I mean, don't you apply that to your skyscraper?
Right.
I think the devs were just big fans of lasers because, you know, you can find them in a lot of the Tomb Raider classics. Oh yeah, we have the walking mechanic here again, just saying.
Yeah, that's that area here, like VCI is mostly built around stealth actually.
Which is a cute idea for a classic game, to be very fair.
The thing is, it's pretty cool. Like they threw some like new concepts into this game, even though they already didn't want to make TR4. That's why they killed her off, supposedly. But yeah, then they didn't even want to make Chronicles, like less so than that. But they threw in some like very unique stuff that just happened in this game as well. Sorry, Red.
No, it's all good. Talking about unique stuff, this is actually the first time we have a companion with us in our ear. Zip is actually in her, well,
in her
connected
ear?
to her, in her ear, yes. And he helps her basically get through the building by hacking security, cams or turning off lasers or telling her where she's supposed to go. And if you remember the Legend run, that's where companions basically return. But this is the first iteration of Zip in classic Tomb Raider.
The zesty Zip, definitely.
Zesty Zip. I mean, he's even in the newest animated show.
He will, actually, if you've watched the trailers for Legacy of Atlantis, which will be yet another Tier 1 remake, or reimagining rather, and Tomb Raider Catalyst, Zip will be most likely back because she has an earpiece once again. What we want to do here is, normally we would have to do this stealthy, but we don't have time to be stealthy, and we're Lara Croft. So we just get rid of that guy, of the refrigerator guy, as Zip calls them.
They're actually really annoying in a casual playthrough. I mean, in a speedrun too, but they can kill you very fast.
Yes.
So if you don't hit them in their face right away, because they are basically immune everywhere else on their body, then, well, you will probably die.
So a difference from any percent is that we have to shoot that guy there. Normally we wouldn't shoot him. And then he will open the door for us, with us, because we need 2 people to open the door. Because this here is the longer route, but unfortunately we have to go that route for the secret. We'll try to... Please don't... Okay, I don't want to heal again, so...
Nice.
Nice, so I just had to use 1 small med in this entire level, which should set us up for a good rest of the run at the end here.
Isn't that last secret kind of a really messed up one? Because the guy puts his arms up and is like, don't shoot, and then you have to kill him in order to get the secret.
They incentivize you to actually shoot that guy even though he's surrendering. And if you cooperate with him, then she just knocks him out after with her gun. Not as, also not pleasant, but at least he's alive then.
Tisk, tisk.
So yeah, we have to get rid of our weapon.
So you're telling...
For the first time in the series, we will be without a weapon. Has never happened before. No, but in this case, actually, we're getting rid of our weapons intentionally because we can't pass that security check here. By the way, Easter egg, if you type in Lara's birthday, which was yesterday, into this keypad, then you'll get a little celebration animation with fireworks.
Oh, that's fun. Did not know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I want
an achievement?
That is an achievement, actually, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Spoilers!
Spoilers, oops.
How do you know the code, by the way? Just, asking.
Normally, you would get the codes by following into one of the offices. And then you would pick up a badge that shows you the code.
Okay.
And that's also one of the sections where you can be stealthy, or where you should be stealthy because you don't have any weapons. Which I believe involves you picking up like a tissue or something and chloroform. And then you have to mix them together, and then you have to knock the guards out from behind.
Yeah, if you remember the item combine from Tier 4 that we've done a lot during Trex's run.
Yeah.
You can combine, tissues with chloroform and take them down.
Do not do that at home, or ever. do not do that ever.
Public service announcement.
Okay, so yeah, if you already noticed, we're very modern in this section of the game. We're certainly we can ask the question if this is considered a tomb, but I think most people would say no. Also, another mechanic that Rad probably loves, that's you don't really
oh
get
my
told
gosh.
about. You have to press that button like 3 times. Nothing tells you about it because, yeah, the solution to an elevator that's speeding down is that you press the button again and then it kind of breaks.
I'm on the ground floor, aren't I?
Yeah, so guys, don't, push buttons a million times in lifts.
Yeah.
You never know what might happen.
Sorry, girl, you got it. What hell? You in one piece, ain't you?
6, 7, oops, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so now we're here, and we can, nice, skip this first try. Little oversight, I mean, when has any Tomb Raider game ever seen an oversight by the dev? But yeah, normally you would have to swing across, go through a little section that spawns fire for some reason in the vents. It's all very wild. And then you would come back around and use the tightrope there. But we don't have to do any of that. We can simply skip everything because we can curve around into that little space there and don't have to touch the tightrope at all. And as you've seen earlier in the run, tightropes are RNG, and we really don't want RNG. So a very annoying secret coming up that is unfortunately also tied to RNG. We can push this, jump to the side, and exactly, you'll see what I mean. We have to rely on a sniper that doesn't want to shoot me. Okay, and you saw, I was close to that the previous time I caught fire. I caught on fire, and this time I was close to it. I didn't catch fire, so... Yeah, pretty annoying to get this secret, not gonna lie.
Both of the secrets rely on enemies actually shooting.
Yeah, both of them. The one before from the aquarium. Also here, we have to once again wait for them to shoot water because... Oh, oh no. Okay, we have a bit of a longer route. Normally you can dive roll a lot further into this room and then you don't have to walk so much. Unfortunately, we have to walk here because if we have sudden movement, then we have turrets on the ceiling that are gonna shoot us down. We can do it after this. If you're very lucky with meds, you can do it a lot earlier where you're running, because you're already out of this room by the time the turrets even realize. Concroy should have invested more into the security measures here, definitely.
He has automatic turrets based on movement. You think he needed more investment?
I mean, it certainly didn't help him against Lara.
True.
We're talking about one human. It is Lara Croft, but she's still human. Talking about one human bypassing like an entire security system without guns. Just saying.
Well, she is Lara Croft.
She is Lara Croft after all. I'm not denying that.
Also, what we just saw there was an example of the iris artifact that she took from Werner, that she was after since their time in Cambodia where they got it. The iris has like some kind of teleportation powers, and I believe that's the lore reason of how Werner originally escaped his predicament in Cambodia. He was able to use it to teleport out. And so that was
the lore drop.
The lore drop, and that was an example of it there.
That's how he got out, exactly. And another funny thing about this remaster compared to the OG, we would have memorized another key here from the guard that opened the door, another code. However, we don't have to memorize it, we don't even have to put it in, because we can just simply skip the cutscene or the flyby, and then the guy just opens the door for us. And that way, we're gonna be in the last level where Von Croy finally realized that it is indeed Lara Croft coming for his precious artifact, even though he should have known that way sooner.
Yes, he knows who the intruder is.
He knows who the intruder is. By the way, the voice actor for Von Croy voices pretty much every male character in this game. Just saying. That's how they save money. They're just like, hey, you know what? You're so good at Von Croy. Why don't you voice every other character in the game as well?
I think that is a reoccurring thing in the games industry. You know, you have voice actors that do multiple roles.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Skyrim. 90% of the people in the Skyrim are 3 people.
Yes. yeah. They voice like all the NPCs, and sometimes you don't even hear it. Sometimes you hear it immediately.
But sometimes you do.
But it's good. I mean, it makes sense for RPGs as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you have that many
I'm gonna
people.
get rid of the guy. Hopefully. Shooting mechanics in this game are literally hit or miss. Okay. Alright. She didn't want to go out of that. So I'm gonna make sure. Nice.
Nice.
I forgot to switch. Because you can't switch weapon modes. We're currently on sniper mode. But normally we would have already switched. For this guy, it's fine though. I will pick this one up. Now we have the most annoying secret ever in this game. I know I've said it about the last 3 secrets or so. But,
but this one's for real.
Okay. A bit messy. But yeah, we basically go into another section here where we have another shooting range. And here we basically have to hit all the targets very quickly, which can be a bit of an issue now. Because you are poisoned at the same time, and that screws up your vision. Like so. Okay, nice.
Very well done.
Wow.
That is one of the few times I do this with the first attempt. So yeah, because you are getting poisoned there and get the blurry vision just like you would get from Scorpions on Tier 4, it messes with your shots, unfortunately. Really annoying to handle sometimes. Okay, let me say
another feature that is never really explained. You shoot this gun up at the vent and a rope comes out. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have a rope gun. I don't really get momentum, but okay, we've made it. Let me switch to OG. This is how it looked before. You cannot really tell that you can grab here. They made sure to let you know that you can grab there, kind of, in the remaster now. Okay. Gonna get rid of those guys. Okay, I got a bit shocked by the fact I got pushed by that guy. Funny. I have not seen that before.
What is nice about the remaster on this level is, on the OG game, this level was real buggy, and you could mess up by saving and doing certain things in certain places, and then basically destroy the level.
Yes.
So
thank you for mentioning this.
Yeah, so thankfully the remaster has been a little bit better in that way. I don't think any of those issues are present, right?
No, I think in the release version there was still one more issue that was present. But since then, everything has been fixed. Yeah, if you want to run Chronicles for whatever weird reason, after you've seen this mess of a story as well, don't run the OG.
Nice showcase of those binoculars there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do love my binoculars. Okay, we didn't get a swing, unfortunately, here. You can also do this in one swing.
As we're nearing the end of the game here, I'll give one more little lore drop. So at the very end of the game, when you finish
Hold on, let me get my pencil. Hold on. Wait.
Okay,
All right, I got mine.
This is important. Because we ended off Tomb Raider 4 with Lara supposedly dying, and then this is just an amalgamation of stories about her. At the very end, after you finish the New York levels, it goes to Werner von Croy digging around in Egypt trying to find Lara because he believes she's still alive. And they actually find her famous backpack, but not Lara's body. And that leads Werner to say something along the lines of, "We found her." And that leads into Angel of Darkness, where she actually did not die in that pyramid in Egypt.
Spoilers. Oh god, that was the worst swing in existence. Yeah, unfortunately.
And here I was trying to figure out how we would get to the next game. So guess we'll find out.
There's a next game.
Rex delivering the lore, I would say.
Wait, I did not know there's a next game. I thought she's just dead.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a next game.
There's a next.
Oh, cool. I'm excited for that one.
If you stick around on the live stream, you'll be able to see a great speedrun of the next game.
It's true. The next game is our final game is in fact Tomb Raider 6.
Maybe we should also talk about what we're doing here. So for some reason we have robots. Half robots. They're human. They're
Cyborgs.
robots. Cyborg. Thank you.
Yes.
Cyborgs that we have to defeat, and this guy is only defeatable by damaging him so much that his robot-y parts show, and he gets electrocuted by the water that we, let into the room, as you see.
It doesn't get better than this, believe me.
Yeah, and then we also have to go back up and turn off the water so we don't get electrocuted while, this guy is down there. And then we can pick up the item. And then we can make our way down here after opening the vent again. This is the very fun room.
It's lovely, this room. And this is also one of the rooms that could glitch out completely. I'm gonna try a little thing here. Nope.
Well, in the OG. It's fixed in this game.
It's fixed in this
fortunately.
game.
Yeah.
I believe that
But you cannot save and load in the OG, otherwise the water will bug out.
that ammo pickup will keep on respawning in that room too if you run out of ammo.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Because you can't continue if you run out of ammo, and that's the only weapon you will have here in this level. One of the few levels where her pistols don't even show up. And here we have our second cyborg. Why are we killing them? Because they both contain a part of a key each that will lead us to the helicopter area, or rather just to a roof in general. And you can only leave that.
Again.
Contain. It's a cyborg after all. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
I think it's amazing that Werner sends a helicopter up with military-grade machine gun fire to fire into his own building to try to kill Lara for this one artifact.
True.
So we have to lock this one in, just as we are locked in for this run, clearly.
Nice.
And also upcoming, our last secret. Just this tiny little golden rose. That's the last time you will hear and see it for tonight.
Oh.
Oh, I know. It's sad. I know. I'm trying to hold back my tears. It's just so beautiful. Okay, back to business.
Stories that they're telling.
The stories are like she's like dead and.
She's alive in their memory, killing cyborgs.
Also, for some reason, this poison gas kills a cyborg, which I don't quite understand, but...
Yeah, because Von Croy made sure to implement lungs into cyborgs, so we can just knock them out by devoiding them of oxygen.
I guess the lungs were human in this guy. Maybe the other one had,
yeah, maybe they should have swapped.
Robot-y lungs.
Maybe this one was the one that was immune for the electricity.
True.
Also, in OG, this could glitch out in a way where the guy would drop the item in a space where you can't collect it anymore. And you would only find out if you like went into the room. So don't run OG. I know we have a lot of OG lovers. Don't run OG off this game. Run the remaster. It's way better.
It definitely got one of the biggest
Unreal.
improvements on the remaster.
And believe me, sorry. And believe me, I ran the OG. Okay, time is coming up as soon as we get a black screen. It should be now. Time.
GG.
GG.
Mello.
Thank you.
Mello,
Well
thank
done.
you so much for showcasing Tomb Raider 5. This was awesome. It was a blast of a run. So seriously, thank you for popping in here and showing it off. Why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you, what you're up to on your channel, and where they can find you?
To absent friends.
So yeah, once again, I'm Mello. I usually run Tomb Raider games if I'm speedrunning. I've also ran a bunch of other games. But yeah, you will mostly find me running Tomb Raider on my channel, which you can, I believe, find if you hover over the title or hover over my name in the title. You can follow me there. And yeah, what you can expect there is mostly Tomb Raider runs, some also a mod / verifier for the boards, just as my lovely co-hosts here, Radgrid and T-Rex. So if you want to join Tomb Raider speedrunning, make sure to join the Tomb Runner Discord. I think it has been mentioned several times already today. And yeah, I would pass the mic onto Rad and T-Rex to have some smaller final words. Sounds like I get rid of you. I'm so sorry. I'm cosplaying Lara, I guess. Please take it away, Rad, please.
Shout out to Troy for fixing this game. That's really all I can say about Chronicles at this point. Thank you for having me, Mello.
Yeah, thank you for thanks for having me. It was really fun. I appreciate being here, and thanks for putting on this whole event, Jiggy.
It is absolutely incredible to have you. Seriously, you all did fantastic. Once again, folks, go follow Mello. Hover over their name in the title of the stream and click the follow button. That would be awesome. All right, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're jumping into the final run of Oops All Tomb Raider. I'm getting so sad thinking about it, but I hope that you guys are all excited because Tomb Raider 6 is happening right after this. Chronicles is the best Tomb Raider. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was just filling in my timeline. I think I figured it out, Chad. Don't you think? I think I got it. I mean, we only got one more. You know, we only have one more. We have Tomb Raider 6: Angels of Darkness to fill in. I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out with us. We welcome back to the Games Done Quick channel. We are jumping into our final run of Oops All Tomb Raider, and I am so excited about this. Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness with Nate Jesty. You ready to rock and roll? Nate, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready to go. For anyone that doesn't know me, my name's Nate. We speedrun a bunch of different Tomb Raiders through the series, but this is one of the main games and categories that I run because, contrary to popular belief, this is the best Tomb Raider, so Jiggy may have to edit his notes there. And then I also have the Angel of Darkness GOAT, Lucas, commentating with me.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Lucas, or just Lucas. I also run the Angel of Darkness, both the old and the new remaster, also some other games. But yeah, I'm here to assist Nate with the beautiful run of this game, and by far the highlight of this event.
Alrighty.
All right.
Count down
whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll count down from 3, and then I'll hit new game, and I'm ready to go. 3, 2, 1. So one of the cool things about AOD compared to the previous iterations is that bonking is good. It helps in a lot of like different situations. kind of like on the stairs, the bonking allows us to cancel the stair animation, allowing us to get a running jump past that balcony.
Yeah, this is probably the most infamous level of the game. So pretty much the story starts after tier 4 and 5, where Lara is presumed dead. But Lara goes to Paris at the request of her former mentor, Werner von Croy, who is tasked by a client called Eckhart to find Obscura paintings. At the same time, the city is haunted by a monster killing people, which is also called the Monstrum. Werner tells Lara he's being stalked, and both pretty much black out. They are attacked and Werner is killed. Lara flees from the crime scene and the police labels her as the prime suspect. This is where we start. And before that, Werner sends us to a woman called Carvier, which we are trying to reach right now. And probably one of the most infamous things about the Parisian backstreets is in the original, there's only one way, where you go on the left, you climb to the top, but in the remaster you can also choose the right way, which is the way we took, which allows us to complete this just a little bit faster. And if you paid attention right now in that little cutscene, you could actually see the police officer there failing his smoke grenade, which is always absolutely hilarious, because there is an actual chance that he can hit it, but that chance is very low.
Suspect on 4th floor. And the cool thing about this level is it's all based around getting the strength upgrades that they introduced into AOD, but the devs did not realize that you could just make that jump completely without the strength upgrades, so we just skip it there.
Yeah, the strength upgrades are a very interesting thing. So essentially what they do is they either give Lara more duration or endurance when she is on a rope or when she's climbing, or it gives her a boost in her jumping distance. But the way you unlock them is actually quite funny in this game. So there's this infamous line of Lara where she says, I'm stronger now. And that always happens to the most inconvenient times when she pushes a crate, when she kicks in a door. She suddenly gets stronger. It's a very interesting concept of this game.
We're about to come up to this lovely jump that has never given me problems ever. And I'm praying that I hit it first try for GDQ. Okay, second try, I'll take it.
Yeah, this jump is quite precise. You really have to be just at the right point so you have a chance to grab it.
Now we're going to hit our favorite level.
Yeah, we had no chance to show off how Lara actually gets arrested in the first level, which is a shame. Also, Carvey here is a very interesting level as well, because in the original, you really had to listen to all the dialogue over and over again. In the remaster, you can now skip it, which makes this level, I think it's like 20, 25 seconds, or even 15, so you don't have to listen to it. Especially in the original glitched run, you always had to waste like 2 minutes from 15 minutes just pressing dialogue options. So big shout out to the devs.
And you can actually get, if you don't select the right dialogue options, in that case it can make the run longer because you have to go collect the notebook, which is what we need to get out of the level. And then later on we can actually be killed. And I am infamous for going so fast that I completely hit the wrong option and kill my runs. So I'm hitting the dialogues a little bit slower so that doesn't happen. Another one of the things you may see me do a lot is open and close my menu every time we transition to a new area. I'm sure Lucas could probably explain the science behind that a little better than I can.
So the idea is every time you transition into a new area, which has a loading screen, the game always fades to black. And what happens if you open and close the menu, or what we call double escape, is the game speeds up that fade to black animation. Honestly, I have no idea why. It just works. It's just a typical AOD phenomenon.
Then right there, we collected our first strength upgrade. A difference between the remaster and the OG is that when you completed a level that had a strength upgrade in the OG, it carried over to the next level, whereas in the remaster it doesn't. So the route is a little bit different compared to the OG run. That church strength upgrade being one of them, because we need it to be able to make a jump in the level directly after this.
Yeah, one thing we probably have to mention is with you putting in that code right now, you skipped a very, very big portion of the Parisian ghetto. So the idea from the story is that Lara goes to Carvier, so she gets the notebook from Werner, which we open and figure out that the fourth Obscura painting is actually hidden beneath the Louvre, and Lara has to go through the Parisian ghetto and do quest lines. So one of them is in the Café Métro, where you get a quest from Pierre, where you have to go to the Le Serpent Rouge, you have to get to the top, get a box, return it, and he gives you a password where you can go to the graveyard. The other one is a guy called Bernard, I think it was one of Bouchard's
climb up on that.
bodyguards. He has the exact same quest where you have to pick up the box
climb up on that.
and he gives you a password for the bodyguard. There's actually a third way you can do this. If you pick up the box and you don't return it to anyone, you can also just go to the bodyguard. But the funny thing about that is you give him the box and he also wants, I think, 800 euros, which is a funny thing in this game because there is actually money you can pick up and there are shops you can use it. Like one of them is the, what's it called? Ren's Pawn Shop, where you can actually buy stuff. There's also the Willow Tree Herbalist, where you can buy antidotes and first aid stuff. But what we can also do in the release patch is you don't have to actually do the quests. You can just go to the door and put in all the numbers and skip the entire thing. So I think you just, yeah, you saved like...
Probably a good 30 minutes.
8 minutes? Yeah, for
casually. Yeah. For a run, it's about 8 minutes. So here's the next infamous dialogue, which I'm known to go too fast and hit the wrong one, and he will shoot me and kill me. So I'm going to do this dialogue decently fast, but not super fast, because I do not...
He's also not bothered at all. Did you see how long it took to just get up?
Yeah. So that
also the Parisian ghetto. Yes?
That first dialogue option is the option that can kill Lara. The rest of it, we just kind of fly through it. Again, a good addition to the remasters, being able to skip all the dialogue.
Yeah, when I was a child playing this for the first time, I had no idea you can actually switch the dialogue option, so I just pressed the action key all the time. And I was sure that was the canon ending.
And you were stuck here forever.
Pretty much. Yeah, but definitely the Parisian ghetto is also a very interesting area, because normally every level is very, very linear. And the Parisian ghetto really is designed to give you the space to explore, find out who are the characters, what is happening in the story right now, being able to go to shops. You can also go to the church to get the combat tutorial. But at this point, story-wise, what we are doing here is because we know we have to go beneath the Louvre to get the painting. Lara has to find a way to get into that first. And she also finds Bouchard here, who tells her she has to go to Ren's pawn shop because Ren is able to give her guns and plastic explosives, as she calls it. So right now we're just getting equipped to do the biggest heist.
I know in recent news, didn't a French museum get broken into?
Yes.
And that was Lara. Nobody knew,
Must
but it
have
was
been an
her.
AOD super fan.
They played this game, studied it enough, and then they decided to follow suit.
Werner obviously never had chance.
It's actually a shame because most of the story is explained in the cutscenes. Obviously, later on in Paris, you also get a lot of background information about certain characters, a little bit about the general story and background. So, for example, once we enter the pawn shop here, you actually get to see the main antagonist of the game for just a glimpse of a second.
Like a way out.
But there's also other characters which only appear in cutscenes, so we will never ever see them. But pretty much the idea is that the bad boys are a group called the Cabal, and Eckhart is the leader. We will see him again. He also has probably the best boss fight of the entire series.
I bet the rats love
But,
we will
yeah, I think
defend
we
that
can
boss
go-
fight.
Yeah, we will show that off to its
that
best.
drain pipe will take my weight.
Also, this level is very infamous for the quote of sewer chocolate, because chocolate is actually a health item here. I think it gives you around 10% of health. It's just very funny that Lara would pick this up in a sewer and still eat it. But yeah, whatever you get will help.
So this level just revolves around us. First, we have to get the strength upgrade. So that's why we are stopping the fan. We're going to pull the fan. It gives us our upper strength upgrade. And then we have to go around the storm drains to collect or turn 6 valves. So this level, there's nothing too crazy. No insane skips, just a couple jumps that save a little bit of time.
To turn those valves.
Yeah, it's a lot of platforming you have to do in this level. Also, the first half of the game, which is Paris, also is really, really... You really have a fast pace, so you're always doing something. I think the second half is a little bit slower in general, but right now we're just flying through these levels.
So that is the first valve we have to turn. Now we have to run around and go get 5 more. So one of the mechanics introduced in the remastered is a poison gauge when bats or rats attack you. So you're gonna see me shoot this poor rat because he is known for killing runs because he'll bite me as soon as I'm done with this animation. And the only way to cure the poison is with an antidote, which we do not get any of those in the any % route, or a large med pack, which we also don't have until decently later into the run. So getting poisoned here is basically game over because you'll never have enough health to get through the rest of the level.
Yeah, that rat really is a run killer. There's also one in Bouchard's hideout where you kick open that little cage, but most of the time it just gets stuck. But there's also like a 10% chance that it does not get stuck, and it's like 1 frame behind you, but it doesn't bite you. So that will get your heart rate up incredibly fast.
When I was practicing this run, that rat got me twice. And that rat in Bouchard's hardly ever gets me. Right, now that we've raised the water level, we can drop into the water below and get to our next area where we're going to pull the next couple of valves coming up.
Yeah, this level might not really look that complicated, but from a gameplay perspective, there's really a lot of things you have to look on, especially when it comes to turning, to jumping. The distance required to do certain jumps is quite hard. There's also a hard, pretty much a very hard jump right at the end of the level. But you make it look very easy so far.
So far, so good. So this is another instance of something quick we can do with modern controls. It's possible in the OG tank controls as well, but we get to hit the infamous modern twirl to be able to hit that jump.
I can climb up on that.
With the remasters, there is the introduction of the modern controls, which me and Lucas have been finding things left and right. One of the levels later, we actually figured out a way to skip almost the entire level with modern controls. It is a very hard skip, but I am going to do it to showcase it and hope that I get it in a decent amount of tries. We're on the way to the last valve.
I can climb up on that.
Yeah, this one is quite tricky because of the camera angle here. So no matter what you do, you always have to steer her in the right direction and just ignore the camera.
Yeah, that camera is rough.
That it's the camera in this game can be really rough at certain points.
And it was something that was addressed in the later patch issued to the 4 through 6 remasters. But unfortunately, the fastest version of the run, the fastest version of the run is the release patch.
And you also just did one thing that is new in the remaster, which is Lara being able to chain jumps. So So you can just hold the jump key and the direction, and she will just continue the jump. When she lands, you will just jump again. And at the original, she always came to a still, and she had to jump again, so it looks very smooth as well. But right now, we are coming up to one more jump Nate has to do, which is a curved jump.
I'm gonna try.
This jump is quite precise.
I am not the best at this jump, but we will try it.
Yeah, you need a really, really good angle for this, so you can hit Lara's head on the pipe and just land directly there. That was well done. This really can take you a lot of time.
And now we're entering the best level in the game. This level is probably one of the most...
I have a non-lethal weapon. This will
I don't know the word I'm looking for. Optimized, maybe. One mistake can cost you an entire run, due to the fact that we are going to be in this area with lasers, and if you hit one laser, you're in an about 20-second unskippable cutscene. So hitting the lasers is really bad. And depending on how fast you get here, sometimes you can do this jump that I'm at first cycle, but unfortunately I bumped into the wall, so that's gonna throw off the cycle a bit.
Yeah, that was a really good jump right there. Also, one thing to be very aware of is the lasers look quite thin, but they have a really large hitbox. So if you hit them, yeah, you're gonna get the unskippable cutscene, and now you're just gonna have to wait. But this room is really tricky in general because every small missed angle will pretty much cost you. So this is a very famous run killer, especially after the storm drains. It's quite exhausting.
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to get a first try very smooth, because I'm usually pretty good at that room. Unfortunately not. That's okay.
Yeah, these rooms are also a great showcase because in the pawn shop, we picked up quite a few guns. One of them is a tranquilizer gun, and there is a taser as well. And the taser is by far the best weapon because it really just one-shots every single enemy. There is no challenge anymore for this woman.
There he is. He's asleep.
Yeah, Lara leaving behind tombs when she should be the one to explore them. Also here, the famous Easter egg
She has to
of the
make
Mona
more
Lisa.
tombs so then she can explore them later. It makes sense.
Exactly.
Lara creates her own work. Yeah, here we can also see this is not the Mona Lisa. This is actually the game composer. I think Peter Connolly was his name.
Yeah.
Or is his name. Which is a really cool Easter egg. Just putting your face in there.
This level is such a cool level. It's meant to be like a full stealth section. You do have stealth options in this game. Unfortunately, we don't use any of it in the run. But this whole level can be done completely stealthy. Stealth takedowns on enemies. The game wants you to shimmy past certain enemies so that you're not seen. So when you go the dev intended route, this level, to me, is one of the best levels.
Yeah, stealth is really just that, optional. Even though Lara truly does have a lot of moves, and this level might also be the dream for every pacifist runner, because you actually really don't have to kill anyone. The game actually allows you not to kill, which is a very rare thing for these games.
Yeah. The good thing about this run that I like is it pretty much boils down to movement. A lot of the runs you have to optimize like your item pickups and which enemies skip and which enemies you don't skip. Where in this run, we hardly kill anything, and realistically, you could complete this run with 1 medpack usage. I'll be picking up some extras though this run, just to be safe.
I think another fun fact here is if you don't pick up the crowbar in the first level, you cannot advance here. You have to pick it up somewhere else, which is close to here. But it's something you might forget, just to save some time.
Hey.
Also the guard here, yeah, he did notice you. Sometimes he just walks one more step and he doesn't notice you at all.
And funny enough, the lady that we talked to early in the game, this is her office at the Louvre that we're breaking into.
Yeah, in the beginning of the Parisian ghetto, there is an NPC called Janice, and she actually tells you that Carvier, which gave us the notebook, actually did get killed by the monster as well.
And we got
now
the good
we are
orange.
honoring her with the key card.
And this is another case where bonking into walls is good in AOD. This is a sequence where we use it. Whereas TR 1 through 5, you hit a wall, it's a huge time loss.
Yeah, this is where the remaster actually really shines. In sections like these, you just have much better movement. So you can chain jumps now like this. Which saves a lot of time.
Keycard swipe simulator. Coming up on one of my favorite sequences. It is nothing but jumping downstairs, but in my little brain, it is very satisfying.
Yeah, it's the Tomb Raider way of a roller coaster ride, pretty much. The most satisfying thing if you land directly at the door. Also, the next level coming up, the archaeological dig, is also quite the level in every version of every Angel of Darkness. Because right here what we do is we kill the guards, and in the release patch you can just drop down and pull the lever so many times until the puzzle just solves itself. Because normally what you have to do is you have to collect 2 tiles, which give you the combination, and you have to use the levers on the right side here to move each of them. But for any reason you can just hold the input here, and after a while the puzzle will solve itself. Also, a funny thing for the original game and the glitched route of this one is you can actually clip through a fence right at the beginning and walk to a hatch. And if you go back, you will skip the entire next area here, because we are about to move into the Tomb of Ancients, which also has the Hall of Seasons in it. And if you just clip through the fence, you will go directly to Galleries Under Siege, skipping effectively like what, 20% of the entire game, which is ridiculous.
And you'll see there I had to reload. There is a bug in this game where Lara will be nowhere near the lever there, but she'll pull it anyway, and then it actually closes the gate. So that's why we had to reload. There is specific timing. This is one of the best levels in this run. It is the most satisfying. It has some of the best sequences in the game, and then we're coming up right now on the new skip that was found. I'm gonna try
it
to
also has the word tomb in its name. So this is an actual tomb.
We did
what
it.
you kind of have to do here is
real tomb.
So we do still have some tombs left. There's also one more coming up, but I'm not going to spoil that one. So what Nate is doing here is a new strat, where normally what you have to do in this level is you start at the very top, and you have to make your way to the very bottom, pull a lever, and then platforms will come out of the wall that you have to climb up at the point where Nate is right now. Pull this lever for the hatch to go up, or to open, and then you can go through there and advance. And with this precise jump that he did, and he is about to do now, you can just fall into the hatch. Because if you skip going to the bottom and you jump here directly, you pull the lever, but only the hatch is gonna open. So the platforms you need to climb down don't exist. And this jump that he just did is actually very precise that you have to do. But this effectively saves, I think, over a minute of time, which was found quite recently. So there's still new things to be discovered in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Try to get it pretty quickly. That actually isn't too bad. Both jumps are very difficult. So getting it within the first couple tries is the best.
Also, this room here is a real nightmare, because there are times when you are really sure you're not going to get hit, but out of nowhere the poison dart will get you. and reaching the end, being poisoned, getting hit by the spikes here is really, really hard. So there is quite the RNG to it. But it's definitely one of the rougher areas for a full glitchless run.
I'm just going to be patient here because I'm getting unlucky. And we are kind of on a timer because we need to get to the end level trigger before the poison kills us.
I think this is also the spot in the original game. I think it was exactly this part in the Tomb of Ancients where they advertised Lara climbing on top of a statue and her weight pulls it down to open this door. But unfortunately that must have been cut out.
Yeah. I mourn that every day. Now we're in the infamous Hall of Seasons where we have to do 4 different rooms, all with their own challenge. From a casual standpoint, everybody probably remembers the room with the pillars and the wind and it being terrible. But from a runner perspective, or at least in my opinion, this room is awful. Because there's going to be a point where we go through a hallway with a bunch of spikes and the water current is RNG on where it pulls you. So it can be a run killer because you will get insta-killed, and an Angel of Darkness. If Lara dies, you can't instantly reload. You have to watch her death animation. So that's why you'll see me reload very quickly if I mess up.
Yeah, that was actually a very smart mechanic they did, especially in the OG. I think it's slightly different in the remaster, where the game also actively prevents you from being able to quick save if you are about to die. I think they slightly tweaked it in here, because you can still quick save at some points when you are about to die, especially in the Lost Domain. But yeah, the spikes here, it's rough. Neptune is one of the harder rooms by far.
I am just missing all the swan dives in this room today.
That's also a good point, because in the original, if you swan dive into water, you get a speed acceleration while you are swimming. And that one never stops, so you're just swimming much faster. And in the remaster, the way it works is they kind of nerfed it. So you can now get the acceleration still by swan diving into the water, or if you do a running jump and hold grab into the water, but it only holds, it only lasts for I think 5 to 6 seconds. So you also have to fight with the oxygen meter here, which makes this section especially much harder because you don't have time to stop. You can only hope you still have a med pack left and you get through it somehow. And the spikes here are also very unforgiving. They also have a very large hitbox and they take a lot of HP. So you also need to be really lucky in here.
Yeah, you can see like when I'm swimming, Lara is just gravitating towards the top or she's being pulled to the floor. It is just a disaster of a room. And I unfortunately did die to one of the spikes, but keep moving. We are almost done with this room, thankfully.
Yeah, Hall of Seasons has 4 challenge rooms, and you also need the stones from every challenge room. You need to input them to open the door at the bottom, which gives you access to a big machine room, where you pull a valve, multiple valves, and then the main room will have moving platforms which allow you to ascend to the top, which I think is kind of similar to Tomb Raider 3, right? To City of Tinos.
Yeah, very
You also had 4 challenge rooms, and you had to go a 5th way to get rid of that. I think it was a lightning beam on that trapdoor. So this is kind of a similar concept, but of course AOD did it much cooler than TR3.
Always, always.
Next up, every OG player's favorite room. Because this room was very, very likely to crash your game. So pretty much at any time you would quick save and quick load, you would risk the game to crash. For some people it never happened. For people like me it always happened. But the remaster pretty much fixed that, because the OG is also very, very, very likely to crash at multiple parts of the run. And the remaster is not. The question is, Nate, are you going to show off the skip of the skeletons?
Yes, for sure. So the skip that we're about to do, we can actually, if we time this jump precisely, normally there's 2 skeletons here that'll kill you, so like that. And us being able to land on this platform as it spawns removes the 2 skeletons, and they'll catch you on fire, so you'd have to use a med most of the time. But we just skipped that completely by timing that jump. I am really shocked that I got it first try.
That was amazing. Yeah, also the skeletons have flaming swords. It's really, really epic.
Now we're coming up on my favorite level.
The Sanctuary.
I totally did not run this level back and forth with Lucas and lose by milliseconds for weeks.
I've never seen this level before.
Never.
Yeah, the skeleton also bonking into you. That's another fun fact, actually. In the original, the skeletons were not as fast as they are here. They actually moved in complete slow motion. So if you didn't see them when you first entered the Hall of Seasons, you would probably never see them, because they are somewhere in the corners trying to reach you. You really have to go AFK for them. But yeah,
this just like it feels like a Dark Souls like dungeon. That's it has the
yeah, but Tomb Raider definitely
vibes of Dark Souls dungeon.
Yeah, especially this room. There's also a timed fire wave behind you here. If you are too close to it, Lara will also just die.
God, I did it first try, thank God. That jump looks simple, but it is extremely rough. Now we're on to the infamous AOD room now. Good old Breath of Hades.
Yeah, this is definitely the room. I think Lara also tells you at this point in the remaster that you can do the small bunny hops, as we call them. So if you hold the walk button and you jump forward, you perform this small bunny hop, which the OG, I think, never really bothered explaining to you at all, which resulted in a lot of people being very confused on how they have to solve this. But thank God the remaster explains it.
I'm gonna try to first try this room.
Yeah, this is also a very, very unforgiving room with the pillars, because even if Lara is close enough on landing on these pillars, she might slip off, and she can also not grab them. So you cannot just hold the action key and pull yourself up. You really have to land just where you have to. Also, the breath, which is where the name of the level comes from, can also just push you. In its fullest meaning.
To take a little bit of a slower route there, you can make it in 2 jumps without having to pull yourself up, but opted for a more safer route. Now all the 4 stones that we collected in those levels, we're now going to enter here.
Yeah, this is probably the best part of the run coming up now, because this second half of the Hall of Seasons is quite long and also very unforgiving, because now we are going into the lower area where we are being welcomed with a lot of death traps. Let's see which is the first one to show. Yeah, the rolling spike machine, always ready to ruin the run. Also the stair hopping, a very cool feature from AOD. The original, what you could do is I think you can do it here as well. Yeah, you can just spam jump on the stairs, and she will just jump up.
Yeah.
Can't be bothered to walk at all. So this is the machine room, and we have to pull 3 valves, which will unlock a 4th one, which will set all the stones into motion so we can go back to the surface. However, this room is also filled with traps once you pull the final one. But of course, we speedrunners have an easy solution for that as well, which is not all the 4.
Almost out of this area. This area is not too bad for the most part. We're gonna hit this little strat here that's used in AOD quite a bit that I love, where you can just cancel very long falls by slamming Lara into objects that she can grab. Typically that would kill you, but because we can hit her on the wall and grab, we completely cancel that. So we actually love long falls in AOD.
Yeah, the damage cancel is actually quite precise, but yeah, especially recently with the Tomb of Ancients strat that we saw, where Nate was jumping from that high positioned lever just at the right point at the hatch where he could grab. Actually insane that this works at all.
Now what we're doing is returning to the top of the level.
And we are still in a tomb, by the way. Just for the record.
I think it's good to note, you know.
All that for Lara to collect the 4th Obscura painting. Is that gonna be easy, Nate, to get that one?
When you know how to defeat the boss, yes, but it is another. It was kind of mentioned in the TR5 run. TR devs didn't seem to like to explain random concepts, and this upcoming boss would be one of them, where they don't really explain what you're supposed to do. You kind of just have to figure it out.
Yeah, I can hear the breathing from the top of this room already. The original was much more unforgiving, but it's a good thing that the remasters actually introduced health bars for bosses, which are actually really needed. But we will get to that. Also, very cool side foot here. Show off points. Also, the skeleton on the right side, really loving his job, not giving up on this.
Oh, that jump makes me nervous every time.
We're also about to witness another strength upgrade in typical Angel of Darkness manners.
Oh, Lara, come on. There we go.
That's one of the bonk jumps, which is also really precise. Now, who needs to go to the gym if you can just do this? And we are stronger now.
I feel like
This one is actually required, yeah.
There we go.
Because what we have to do here is we have to climb up now to the top of the room. And this strength upgrade gives you more duration for the climbing. Because this is actually quite tricky, even if you get this upgrade. Because you have to really, really be fast. Because if you just lose 2 or 3 seconds, you're very likely not to make it.
Like you'll see here, we get like just enough to make it. And then we'll continue the climb, and the same thing will happen. We'll just have just enough stamina to make it. And then we will fight our first boss of the game.
It would be interesting, actually, for everyone who also runs this game, if you can just jump up from the very bottom of this hall to this position here right now, with the help of moon jumps that we are not going to bother explain here because it's for the glitched run. But that would be one hell of an episode for Tomb Raider Mythbusters.
So the whole objective is to shoot this boss until he's stunned. And then from there, we just need to grab the painting.
Yeah, this boss fight is kind of ridiculous because the way it works is you enter the room and you can see multiple statues with a light, and the light is the painting. Now, what you really have to do here is you have to shoot the ghost down, and once the ghost is down and replenishing its HP, you can actually grab it, but you cannot be too close to it when he has 0 HP. This is easily visible in the remaster because you actually have a health bar, but in the original you didn't have one. And if you shoot the ghost to 0 HP while it's still moving, you would also lose a lot of that momentum. So this is definitely one of the more confusing fights in this game. And I'm still wondering how most people beat it, just by guessing, and the replenishing ammo in the room.
Now we've returned to where we were earlier.
We have it. And at this point, Lara has the 4th painting, and now she's just trying to get out of here. But the bad guys also know of this and are trying to take that painting from us. Yeah, so there's this super cool cutscene here that we skip, which show one of the Cabal members, which is called Gunderson, who's pretty much the special operation commander guy. And he's one of the cooler characters. You only see him very briefly in the cutscenes, but he also has some form of supernatural powers. Unfortunately, he's one of the characters that kind of has a loose ending. He's one of the guys that just disappears, and we have no idea what happened to him and why. But definitely one of the cooler appearances. Also, the stair jumping sequence here is absolutely classic.
Now we're getting
to
tutorial
for glitchless.
For some reason, her grabbing this respirator, which the dev intended route was to put the respirator on to finish the level, gains her access to sprint. So now the whole run changes from here. Because
this is where we get even faster.
Yeah, I want to say sprinting in this game is probably the fastest it's ever been in any TR game. You'll kind of see, like, when I go for long distances, she just flies through these areas.
This run is picking up some speed right now. Also just thinking over it again, picking up respirators and now you can sprint. Must have sounded very good on paper.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, so this cutscene here actually reveals a second character, which is called Curtis, who actually just stole the painting from Lara. They both escape from the Louvre, but Curtis is knocked down, Lara is knocked down, and she wakes up to Bouchard, takes her into the second tomb of this game, which is Von Croy's apartment. And here we are really just looking for clues, anything that helps us. There are some notes, there are some documents in here as well, which explain a bit more about the Lux Veritatis, about the paintings. But pretty much this is a boss fight level. So the idea here is that we pick up the cane and we activate it, which is also weird because in the original you didn't have to do this, which spawns the cleaner. And Nate is also doing the most advanced strat here. So you have 3 phases. In the first one you just shoot him down and he goes back. So you have time to pick up more stuff. Then once you pick up this piece of ammo, you have the second phase here. And he switches to dual pistols, where we shoot him down again. which is done incredibly fast. And now he flees and he leaves us with probably the best weapon in the game, which is the Viper. This is a full machine gun that will pretty much mow down every single enemy in this game. So at this point, it doesn't matter which enemy you face, the Viper will take care of it. Also, last phase coming up. And killing the cleaner here is not the issue, it's really the lasers.
Yeah. I think we are approaching a good spot to break if you guys are ready.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we're going to take just a short break, and when we return, we're going to finish up this Tomb Raider and the Angel of Darkness run. Stick around, we'll be right back. We are back. All right, Nate, you ready to rock and roll? Bring us right in on the end of this Angel of Darkness run?
Absolutely. I'll count down from 3, unpause, and then we should be good to go. 3,
Fantastic.
2,
let's go.
1.
Don't you just love this weather? What?
Yeah, so now we finally reached Prague. So the reason we are here is that an art dealer called Vasley was killed by the monster, and he actually did exchange information with our mentor Werner von Croy, and now we are here to investigate. Also, one of the best characters of the franchise just had a short appearance, a reporter called Ludwig, which will help Lara in her story. We will meet him again, and he will give us another infamous quote that I think we can unfortunately skip here. Let's hope we don't do that.
And I believe talking to him, did you guys have to talk to him in the OG?
So in the original game, it depends on the category. If you do glitched, we just ascend into the sky and the level is over. But in glitchless, you did not have to talk to him before.
Yeah, that's one of the changes with the remaster, is that the enemy that I killed that gives us a key item to continue forward actually doesn't spawn in the remasters until you talk to him.
Yeah, they just wanted us to experience more Ludwig, which is a good thing. Also, Bouchard appearing here again. This time he's very, very scared. He also tells us a bunch of things about the story. He pretty much reveals that Eckhart is the leader of the Cabal, which is the group of villains, and that his plan is to collect the Obscura paintings to reawaken something called the Nephilim, to take over the world, and that Bouchard is also running at this point. Now, we just chain him up and do our own thing, which is also here the best puzzle of the game. Now, this is a light puzzle, and what the game wants to tell you here is it opens the clock, and it wants that you input a time. Now, which time is kind of a puzzle. The game tries to show the light a little bit to the 3, but it's not really obvious at all, and you're much faster than just trying every number.
Let me get our last painting.
And back up we go. Let's see if Bouchard is still here.
Nope, we're falling back down. All right. I'm just gonna go up like a normal person.
I think there's also this cool side effect if you sprint up the stairs. At the very top, if you get the wrong angle at that point, Lara will just fall through the stairs.
Yeah. I typically never really go for that because of that. I actually didn't know it was angle-based. I thought it was the remasters being broken.
Not just a remaster.
Oh, okay.
Also, Bouchard just hiding in the closet, then coming out of the closet, dropping a key. And Lara's only comment is, let's see if he has keys to this place, is also hilarious. Also, the final quote here from Ludwig, the infamous, the Strahov isn't far, ending his story arc as well. And now we are in the Straw Fortress. So this is pretty much the headquarter of the Cabal. And from this point on, we are trying to make our way through this entire complex in order to get to the Vault of Trophies. So what we picked up was one of the Obscura engravings, which is a map that points to the location of the painting itself. But in order to get here, we have to do a lot of things. So for example here, what we have to do in order to advance, we have to kill this guard here, which drops a key card, which was actually not required in the original game. For any reason, you did not need to pick this up. You were just able to open the door that we are about to see now. But this is one of the changes that just requires you to engage more into combat. Also, the Straw guards have a nice perk with their guns, which we are hopefully not about to see.
I can climb up on that. Those crates
And
from
now
Turkey,
up to the next
Cappadocia.
area. With the infamous block pushing.
Yeah, this whole room is based around strength upgrades and blocks, and it's kind of a ridiculous puzzle, but we'll just skip all of that.
Yeah, you can push a lot of blocks in this one. This was also a room that was very infamous for the original game to crash a lot. Even in glitchless or any category, this was pretty much the heating point to tell you if your run will survive until the end.
But we don't even have to do the block puzzle or get the strength upgrade. We'll just side flip right over the gate. That's kind of one of the cool differences between this game and the prior games. Is that,
also that
side
dog
flipping.
can jump up the ladder. Which also looks hilarious.
Can he really?
Yeah, if you are climbing up the ladder, the dog can actually jump up. And he jumps quite far. So no jaguars in this game. Or cats.
Yeah,
no
cats
cats at
Jiggy.
all. Not a real game.
Sadly not. No, it's still the best. It's
I think
okay,
I'm
you can
with
admit
Brian. I think I'm with Brian you now. I think that the last game, Mello was right. Chronicles is better.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
I did not hear this.
That game has a large cat. What kind of a Tomb Raider game is this that there's no large cat?
Now we're coming up to this
Chronicles
moment here.
also has a metal octopus.
Look, all I'm trying to say, if there's no lion, I'm not buying.
Which is a fair point. Oh, you hit that cable thing. Which is actually very strategic, because behind us is the exit. And right now we're turning off the power, because the exit is actually blocked by a lot of electricity. And on our way back here, there are once again lasers in our way. And if you shoot that gas canister, you will get that cable thingy to roll right in that direction. And there's also a lot of mines in that place, and it will take care of most of them. However, these lasers are also a bit tricky because they do have a very large hitbox, and there are different ones. I'm not sure. I think the yellow ones kill you instantly. I'm not sure about the red ones, but yeah, just don't touch them. There's also a special sequence we do here to just evade them by jumping on the crates. And this was a very nice side flip. You dodged that incredibly big hitbox right there. And we're probably
Now we're in
done
shorts
with the
suddenly.
most stressful level. Also, this level has the best loading screen by far, because they really did Müller dirty with his shirt. Also, this dialogue here we have with him, because in the original we could not skip dialogue. So this was effectively 2.5 minutes long. Yeah, and Müller also tells us, he's pretty much the guy that is so excited to finally tell someone of their evil plan. And while he tells us everything we need to know, he's also spoiling events that haven't happened here. So for example, he mentions a character called Boaz, and he quotes that she got what she deserved. But this is something that we see in a cutscene later on. So this hasn't happened yet. Which is also quite interesting why he says that. A little continuity problem. Yeah, he literally spoils you the story. Also the big zoo coming up. Well, I can say with a certainty, yes, we don't have cats. We don't have giant metal robots. At least we have something here. Even though I'm not really sure what they are.
I was about to say, I don't even know what they are.
Let's just call them the Wolverine plants.
There we go.
We haven't named them in the entire history of this game yet. There's also more enemies here. So these ones will attack you. There's also some bugs in this room. And they can also spit some poison. But ideally we just ignore everything. Because the more you kill, I think the more enemies spawn. I think that's also an achievement to kill everything in this room. But it's simply not worth it. Also more valves to turn.
This top area always makes me so nervous, because one wrong jump and you fall and you're done.
And this is quite the platforming. And also one thing they removed from the remaster is the fall damage cancel. So technically what you could have done here, instead of dropping down the ladder, is you could actually crouch forward and have her do the animation where she just lifts herself down, and you would not take damage for a while. But this is one of the things they fixed. Also here in this water we have the introduction to something, I think that the name is called Leviathan. It's pretty much a big fish that is immortal and will kill you quite quickly. Also coming up here is one of the typical glitchless jumps you do here. So this is a very, very precise jump. In order to reach this platform here, you have to align yourself very, very precisely to jump on the plant, which will make Lara slide. And if you press jump at the right moment here, you will be able to jump and hang onto the platform. However, this is really, really precise, especially in glitchless. This can make you lose quite some time because setting it up is quite hard, because the camera has to be right. Lara has to be physically in the right position for this to work. And as we could just see, she also was sliding just a little over the fence for that extra momentum. So this was done very nice. Also here, if you drop down from this balcony, if you hold the jump forward input, you will land here at the switch. But most likely when you land, Lara is just gonna fall through the floor. So this is something we just call AUD things. Also more valves to turn. So while the other classics have the block pushing, we have a lot of valves.
Is it 1, 2, 5 or 4? Oh my gosh.
I think it's 4. Don't quote me on that one.
Lucas, please. I just had the biggest brain fart. I'm trying to look at the picture behind the cart. Okay, 4, we're good.
And intuition says 4.
My intuition was 5, so I'm glad I asked.
This level is really just challenge room for challenge room. So this is the vertical room, pretty much what you could call the St. Francis Folly of AUD. So here we have to pick up 3 key cards. The first one is here at the guard at the lowest position. One is at the very top, and one is in the center of it. It's quite easy to miss them or forget them for any reason, because this room will keep you quite busy with jumping. There's also another strength upgrade that we get in a very interesting way. But this is one of the definitely more exhausting rooms. Also this jump, we have to stand on the railing and just perform a jump to get past this little door. This is also a little bit precise, especially the side flip here, because Lara can just bonk at the door. And here it is.
Strength has increased. Maybe now I can
Strength upgrade we get for no simple reason. Also another precise jump. We backflip into the plant. And once again, Lara will go into a sliding animation. Now you have to press jump here very, very quickly, so she will hang on to the ledge. But this is also a great time save. There's many things in this game it's quite tricky to get, because even if you land there and you press the jump button in very rapid succession, sometimes the game doesn't really register your inputs that well. So a lot of RNG involved here.
And that cutscene is where we learn about Boaz that was spoiled in the beginning of the level.
Yeah, Müller just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yeah, getting to the third key card, which is held by a guard. And he can be in various places. This time he actually chose an interesting one.
Yeah, the one where I don't know. Where is he at?
This is actually quite interesting. So normally he is on this platform. He's either on top of the stairs or he is at the bottom of them. But this is the first time where I didn't see him at all. So this is new.
Yeah, this isn't good.
So maybe he's out patrolling somewhere else.
For some reason, I don't believe he's been triggered at all, and he is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, so this is the first...
I have never had this happen. I've never seen this. So I think what I'm going to do is use a minor glitch just so that we can continue the run, because my save point is before this enemy somehow didn't trigger.
Yeah, so this
All right, you know what that means? It's
rare.
time for a new category, glitchless +1 glitch.
Yeah, let's do restricted, so we can honor the other games. Which is funny because the original game actually had a category like this, which was called Better Than Glitchless, ironically, which is pretty much restricted.
Okay. It's okay. It just means that Nate is getting world record here at GDQ. It makes sense, you know? New category, world record.
So typically you would kill the third guy, get the last key card, and then from there you would just open the door and then you're good. For some reason, he didn't spawn. Never seen that ever, so I have no idea.
Yeah, that never happened. I think you are the first person this ever happened to.
Yeah, that's
completely new.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Nobody's seen it. Everyone closed their eyes, right?
Yeah, we gotta note that down. Well, now we changed the character, so this is no longer Lara Croft. It's actually Curtis. So he's the second protagonist of the game. He gets 2 levels, and the idea of him is pretty much Curtis father was a member of the Lux Veritatis, which are pretty much, I don't know if cult is the right word. They are a lot of people who have sworn against Eckhart's plans. And he also reveals that Eckhart can actually be killed if you put 3 of the periapt shards, they are called, into him. He gets mortal. And Curtis is also one of the last survivors of this cult. So his motivation is really to just stop Eckhart and get revenge for his father. And he and Lara will team up. And Curtis gets the pleasure of getting into the sanatorium to get the power back on, which Lara turned off in the Strahov building. And he also has to deal with something similar to a cat.
Oh, you know what? We'll consider that a cat. We win. It's a real TR game.
Yeah, it could be a jaguar. If you don't look close.
There's nothing too exciting about these Curtis levels. It's just dev intended as fast as possible, and knowing the codes beforehand gets you through them pretty quick. I believe there was a skip in the OG in the second level with Curtis that doesn't exist with the key cards.
Yeah, and the next level, the maximum containment area, the devs want you to go the full way around to get a key card to get to the boss fight. But for any reason, Curtis already has it at the beginning of the level for no apparent reason. Also, Curtis being able to sprint in the remaster actually looks quite hilarious. Because as you mentioned, Nate, there's not a lot you do with him except for picking up keycard, using keycard, putting in some codes, and that's pretty much it. But now you can sprint as well.
Just
Also
to get us out of
enemies,
this section a little bit faster.
There's a jump scare enemy here. He always reminds me here of Squidward from SpongeBob.
And he's following me through the vent.
Yeah, that's actually funny because they can actually do that. It gets your heart rate up so much because they just clip through it and they can still hurt you in the meantime.
Yeah, if they hit you in like a very specific point, they can just drain your health bar. And we don't want to use any meds here.
Curtis and Lara can also do that. You can, if you jump at the vent at the right angle, you can actually clip through it and just stand and run.
Yeah.
But that's not glitchless. Not even for this game. Also more crouching. It's also fair to say that if you jump at a ledge with Curtis and you grab it, it takes him forever to climb up. So his animation is incredibly long. Now if you do the neutral jump here, it gets rather quick. But if you do it with a running jump, I think it takes like 4 to 5 seconds until he finally does something. So he's obviously not in a hurry. Yeah, also everyone interested who played the original game before and you didn't really get warm with it, especially if you played the PlayStation 2 release back then, which also had a separate camera. So the PC version of the original, it had a fixed camera, and the PlayStation 2 version, you know, it had one analog stick for movement and the other one was for the camera. You should definitely try out the remaster if you haven't. It's definitely a much more well-rounded game and definitely deserves a second chance. Especially if you want a challenge with the New Game Plus mode, it's definitely worth it. Especially if you haven't played these games yet, feel free to try them.
Yeah, and the run is a lot better with the introduction to the modern controls. Obviously, there are still some flaws with the game. But overall, it is a lot better run.
It's also worth mentioning that if you want to play the original game on PC, it's rather hard to even get it to start. Especially with all the issues around crashing. The remaster is much more friendly. There's not real any place the game would crash.
There's our kitty.
So it's much better.
We can consider that a cat. a very mutated cat, but partial.
Definitely fits all the properties a cat should have.
Verdict is on chat here. Verdict is on chat whether or not this is deemed a true Tomb Raider game.
Because Curtis is also going to leave a big tomb behind. But right now, Nate is actually taking the long way. Originally, he would not have to be in this area, even in the glitchless category. Curtis would just reuse another key card. So right now, we are going through the lava room, which is also just a big room with nothing really in it, except for us watching Curtis sprint even more. Yeah, so there's not really much happening for Curtis, which is actually sad because he doesn't get a lot of screen time, and his levels are more of those gray levels where nothing much is happening. Even though from a lore perspective he's a really interesting character, but right now he really only serves to turn on the power again and to kill the proto-Nephilim here, which is pretty much an experiment that refuses to die, because the idea was that the character we heard die earlier, which was called Boaz, was tasked to kill it, but she failed, and it is revealed that you actually need one of the Periap shards, which are the same weapons you need to kill Eckhart. But Eckhart didn't bother to just give her that weapon and punished her for it anyway, so now Curtis will do the job for us. Hopefully. There's also the ominous keycard, which is ironically just behind one door that we had to route the entire level upon.
Now we're coming to the close of Curtis with the best boss fight you've ever seen.
Let's dance.
This boss fight is actually really interesting from a speedrunning perspective. So the way it works is you will shoot it until it goes into a small staggering mode. And what it's going to do now is it will now go up the vent, and after around 5 seconds it will come out from one of the vents. So this can either be the front vent, which is the fast spawn, or it can come out from one of the back vents from the left or from the right. You can manipulate that by saving and loading just before it gets out. And then what happens here is you will continue to shoot it. It will run back to the vent. You rinse and repeat that. And ideally this takes, I think we said 3 phases or 3 times when it goes into the vent and when it comes out. And what can happen is, if you are very close to an enemy, which applies to every enemy, is to do point blank damage, which is pretty much double the damage. And the firing rate not being consistent, so if you click fast enough, or you press the shoot button fast enough, sometimes it can be slow, and in very rare cases you can get to a machine gun speed. And the way Proto works is, at a certain threshold he will go to the vent, but if you have this rapid fire machine gun speed, he can actually die 1 phase earlier, which I think saves about 30 seconds, which is a lot of time. This is what we consider something called the God Proto, where you skip the entire phase of the vent. But I think this has been seen
That's my demon quota for today.
not much at all. Ironically, the glitchless world records from the original had this in the run, but other than that, it's incredibly rare. So firing speed here is very variable for the most part.
Try and hit this first try.
Yeah, this is another level that is a little bit stretched. So now we are in the aquatic research area, and this one has sentry guns waiting for us. And this is the thing about the sentries is, or the turrets, is when you start the level, there is a chance that you get the turrets to act pretty much the way you would expect them to. So they see you, they shoot you, they deal a lot of damage. But there's also something we call derp turrets, because for any reason the turrets just look in a completely different direction, and if they spot you, they don't turn to you. They just shoot in any direction. And I think you got the derp turrets for this one. Haven't really seen them up close. Yeah, but once you get them, it's pretty much smooth sailing. Because if they really work the way they're intended to, they will shoot you down to zero incredibly quick.
Basically, in this main room, we're just pulling a bunch of levers so that we can get to the vault of trophies that's below us. The intended way to go would be to get a bunch of strength upgrades, and then you have to throw fish bait into the water to distract the Leviathan that's in the water. And while they did kind of fix him in the remasters, he is still kind of not that smart. So we can kind of just swim past him. There are rare cases where he'll attack you anyway. But I'm hoping we don't get that outcome today.
Yeah, sometimes he just also swims into you, but he doesn't bite you. He's a very weird goldfish, to be honest. But this room, yeah, is really just another phenomenon of you need to go at the very bottom of this level and open that shaft to the Vault of Trophies. And to do that, you just go from A to B to C, pull a lever, pull some buttons, restore the energy, and then we make our way into the final areas of the game. But for the most part, it's really just walking right now. Maybe as a story reminder, the reason we go to the Vault of Trophies is to collect the 5th Obscura painting. So both Eckhart and Lara know where it is, and it's just a race on who gets to it first.
Now we've got the power restored, which gives us access to the 3rd level lever. And then from there we escape. We're gonna hope for good RNG and hope the Leviathan doesn't decide to hurt me this time.
Also, the bug here seems to leave you alone. Because the rolling one is also an enemy that can poison you, which is something that we learned is not good in this game. Because the poison mechanic really... It's honestly more annoying than interesting.
It's quite the detriment. Let's see where he's at. Okay, he doesn't even know we're here. He's sleepy.
Yeah, that's very good RNG. I think sometimes you can also just float out of the water and just levitate mid-air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that before as well. But you got the very good outcome here. So sometimes he will just come to your direction. He will swim into you. Worst case, he will eat you. And you just have to reload. It's not really fun. In the original, he was much more stupid, I think you could say. Sometimes, or most of the times, you would never really have to look out for him at all. But here we got really good RNG. Now it's time to switch outfits once more.
The iconic AOD wetsuit. Still have one chance here for RNG to go bad, but it seems like we're pretty good to go. I hope.
Yeah, he's quite far away.
Yeah. All right. That was a pretty good aquatic research lab. Now we have the Vault of Trophies. which is really just a swimming maze.
With even more spikes.
Yeah, the spikes aren't as deadly here as they were earlier in the run, thankfully. As you saw, I got hit and I barely lost any health, whereas earlier in the run, you get hit once and most times you're just completely dead from there.
And we got the small fishes here as well to accompany us in this adventure.
We're still looking for the cat.
We might have a hard time finding it down here. We might find some metal robots.
I get it. You know, you're just trying to make sure that this is a legit game. I respect it, but also it's okay if there's no cat, you know?
I can barely live with that.
So right there, we collected the rebreather, which basically gives us an extremely extended supply of oxygen so that we can finish this level. Without it, the devs intend you to use a couple different areas for an air pocket, but we're not going to use those.
Yeah, this underwater puzzle is quite mean, because what you have to do is you have to pull 2 chains from the statues, and you need to know which one, obviously. And the idea is that you look in the notebook for clues, and you look at this gigantic stone plate. But without the aqualung, it's really, really hard to time everything, because you lose a lot of time in this room and a lot of patience the first time you're in here. It's a good thing that we have the aqualung. In the original, you could actually use the respirators that you collected in the Louvre, which gave us the sprint ability, and you could use them here. So you didn't need the aqualung.
Then after our very long cutscene, we'll just escape. And then we'll be finishing up Vault of Trophies, pretty small level. Sadly, no more wetsuit.
Now to the interesting part of the level. More death traps. And floating platforms. So if you missed this from the Hall of Seasons, they are in fact back here. With a very brief
Just for once,
but
it'd be
effective
nice to walk into a room
appearance.
and not
Also,
have
the
statues
skeletons
where my
are
strength
back
is
as
increasing.
well. More annoying than ever in this enclosed space.
Yes.
So in this room, they really do not leave you alone. Especially when you try to crouch later on. They can also stop you in your place. So every time they hit you, Lara will have a little stumble. And they can also just lock you in place and keep hitting you. And they do also real good damage to you. But here we have the climbing section with another hidden mechanism that will reveal one of the key items to us. But of course, in the normal AOD manner, hard and tricky jumps. A lot of duration is required.
All I need to do now is destroy it.
Right.
So here it is, the 5th painting.
The last obscure
Now
painting.
all we do, we destroy it. Which technically we could do right here, right now. But of course we have to drag it out a little bit.
All just to give it to the guy who wants it the whole time anyway.
Yeah, it's just one more underwater puzzle. I think the easiest way to remember this was to always just swim right. Even though I'm not really sure anymore, but I don't think it's that big. Also, the fishes accompanying us to the next boss fight. So it turns out that the baddies actually captured Curtis, and Lara exchanges the painting for his life. And Curtis also gives the periop charts to Lara, which escapes, and we have to fight Boaz. So this is a very interesting fight, because the way it works is you shoot the head in the center, and if you deal enough damage, she will get into this poison shooting mode, and she has 4 caps, so 2 on each side. And while she is doing this, you have to shoot the caps. The thing about this is, however, in order to do this, you need to manually change target. So a lot of people were stuck on this fight because the game never bothered to introduce that you can actually change targets. So Curtis would always automatically lock in at the caps he already destroyed. And in the original, you didn't have the health bar, so you would never know it. And also her second form is much more aggressive. So in the original, it was really just her flying around. She would barely ever attack you. She's much more aggressive here. But all you have to do here is to really just shoot, 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 shoot. Also Boaz with her brain open.
Typically you'd get that boss in one cycle, but I think I used a little too much ammo in the first phase. So we did have to pick up the extra ammo.
Yeah, she's going crazy right now. She's pulling circles.
If I wouldn't have ran out of ammo, that may have been my best Boaz I've ever gotten.
This fight is so full of RNG. Especially the fire rate makes the most difference. However, Curtis is no longer with us, and we are back with Lara. Now has to get the last period shot and stop Eckhart. Now the Lost Domain is an interesting level because it's incredibly short. Right at the beginning you can go to the right side and pull a lever, which will give you the jumping sprint animation. So you can actually perform a sprint jump, which the game kind of tries to tell you need to get through that timed gate, but in reality you don't really need it at all. And yeah, this level is incredibly short. It's really just, I think, around a minute. But the only remarkable thing to say is Nate is gonna pull a lever right now, which is gonna stop the trap, which is right at the stairs. Now you can skip this trap, but it's really hard because it's like a multi-knife kind of thing. It just pulls everything out and tries to cut you down. So it's much safer to just pull the lever and make it go away. It's rather annoying having to try this over and over again. But also quite hidden. You have to know you can actually disable this trap. We are reaching the final level of this game.
Got about 7 or 8 minutes left in the run.
The home stretch. Everyone get hype. I want to see the hype in the chat.
The main goal of this room is just collecting these 3 items and then putting them in their places they're supposed to go. Nothing too fancy going on.
Get the last period shot, which is in an acid pool at the very left of this room. And after that, we are going to the boss room, which is gonna require a lot of explanation in why it is.
Hope the skeleton doesn't fall down with us. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, as annoying as the skeletons are, they can actually do a lot of funny things. I think they can also fall into the acid here.
Yeah, which he did. Goodbye, skeleton.
Yeah, even if at this point he's still up here, if he gets too close and tries to hit Lara, he can also still fall down.
So there is a cutscene that happens when we put in all 3 of these items. And we have to put them in a specific order. I'm not sure if this is a remaster only thing. But if you don't put them in a very specific order, you can't skip the cutscene. So a speedrunner brain would obviously tell you to put in the last shard that's close to where we need to go, but we actually can't, or we have to watch a very long cutscene. Not really sure what causes it.
The third Periapt shard.
Yeah, I think there was also... It wasn't found recently, but I would say it was understood recently that this actually exists. We have the final shard right now. So let's go to the last room of this run and into the boss fight. So let's get the hype going.
Final boss
the
time.
Best fight of this anthology.
Do you want to explain the very intense strategies and things we have to do during this boss fight?
Of course. So the idea in this fight is there are 3 phases, and it starts off with Eckhart running around in a circle, and he will occasionally throw some attacks at you. In the first phase, he will always throw some lightning at you, which you could easily dodge by just dodging. Now in the remaster, they actually adapted to this. So if you crouch the entire time, you will actually shoot them at the floor level, but you can still very, very easily dodge them. And after a while, after a few attacks, he will teleport around a little bit and create a copy of himself 3 times. And once he's done with the 3rd one, all of them will walk into the center, and he will perform another attack, and then you can shoot him. And if you shoot him and get close enough, Lara will actually attack him with the Periapt shot in a cutscene, and the same thing repeats for 3 times. But in the first phase, he uses lightning. I think in the 2nd and 3rd one, I'm not sure if this is always the case, but he can switch between fire and earth attacks. And that's pretty much the entire fight. The only thing you need to pay attention to is if he does this attack in the center and he hits you with it, you might not have enough time to get up and shoot him. So worst case, you have to repeat another cycle.
Don't struggle.
I'm not sure if this is a part in the remaster, but in the original, if you would quick save here, the game would actually memorize that you shouldn't do that, and it will reset the phase you are in. So if he's already doing the clones of himself and you quick save and quick load, the game would actually just reset this entire phase for you. And each of the phases is around, I think, 90 seconds long. So if this happens to you in a run, and especially in a good run, it's not optimal. So this fight is really about patience.
We just patiently wait, dodge and wait.
Yeah, this is also the part where sometimes the attention goes somewhere else, because you know you just have to wait the entire time. So you might not look at the positioning or at the exact moment of the phase you're in. But so far you're doing very, very great. The last phase is coming up. Also at the top of this very arena is the Nephilim that the bad guys want to reawake. And right at the very center of it technically, what you can do here is if you were able to jump high enough to reach the Nephilim, the game would end right here. So this is what we do in the glitched run with something we call the moon jump. So at any point in this room, if you go to the Nephilim, you can skip everything else. You don't need the boss fight. You don't need to insert any items. This is the final trigger for the game. But the glitchless runners have to endure this absolute entertainment.
8-minute long level of just dodging attacks.
There are actually, I think, 2 or 3 individual level runs for this. And
I actually don't mind this.
People didn't want this.
I actually don't mind this level too much because the early game for this game is really rough. So the closing out of the run being calm, I'm totally okay with.
Eckhart is defeated. In the flashback here, we will understand that it wasn't Eckhart who actually killed Werner, it was Karel, disguised as Eckhart, so he is one of the Nephilim who can shapeshift. And Lara thinks for a brief second that Karel might just be one of the good guys, and then he reveals to her, well, no, we're still doing it anyway. But he offers her a part of this. Lara, of course, doesn't want to do it, and Karel will start just ascending for no reason at all. He's also one of the characters you don't really see ever. He has like 1 or 2 appearances, but he never speaks. Which is kind of sad because Lara kind of has a reaction to him where she goes like, Karel? While the player actually
has no idea who this is.
Yeah, we are very close to the end right now. Just dodging at this point.
And there we are, run done. Pretty good run overall. A little over the estimate.
That's okay. You did fantastic.
Thank you.
Seriously, Nate, thank you so much for showcasing this and wrapping up our Tomb Raider, Oops All Tomb Raider weekend here on the GDQ channel. I appreciate it very, very much. Nate, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you, where they can find you, what you've been up to, and what you have planned.
I run. You can follow me, Nate Jesty, on all socials, on Twitch. I run just about every Tomb Raider. I run 10 Tomb Raiders. You could see me running the classics. You can see me running the Lau trilogy. I also run the Lara Croft games. So if you like a wide variety of runs, my channel is kind of the place to go to see that. Right now, I'm kind of just working on some anniversary glitched behind the scenes before I start running it. But my main game and home is always Angel of Darkness. I want to shout out Lucas for coming in and commentating with me. He is the AOD GOAT. I want to thank all the friends in the chat that I've seen watching, Rad, the verifiers. Jiggy, of course, for giving the opportunity to showcase Angel of Darkness, because it is a loved game. Other than that, I also have the Raiders exhibition, which is a large community that focuses around getting new runners into the Tomb Raider community. You can find that on all socials, just at Raiders Exhibition. You can go to my Twitch page and get the link for the Discord, and we have some really cool events going on currently. It's a good place to go, even if you like watching speedruns, getting into it. It's for all levels. So if you're ever interested in TR, definitely come in and check us out.
Fantastic. Seriously, absolutely incredible. Folks, please go follow Nate. You can hover over the Twitch channel or the Twitch title. You can check out their channel. It'd be fantastic. Lucas, thank you so much for co-commentating. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give out there?
Yes, I also want to shout out the Tomb Raiders Discord, the Raiders exhibition, and of course Board Raiders. And thanks to the people who made these runs what they are today. A very big shout out to this amazing community. And thanks for having me.
Fantastic. All right, folks, that's it. That is it. We did it. We made it through all of the original Tomb Raider titles, as well as the Lao trilogy and 2 of the reboot trilogies. What a fantastic weekend it was here on the Games Done Quick channel. My name is Jiggy. I've been hanging out with you all weekend, and I appreciate you so much for being a part of our wonderful speedrunning community here on the GDQ channel. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Give yourself some love in the chat and give yourself some hype, because we did it. We made it through an incredible weekend of lions. Lots and lots of lions. Major shout outs to Ray, who produced this from the studio. And folks, I will see you next month for another Oops All Insert video game here. See you next time, and stick around if you missed out on the Shadow of the Tomb Raider run. We will be doing that when the rerun starts right after the break.